Hello and welcome to Challenge Miami, the kickoff of the new season. And we're at Homestead-Miami Speedway, and they're underway. It's 2 laps in the water. Challenge North America has been utilizing racetracks.
This course is not like Daytona at all. It is incredibly technical.
And you've got to think they're doing 17 laps. That's a lot of turns, and that's a lot of acceleration out of each turn. But you can see then the difference between a short course athlete and a long course athlete. Short course athletes are renowned for their very, very quick transitions.
We have such a great field today.
There most definitely will be some argy-bargy.
Same amazing venue with a different name this year. It's Clash Endurance Miami 2022. What a gorgeous sight looking down on Homestead-Miami Speedway. Great athletes a year ago, and that is similar once again here in 2022. Sam Long, the 26-year-old from right here in the United States, now residing in Tucson, looks to be the favorite. But he's got Ben Kanute, who was third in this race a year ago. He's a fighter. He's got Muhammad Ali on his T-shirt. You know he's going to be going for it today, as is Magnus Ditlev. One of the greatest, if not the greatest cyclist in triathlon right now at just the age of 24. And Aaron Royle, just 1 week ago, already got his first win of the season. It was a couples race with his fiancée, also an Olympian. On the women's side, Emma Pallant-Brown. She is a 32-year-old from Great Britain, and coming in here, definitely one of the top athletes. Sarah Perez-Sala, fourth a year ago at this event. The 34-year-old, so strong in the water and on the bike, wants to hang on while running. Didi Griesbauer, 51 years old, the eldest pro, and the most respect from her fellow athletes, will be a contender today, as well as the short course specialist, the Aussie, Ashleigh Gentle. She says this distance for her is perfect as she's transitioning up to the longer courses. It's Clash Endurance Miami from Homestead-Miami Speedway here in Homestead, Florida, alongside 2 of the greatest in triathlon, Belinda Granger and Tim O'Donnell. I am Rick Allen. This racetrack normally sees 3,700-pound race cars, 700 horsepower, going around at nearly 190 miles an hour. There's Jimmy Johnson. He celebrated 7 championships, and they all culminated right here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. This is the perfect situation, though, because it is a safe environment for triathlon. It's all-inclusive, all right here inside the venue. You swim, you bike, and you run right here on this 1.5-mile speedway. And Belinda, I want to ask you, is this the perfect start to the 2022 season at this venue?
Oh, look, Rick, it really is. And I think it's the reason this race is so exciting for me, because for most, it's their first race back. It's the season opener. It's an athlete's first chance to actually get an idea of whether their training's actually heading in the right direction or whether a few tweaks need to be made. Also, for quite a few, it's their first opportunity to test new equipment. We know we've got many athletes racing today with new sponsors, new bike sponsors, so it's their first opportunity to get out there and see how they feel. But one of the most unique things for me for this race is just the variety of athlete we have racing. From the full distance race specialists to half distance, we've got world tri, Olympic and sprint distance specialists. We've even got Xterra cross tri specialists. So for me, that's what makes this race so exciting, because we have such a variety of racing.
A great way to kick off the season. And Tim, this is a racetrack that I know you've called it technical. You probably have a great idea because you were here and raced on it a year ago, but maybe your feelings aren't great about the facility because you had a heart attack during this event a year ago.
Well, even a heart attack can't keep me away from coming back to Clash Miami, I tell you what. And it is a challenging course, I know from experience, and it's very technical as well. Now, they'll have to be dealing with the heat and humidity all day, as long as the wind. That goes for the bike and the run. But the bike goes on the road course in the interior of the track, and that's where it gets very technical. 17 laps, over 80 turns. If you aren't mentally focused for that whole ride, you're going to have problems. And any athletes that are coming off of winter training, been riding their trainer, they're in for a huge surprise if they're not prepared for this course. So the winner is going to go for those who's best prepared, who's done their homework.
Belinda, let's take a look at the particulars of this event and the 3 different disciplines.
And of course, we start with a 2-lap swim, including an Aussie exit this year, 1,700 metres in length. Then onto the bike, 17 laps. 17 laps here today. And it's a combination of the road course and oval course here. 39 miles, 62.7 kilometres in total.
And then they hit the run course. That's 7 laps, 10.5 miles. And it's a pretty straightforward run, but they will be dealing with a strong wind around turn 1. So that's going to be a big part of their strategy.
As we're just a few minutes away from the start of the women's event, let's find out what's happening right at the entrance to the water. And Alicia Kay is down there.
Not only do we have a $50,000 prize purse up for grabs, we have an additional $10,000 in bonuses. Will we see athletes burn a match going for these? How is this going to affect the race dynamics? I'm curious to see if our race favorites will just focus on the overall win. My favorite today is Ashleigh Gentle. I think her experience from short course racing is really going to show off on this course. Emma Pallant-Brown was so dominant in 2021. We can't forget to mention her, and had just a sizzling run out of her. And finally, Sarah Perez-Sala, we expect to be leading from the gun. How much of a lead is she going to need to hold on for that win? I think we're going to see a very exciting foot race to that finish line today.
Well, we have the men's race right after the women, and I tell you what, is an outstanding field when you consider you've got Sam Long versus Ben Kanute, both silver medalists at the 70.3 World Championships. Throw in a Jason West, and you've got the long course looked after. But then we look at the short course athletes stepping up. Aaron Royle, 2-time Olympian, won last week. He's my pick, actually. I think the Aussies are going to go the one. Ashleigh Gentle and Aaron Royle for the win. But then you've also got Matt Sharp, Jonas Schomburg. And I tell you what, guys, it's getting hot out here. It's getting really hot. And you mentioned the wind, Tio. It is really blustery down here. So hot and windy, the conditions will play a part. Back to you, Rick.
Thanks, Greg. Let's talk a little bit more about those conditions as we take a look at the current air temperature, 84 degrees Fahrenheit, 29 Celsius. Water temperature, 78 degrees Fahrenheit and 25 degrees Celsius. And there are the particulars once again as far as distances for today's event. We're going to have a highlight show that you will see on Fox Sports 1. That will be airing on March 17th at 7 p.m. Eastern. So all of the highlights that you will see today, you can view those again. Again, March 17th, 7 p.m. on Fox Sports 1. Again, the Clash Endurance Miami highlight show. Kicking off the season for so many different athletes. And is this the nervous time right now when you're getting ready to be introduced?
To be honest, it was the worst, always the worst time for me. It's that time right before the start. The nerves start to really kick in. Great to see the women down there chatting to each other. Often it's a nervous chat, but really great to see them all together getting ready for the event.
The women will all be wearing pink
swim caps.
Swim caps.
Swim caps, neon pink for the women.
We'll have a few that are different colors. For example, on the women's side, Emma Pallant-Brown will wear black. We can follow her in the water a little bit closer. Chelsea Sodaro in blue, and Didi Griesbauer will have a green swim cap. Ashleigh Gentle will have the white. Let's get things underway with pre-race ceremonies.
So amazing for all he has done. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Bill Christie from Clash Endurance.
Kevin, you're awful kind. First and foremost, thank you everybody for being here. We're really excited about Clash Endurance Miami. The folks behind me are ready to go. With that, I would only say, if this was NASCAR, start your engines, but more importantly, race on. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Bill Christie, and another great example here in Miami of how we are doing things different at Clash. We got this amazing Homestead-Miami race car course, and we're going to see some of the best triathletes in the world ripping things up around here. We are now minutes away from the swim, but before we get things started, ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of the United States. right, well, we are now very close to the action, about 4 minutes to our race start. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our pro women here today. Wearing race number 1, she is from Great Britain, a silver medalist at the 2017 70.3 World Championships, 3 half-distance wins last year, Emma Pallant-Brown. Wearing race number 2, from Spain, a former Olympic swimmer, 4th here last year and 2nd at the Challenge Championship, Sara Perez Sala. Wearing race number 3, from Brazil, she was an Olympian in 2016 and 2021, 4th at Ironman Lake Placid last year, Pamella Oliveira. Wearing race number 4, from the United States, 11th here last year, 21st at the 70.3 World Championships, and possibly the sport's best dancer, Lisa Becharas.
Hi, Mom and Dad.
Wearing race number 6, from the United States, a 4-time 70.3 champion and the proud mom of daughter Sky, who was born last May, Chelsea Sodaro. Wearing race number 8, from the United States, another World Triathlon competitor moving up to longer distances, Sonia Catano. Wearing race number 9, from Denmark, a former pro golfer, the winner of Challenge Herring in 2016, Maja Stage Nielsen. Wearing race number 10, from the United States, the ageless wonder, a 3-time Ironman champion, 2020 Ultraman Florida champion. She's 52 years young, Dee Griesbauer. Wearing race number 11, from the United States, 6th at Lake Placid last year, Lenny Ramsey. And wearing race number 12, from the United States, 3rd at 70.3 Warsaw last year, Brittany Higgins. And now let's welcome the rest of our pro women into the water to get things started.
So the top 10 already in the water, the rest of the field getting ready to line up behind them. And this is always an interesting part of the race. I mean, you're jockeying for position, and also the strong swimmers, they want to be able to get out front early. But you said the word earlier in the broadcast, argy-bargy. There's a lot of that happening right now.
There really will be, particularly once they start getting themselves lined up along the start line. And it is the worst part of the race. You just want that gun to go off, and you want to get underway. You want to get that job done.
Again, we've got a few different swim caps as far as colors go. In the black will be Emma Pallant-Brown. Chelsea Sodaro will be in the blue. And there's the gun, and we're underway with Clash Endurance Miami.
And you can see already that argy-bargy we were just talking about already starting to happen. You'll get the stronger swimmers wanting to really get out of there as quickly as possible to get that clean water, because obviously being behind in that wish-wash is not pleasant. Tim, you'd know from experience it is not a nice place to be.
No, there are elbows flying there, fists flying. You can get rough in there. And you notice how Sara Perez Sala started on the inside, and she had some space. I really loved that move. She got clean water. She got out quick. And most of the women's field was stacked up on top of each other on the other side. So strategically a great move to start this race for her.
Yeah, I just saw the same thing, Tio. And I also noticed that Ashleigh Gentle really made a great start by going right up next to Sarah. And now Ashleigh Gentle's in third. And if she comes out of the water with her weakest leg in the top sort of 3 to 5, watch out for Ashleigh Gentle. But she's positioned herself very well in third. But the gap has already opened up. Sarah Perez has now opened that gap a good 5 meters into second place.
Now, Greg, we just noticed that Sarah Perez-Sala, as well as Pamella Oliveira, both those two athletes are not wearing swim skins today. They are just in their race suits, which we found quite interesting. Every other woman on the start line is in a swim skin.
And there's drafting taking place here. And one of the things I think Sarah Perez-Sala wants to do is break away and not let anyone draft off of her. She's already pulled out to probably about a 4-length lead on the rest of the field.
Yeah, that's exactly right. She would not want any of those women getting an advantage of swimming on her feet, so she would have started as fast as she could, as possible, just to get that lead and not to allow any other athletes to swim on her feet.
And just to come back to your point earlier, Belinda, with the speed skins, you know, it's warm water, and it's, you know, they may not need that. They may want to try to dissipate some of that heat. But also, let's think about transitions. They don't have to pull off their speed skins now.
Absolutely.
They're going to be fast.
We're seeing right here, it looks as though a pass for second. Ash Gentle in the white cap is trying to pass another athlete here and move up into the second. She's a short course specialist making the transition right now. She's decided that she's going to be going into more of the middle distances. And so she made the comment earlier, this is a perfect distance for her. But those short course athletes are used to getting out quick in the swim and taking advantage of that speed. Yeah,
they certainly are, Rick. They're used to the fast starts. They're used to actually redlining it for the entire swim, whereas the long course athletes, you know, often they start fast. They then like to settle into a rhythm and maybe come home strong. But for our Olympic distance athletes, it's about going hard from the gun from the beginning to the end. So this would be nothing foreign for Ash Gentle. She'd be loving it, to be honest. And I think she'd love it even more if she was able to be up there on Sarah Perez-Sala's feet. But we know that Sarah Perez-Sala is one of the greatest swimmers in triathlon. Last year we saw her come out on the feet of Lucy Charles-Barclay. So we expect her to be up front. And good point, really fast transition because she's not wearing that speed suit.
Belinda, Dee and you competed almost your whole career, and now she's still going. Why are you sitting here talking with us?
Oh, I know. You know what? I'm living vicariously through Dee Griesbauer right now, and you know I have so much respect for this woman. 51 years of age, same age as me. We're almost born same time, September. I think her birthday is. Mine's in November, so we're both turning 52. She's still out there kicking butt, which is so good to see. Incredible athlete, not just on the field but also off.
And she has a fantastic swimming background too.
She
swam
does.
At Stanford, one of the best swimming universities out there. So she knows what she's doing in the water for sure.
And you've got an eye for it, obviously. Swimmer yourself, as far as backgrounds go. But what is it right now that these athletes, Tim, are trying to do? Are they getting into a rhythm right now, or are we still pushing it on this first lap?
I think everybody's trying to find their position in the field, and it's just so much more energy to be out front. So they're looking for feet right now. And, you know, I think Ashleigh, she saw that window when she went around into second place. She knew that if she was going to try to bridge the gap, it had to be soon. Once that gap gets too big, there's no way. So she's setting a good pace. And honestly, this bike course is going to break up. It's going to break up the field as well. So they may not be too concerned about staying with other athletes in the water right now.
There's Ashleigh Gentle. She has moved up into the second position, and our Ashleigh K caught up with Ash before this event.
After the Olympic Games in Tokyo, that didn't go the way that I would like to have gone, and that was, I guess, difficult processing that. But then I kind of looked beyond that and thought, you know, what do I want to do in my career going forward? Like, I've been in short course racing for so long, so I kind of thought that this was the right time with Clash Miami. I'm kind of happy that it's at that really nice distance where it's kind of in between Olympic distance and half Ironman, because I feel like it's a perfect introduction for me for the start of the year. I feel like every time I think it's too hard, or I think that I hate the sport and feel like just crying, I know deep down that I love it just so much more. So it's always been difficult when things don't really go your way, or you have bad luck, or you have bad races, or things happen. But I just know that my passion for the sport is deeper than those adversities. I love talking about the early days because there's lots of happy memories when I was young and when I was a junior. I had a great coach in Jenny Alcorn. Yeah, that was a big kind of learning experience, but it was so much fun. I don't remember too many details of my first triathlon, but I just remember loving it enough to never stopping since now. So it's kind of, it's crazy to think back on it, but I had, lots of good memories, learning new skills and having lots of fun as a junior athlete.
We've got Sarah Perez-Sala really extending her lead, but I'm just so impressed with Ashleigh Gentle's swimming right now. She's not known as a swimmer in short course racing, and we just are seeing her really open up. Actually, she's even getting a little gap on these two girls swimming side by side behind her. But what is noteworthy, Chelsea Sodaro is tucked in third place there, as well as Emma Pallant-Brown. We've just seen Dee Dee Grisbauer get popped off the back of this chase pack, but we have a very, very strong chase pack with Ashleigh Gentle, Chelsea Sodaro, as well as Emma Pallant-Brown, and a few other pink caps in there that I can't identify, but we have got an incredible chase pack, and this is going to be an exciting race. Can't wait to see them come out of the swim first lap.
Tim, why? I'm seeing different lines here. For example, right now, Sarah Perez-Sala, she's way over to the left compared to the other athletes. Is it difficult to see while you're swimming out here to get to the buoys?
Well, I'm thinking she might be sighting off of a lead kayaker paddleboarder, whereas that second chase pack is kind of on their own a little bit more. So that may lend to the different lines.
And she is on a beeline, I guess, for that buoy that she now goes around, as the rest of the field will be coming back to it.
And great shot there, just to show you just how much of a lead Sarah Perez-Sala already has on this first lap. That is a huge lead. You can see Ash Gentle now leading that chase pack. We know that the light blue cap there, the baby blue cap, is Chelsea Sodaro. We know the black cap is Emma Pallant-Brown. They are our favourite women today. For me personally, Ash Gentle, Emma Pallant-Brown and Chelsea Sodaro are my top three. So these women in a very strong position so far. But Sarah Perez-Sala doing everything we thought she would be doing right now.
A little bit unique from a year ago. They will actually get out of the water. A year ago, they just did 2 laps, never got out of the water. Is that advantageous for athletes to be able to see where your competition is?
You know, it's a whole new element in the swim, and it makes it hard. If you've ever run out and try to dive in, your heart rate goes up when you start running around, and then you're oxygen deprived right away, and it's a challenge, and it can break up some of these packs. So let's see what happens.
And Tim, for our short course athletes, it's nothing new. Majority of world triathlon events requires the athletes to get out and do that, what we call Aussie exit. But for our long distance athletes, we definitely don't do it. And they really rely on getting into that swim, getting into that rhythm and holding it.
Rhythm's exactly right.
So that breaks that rhythm, and it really makes it quite difficult for them. So for athletes, Sarah Perez-Sala, we know that she came from a short course background. So for her and for Ash Gentle, it's nothing new. I mean, they're used to it. They'll be able to get back in the water and get back into rhythm straight away. But for some of our longer distance athletes, for example, Dee Dee Grisbauer, I would imagine it's not something that they will particularly like.
And I'm noticing here with the second pack, everybody's, they're lining up in a single file, so that means it's a solid pace. Everybody just wants to get on feet. They don't want to fight. So we know Ashleigh's keeping it honest in that.
And you're right, with that nice line, and the reason that they are in that nice long straight line is because they are getting the full drafting advantage. So I hate to say it, but Ash Gentle's out front doing all the work, and those women on her feet are getting a nice draft. And we know that a draft in the swim is a huge advantage. So these women are playing nice right now, and they're doing the right things, and they're conserving energy. So Ash Gentle is the one doing all the work right now, and those women on her feet are the ones doing it easier. Or not easy, but easier.
Sarah Perez-Sala is about to come out of the water for her first lap, and what does she need to have as far as a gap to be able to hang on? It was 4th a year ago in this event, but she got caught in the run. Can she put enough of a gap between her and the competitors in the swim?
And she won't be able to, the gap on the swim isn't going to make her her race, she's going to have to build off it on the bike, and I think she knows that.
She does, but in saying that, Sara Perez-Sala is one of the lucky athletes. She has actually raced this year already. She raced the Volcano Triathlon on Lanzarote a few weeks ago and came away with a stunning victory there. So she's really been working on her run. You could see that from the latter half of last year, her run really improved. Interesting to note, she's also on a brand new bike. She finally has a bike sponsor. She's on Canyon, so I am really keen to see how she looks on that bike. We know that she's got a super aero position. She's been doing a lot of work on this new bike, this new Canyon. She tested it out and in the Volcano Tri a few weekends ago, and it worked a treat.
I just noticed she was having a little problem with her goggles.
Yeah, I was going to say, from experience, Daytona, know that when the one time I dove in, I remember I was like, oh my God, my goggles are off now, and she had the same issue.
Yeah, and I noticed her on the run, fiddling with them, and then, looks like they maybe got some water when she dove back in. Luckily, she's in a great place because she's by herself. She could be a little more comfortable.
This is Ash Gentle.
Pamella Oliveira right behind Ash Gentle, former Olympian. Chelsea Sodaro right on her feet.
Here we go. We notice there is a little gap now on that diving from Chelsea. Will she be able to get back up to that group? Because she's in a great spot right now.
And you can see Emma Pallant-Brown right behind Chelsea Sodaro. So Chelsea Sodaro in the baby blue cap, Emma Pallant-Brown in the black cap. And you were right, that exit has really split them up. And they're going to have to work just that little bit harder now to try and bridge that gap across.
Well, if you're overperforming on the swim, if you're on the red line sitting on the feet, the Aussie exit is where you can make or break it. Yep, it could snap the rubber band for sure.
And out front, the female winner of the $1,000 bonus for the fastest first swim lap presented by AquaSphere is Sara Perez-Sala.
Surprise.
Yeah, congratulations to her. And that bonus money obviously definitely will come in handy.
We might need to get her a pair of AquaSphere if she's having goggle issues.
Greg?
Well, I don't know if you guys saw, but Sara Perez-Sala really just jogged her out of the water there. There was no intent of really sprinting. Ashleigh Gentle flew around, but I have just seen Ashleigh stop. And I don't know that was whether she didn't want to lead or if she was trying to fix her goggles as well. So I think there was a few goggle issues as they all ran back down into the water. But the determination of Emma Pallant-Brown coming out of the water, you could just see it in her face. She knows she has to stick with that pack. And I think she's pretty fortunate that Ashleigh's leading that swim pack for her so she can actually stay on. So it's going to be a great race with these women all together now.
And Emma Pallant-Brown, not the strongest swimmer in the field, but excellent when it comes to running. She was a professional runner before she transitioned into the triathlon. And that's the other thing that we have to, I guess, talk about and bring up is the three different disciplines. There are very few in the world that are the best in all three. So you have to figure out where you're going to make up your ground. For example, we know Magnus Ditlev on the men's side is the greatest cyclist we've seen in triathlon. He knows that he has to make up ground and put distance between himself and the field on the bike. Well, in the same situation here, Sara Perez-Sala has to put distance on her competitors here, and then, as you mentioned, Tim, build on that in the cycling so that she can have a chance because she's not the strongest runner in the field.
And one of the most important parts, particularly on this course, is it's out of sight, out of mind. When you start going through those turns and you can't see, the athletes in front of you, it's a lot harder to stay focused. Now, she might get in a situation where this bigger group starts to look around at each other on the bike. And, hey, you don't know, you go to the front, you do the work. And maybe they're not riding as fast as they could ride. And she's going to be in a great position off the front.
And yeah, we often see that happen in racing when you get one or two off the front and they're riding their own pace, riding their own rhythm, and you've got that group behind that's pretty much playing cat and mouse with each other, and you can see that pace really go up and down, which at the end of the day is wasting energy on top of that. So this is a big pack. This is a much bigger chase pack than I thought we would have. I thought we would see them split up a little bit more, but you can see that even after the Aussie exit, they're all back together, and that second pack, that chase pack is a lot bigger than I thought. I thought it was going to be about 2 or 3 swimmers in there, but we've got, I think, something like 5 or 6 swimmers in there now.
Working together.
That's
the surprising part. For now. And a lonely swim for Sara out in front. Tim, you probably have experienced that.
It is, and it depends on the mindset of the athlete. You know, some athletes love to race from the front, and some love to just be in the action. And I imagine, you know, Sarah having such a strong swim background, she's used to racing in the front, and hopefully she's, you know, made that her strong suit mentally.
She continues to look very strong here in the water.
Beautiful stroke. You can tell that she comes from a swim background. Fantastic rhythm.
Very similar to your stroke, Belinda.
I was about to say very similar to the way I used to swim. I wish. Swimming was definitely not my forte back in the day.
And you see this field has now been separated. You can see the splits brought to you by Toyota.
And so we're looking at just over 30 seconds right now. Back to Ash Gentle.
What are you predicting, Belinda, on the time gap coming out of the swim here?
Ooh, 45 seconds, give or take.
I would say maybe more.
I think she could be pushing a minute, minute and a half.
I mean, I'll say that chase pack is working really, really well. Obviously, Ash doing all the work out in front. But Ash is, as I said, Ash coming from a short course background. She's used to redlining it for the entire swim.
And the other thing, violently, we're seeing the arms working here. But the legs, you don't see much kicking. And that's to save that for the remainder of this entire event.
Well, and you just think about oxygen use. Your legs are bigger muscles, and they consume a lot more oxygen. Now, if the athletes are smart, when they start to head into transition, they will actually bring their kick up a little bit to get the blood flow going through their legs. But right now, they're just conserving energy.
Sara Perez-Sala about ready to make the turn at the far end of the lake here. The field, that second pack is not falling off, though. That's one
exactly
good thing.
I'm really
You're seeing
impressed.
Very aggressive swimming back there.
But I tell you what, Chelsea Sodaro and Emma Pallant-Brown have got themselves right in the box seat there. I mean, they are two of our favourites. We know that Emma Pallant-Brown had a phenomenal season last year, won pretty much every race that she lined up for. Coached by Tim Don. We know that Tim wants her to race less. And I think that's the little bone of contention between the two.
She was very busy last year.
Yeah, told her to break it up a little bit. Don't put so many events so close together, and so spread it out so that she can be better in each event, as opposed to putting together a big, massive resume of races.
And I think we saw that at 70.3 Worlds at the end of the year last year. She didn't quite have the performance she was capable of, and that's a price you pay when you have a really strong race schedule like that.
Yep, and you do have athletes out there that they just love racing, and she's one of them. Emma Pallant-Brown loves lining up to race. And she did mention it in the press conference yesterday as well. It's difficult. She's based in South Africa, obviously, with her husband, Jared, and to get anywhere, it's a long trek. It's similar to me coming all the way from Australia. It's a long trek to get anywhere. So when you make that trek, when you commit to it, you want to make it worth your while. So if she's coming all the way over to the US or all the way over to Europe, she wants to get a big bang for a buck, and she wants to try and get as many races in as she can. So I understand her mindset on trying to get race after race in, but like you've just said, it comes back to bite you in the bump at the end.
Alicia, what are you seeing on the gap here between 1 and 2?
I just took a split at the buoy, and it was 55 seconds.
It had blown out.
So I think it's going to be closer to 75 by the time we're done here. They're staying in exactly the order they were in. Ashleigh continues to drive the train, but having Emma and Chelsea just sitting in could be advantageous. But as you said, Belinda, Ashleigh is used to this. Mm-hmm. She is used to redlining it, but she's not used to the extra distance on the bike and run today. So we'll see how this plays out for her, but we've got an exciting race already.
Turn for home already made by Sara Perez-Sala, and she'll be getting ready to get into the WAHOO transition area. So mentally, you guys just mentioned that as far as getting your body ready, you're going to do a little more kicking, you get the blood flow, but what else do you have to do to get ready for that transition?
I know for myself, with about 100 to 150 meters to go, I would be just running through my head everything that I needed to do to have the smoothest transition possible. So, about taking my cap and swim goggles off, thinking about putting my helmet on cleanly, then jumping onto the bike, putting my shoes on, So just making sure that I have as clean as possible through T1.
Let's take a look at how this event has got underway. The athletes introduced to the fans here on site. And all in the water, the gun goes off, and we knew right away it would be Sara Perez-Sala who would jump out to the early lead. She did that. She was able to
They're used to the fast starts. They're used to actually being redlining it for the entire swim, whereas the long course athletes, you know, often they start fast. They then like to settle into a rhythm.
So we saw Sara Perez-Sala win the bonus for the first lap on that Aussie exit. Ash Gentle was second out of the water and right back in again. Oliveira up front as well. Catano and Sodaro also in that top 5. And closing in on the exit out of the water is Sara Perez-Sala. She has a massive lead right now. Looks like it's going to be over a minute. Potentially upwards of even 90 seconds. She could be in front of this field getting into transition 1.
And can I just mention, if you look at number 7 there, Samantha Kingsford from New Zealand, an athlete that maybe not a lot of people know about, ex-terra specialist, but someone that we've definitely got on the radar as being a bit of an underdog today, taking on her very first longer distance road triathlon, and she's in a really great spot right now. So I think we need to really keep an eye on Samantha today.
I agree. We mentioned some of the other women having amazing swims. Samantha's doing that right now as well. She swims with our group, Julie Dibbins back in Boulder, and this is an amazing swim right now for her.
Let's see how the transition goes for Sala as Sara has come out of the water now and will make her way into transition 1.
And the great thing for Sara Perez right now is that she has got this transition all to herself, so there's no need for her to rush. She can do it at her own speed, which means less mistakes get made. It'll be a nice, clean transition for Sara here today. As you can see, beautiful transition. Helmet on, she's already heading out.
She won the first bonus as far as the fastest lap, and there is also a bonus for getting in and out of transition the fastest, presented by WAHOO. We'll give that to you as soon as we find out who the fastest in transition 1 is. We saw this a year ago in Sara as she got out of the water first, got onto the bike, and looked as though she was pulling away from the field even on the bike. Is she going to repeat that, and is she far enough in front as we see Ash Gentle get out of the water now?
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be a little bit of a different transition. We're going to have a little bit of transition frenzy here because we've got quite a few of the women coming out together. And you can see that Pamella Oliveira already out, wants to get out of transition quickly before the rest of the women come through. Chelsea Sodaro there also. First race since the Collins Cup last August, so it's going to be very interesting to see how Chelsea...
That's a great transition right there by Pamela.
It was. And, of course, Pamela, from a short course background, has competed in the Olympic Games before. Ash Gentle, also a very quick transition, as expected.
And these athletes can't get on the bike until they get to
over
the
that
exit
mount
of
line.
transition.
That's right. That's correct. So you can see that mount line right there. Once they have their front wheels over that mount line, they are allowed onto their bikes.
And Pamela's extremely strong on the bike, so if I was Ashleigh, I would make sure I did not
try
lose.
Try and get right up there. And we should mention 20-meter rule today, so it is the 20-meter draft rule that they are using today out on course. And for our short course athletes, and Tim, you'd know this, for our short course athletes who are used to draft legal events, this is something that they're really going to have to be careful of. We've seen it in races before. We saw it with Vincent Louis at the PTO Champs in Daytona a few years back. They really have to, it's a difficult thing to keep that 20 meters.
Really, and I was talking with Sam Osborne, who's Sam Kingsford's boyfriend. He's be racing later, and they're from Xterra backgrounds, and he was talking to me yesterday about how hard it is to hold that gap. It's mentally challenging to stay at that right spot and to adjust your power accordingly. So it'll be definitely a challenge.
And we've got Didi Griesbauer, the oldest woman in the field. In fact, at 51 years of age, the oldest professional triathlete still racing on the circuit, coming out of the swim. So great swim from Didi. She's a strong swimmer. She's a very strong bike rider. Just so terrific to see Dee Dee still out there mixing it with the best in the world.
Now for Dee Dee, a full distance is a short race. She's been doing the ultras, so this is
like a sprint.
I talked to her before the race. She had a 45-minute bike warm-up. She had to get the body going.
Oh, I love it.
Helmet goes on again. Dee Dee Griesbauer, the eldest in the field, and she's still in front of a large group of athletes that are just about to come out of the water now.
Of course, in this group, we've got Maja Stage Nielsen from Denmark, Lara Gruden, girlfriend of Sam Long, Bruna Mahn, Lisa Becharas also out now into T1. There's Bruna Mahn coming out. So this is a good group of women.
Belinda, did you see who was still in transition when Dee Dee
I was
came
trying
in?
to see it.
Because that, I mean, you know, they were a minute 40 up on her.
So someone
was having a real issue with their suit getting on.
Their sleeves on. And again, we spoke about that with the difference. If you look at Sarah Perez-Sala's swim suit, she's just got a race suit on. Didn't have to take a swim skin off, and that's why her transition was really quick. It is difficult with the sleeves. Often I see athletes having trouble putting them on. Of course, once you're wet, they get really sticky, so it can cause problems, and it was causing problems for that athlete. I'm not sure who it was.
Again, the athletes working their way out of transition. There's Sarah Perez-Sala heading back onto the road course after she just went across the start-finish line. There will be 17 laps for her now after crossing that start-finish line. So a long cycle, long bike ride for her, 62.7 kilometers, 39 miles. They will be covering. And the other thing we have to make sure to reiterate, and it was an issue here a year ago, is passing has to be to the right. These athletes know, they were told over and over by the officials, stay to the left and you can pass to the right. You're not allowed to pass to the left.
No, we did have that issue last year with Lucy Charles-Barclay where she accidentally passed on the left and was given that time penalty because of it. But great shot of Sarah here on her brand new bike sponsor on Canyon. She only just picked Canyon up.
And it's tough when you're going through some of the switchback turns, you know, on the track, right is the outside and you pass on the outside, but when you come through some of those turns, you'll actually be on the inside. So definitely need a heads up out there.
And look, I don't think it'll be such a problem for our women today. We have 18 professional women out there on course today, but when it comes later on in the day when we have our men's course, we know we've got about 48 professional men racing on the track, and it's not a particularly long track. We know that this track is quite a bit shorter than the Daytona track, so that's when I think it will get really busy and it could become a problem.
Again, there's bonuses taking place. The Transition 1 bonus brought to you by WAHOO. And then also the first lap. There is, for the fastest first lap, a bonus for these athletes as well. Another $1,000 bonus. So as Alicia Kay mentioned earlier, there's $5,000 in bonuses for these athletes as well as the prize money that will be available to them where they finish in today's race. And the wind swirling around here, but blowing at pretty good knots right now as we see Sarah Perez-Sala out in front. The rest of the field has made their way through transition.
We know Sarah Perez did race about 2 weekends ago, I think it was now, in Lanzarote, where she's been based training. So many of the athletes in Europe throughout winter will base themselves in Lanzarote, Club La Santa being one of the favourite places to base themselves and train. They had the Volcano Triathlon, which is an Olympic distance triathlon that's been going on there for a long, long time. We know that Sarah took the win there a couple of weeks ago. It was her first opportunity to ride her new bike.
How difficult is that to transition from one bike maker to another?
You know, that's an interesting question, particularly for the likes of Sarah. We know that she has a very aggressive position on the bike. We saw last year that on her older bike, she was in a very, very aero position. It looks to me now, looking at her on this canyon, that she's not in as aggressive position as she has been in the past. And I think this is going to really help her, particularly when it comes to the run. She looks great.
We call these TT bikes too, by the way, time trial bikes, where they're down in that position. Greg.
Guys, I'm not sure if... But she came past the bonus, the bike bonus, and then put her feet in the bike shoes. I think she just did that first lap as fast as she could.
Oh, that's interesting.
She opened up a substantial gap over Ashleigh Gentle and the rest of the women that she swam with, and then she sort of took a big breather as she just rolled on past the bike ramp. So it'll be interesting to see if she does get it, but it looked to me like that was something she really wanted.
Now, Greg, we lost you just at the beginning of that. Can you just tell us what athlete were you talking about just then?
Pamella
Oliveira. Okay,
yeah,
of course.
She crushed that first lap. So it'll be interesting. I might be wrong, but it looked like she really went for it and didn't put her feet in her shoes properly until she completed that first lap.
Double dipping on the bonuses.
Belinda, you mentioned earlier Xterra athletes, and one of those being Kingsford, who we're back here with now, Samantha Kingsford, coming from an Xterra background. And I almost was going to make the joke as she was coming out of transition one that for comfort she would go into the grass, because she did. She literally struggled a little bit in the light blue. She'll be coming out of transition here and getting on her bike. Normally, the Xterra, just to explain, they go off-road. So they normally race mountain bikes and on trails part of the triathlon. Look at her here. She went into the grass just to get comfortable.
Just to get comfortable. And, you know, I was talking to Sam earlier this week, and this is her very first time in a road triathlon on a time trial frame, so it's not something that she's used to. And she said the hardest thing for her today is going to be able to staying down in those aero bars, because it's not something that she does. I mean, she comes from a mountain biking background, and on top of that, she only started in the sport in 2018. If you take out 2020 because of COVID, I mean, that's not a lot of time if you think about it. Now, of course, on a time trial frame, she's hardly had any time to get used to that. So this is going to be very interesting. We know she's incredibly strong, very good athlete. She won practically every Xterra race that she started last year, particularly here in the States. And it's great to see both Sam and Sam. I mean, that's the hardest thing. Samantha and Sam make their way from New Zealand over here. They raced the couples race last weekend and finished in 7th place, which was fantastic. And so to see Samantha out here today is great.
The scoring pylon is going to show you when passes are made. We just saw it actually with Kingsford as she went by Catano and taking over the 6th position. But that will show you when an athlete makes a pass or moves forward or back. And you see the gaps right now at the 4-mile mark. Perez Sala has about a minute lead over Oliveira. Pam Oliveira had a great transition. We'll see if she's in the running for the WAHOO transition bonus.
It's definitely a learning curve for Samantha here. I guarantee you she'll remember to keep her head up in her next transition.
Well, an interesting thing, you know, we talk about this particular course here at Miami being really technical, especially if you compare it to the course at Daytona. And for a lot of our long course athletes, you know, getting in and out of the aero bars is something that they're not particularly used to. They like to get down in that aero bar position and stay there for as long as they can. For our short course athletes, of course, they're used to doing races where you don't even use aero bars, or they've got very, very short aero bars on a road bike. But when we were speaking to Sam about this being a technical course, she almost screwed up her face and was like, what are you talking about? This is not technical. There's a few corners, that's about it. So it's all relative. And you can see great shot there of Emma Pallant-Brown. Chelsea Sodaro in front, of course, racing in the Team BMC Pro Team. She's been in that team now. This is the 4th year, I believe, in the BMC Pro Team. Emma Pallant there with the black specialised helmet. And then, of course, we've got Samantha Kingsford. So that little boo-boo out of T1, well and truly now forgotten about. You can see out of the error bars to go around that corner. As we said, this course here in Miami takes on the road course as well as the oval course. And when we say oval course, that is the NASCAR course as well as the road portion. The road portion is where we've got quite a few turns, where that is the technical section of the course here today. Whereas the oval part of the course, that's when they'll be down on their error bars, really picking up the speed. I mean, you know from last year, a complete difference in the two sections of this bike course.
Absolutely. I mean, when you get into the road course section, it's hard. It's hard to, keep your gaps to the guys around you. And it's hard to stay focused. So.
And Tim, what about, we talk about this bike course being 17 laps. That in itself is hard enough to keep count. But when you're going in and out of that road section, having to get in and out of the error bars, accelerating out of each corner, if it was something like 4 or 5 laps, no problem. But 17 laps of that de-acceleration, then accelerating, it's got to take a toll on the body.
Well, I equate it to death by 1,000 cuts, little paper cuts. But every corner, you have a change in your power. You have to put an acceleration in, and those are just little spikes in energy. And you want to stay consistent as possible, and it's impossible to do on this course. So you have to train a little bit differently for this, and you have to be ready to deal with those power surges and try to, buffer the lactic acid and stay strong.
And so in saying that, you can really get a good feel that this course suits our shorter distance athletes. So the likes of Ash Gentle and our athletes that are used to doing, Olympic distance, sprint distance racing, because that's what they do when they race.
Absolutely. They're riding in a pack in drafting setting, and you are dealing with those power surges. So they're probably a little bit more in their comfort zone than some of our long course athletes right now. When
we see the gap here, Emma Pallant-Brown will stand out for me a little bit because of her running background. Just being a minute 20 behind Sara Perez-Sala, that's got to give her, I guess, a boost, knowing that she can make up a minute 20 on the run portion of this course.
Yeah, and you look, Emma Pallant-Brown, Chelsea Sodaro, Ash Gentle, all three of these women are brilliant runners. We know that Sodaro and Pallant-Brown are from running backgrounds, and they were both exceptional runners before they took up the sport of triathlon. So we could get a situation here where we really have a foot race, and we have a running race, and it could come right down to the wire.
And love the fact that it could potentially end up being 3 athletes that are fighting for that. As we see, we're watching Pamella Oliveira here. She is the female winner of the $1,000 bonus for the fastest first transition, presented by WAHOO. So congratulations to Pamella Oliveira. I think we were watching it earlier, and Greg even mentioned a great transition for Pamela. We take a look at her coming out of the water. First there to her bike, very quickly putting on the helmet. And right out of transition, and that earned her an extra $1,000.
And as we look back now, Pamela's a very strong swimmer. So I wonder if she was just posturing a little bit in the swim, save as much energy as she can, quick transition, quick first lap, and just try to rake in all that bonus money.
That's $2,000 right there.
It's significant.
Yep. Oh, yeah. And I love that Clash Endurance, Bill Christie decided to bring what we call preems, but over here bonuses, but bring them back into the game. We used to see that quite a long time ago. Back, I know in Australia with a lot of the triathlon series we used to have there, we used to have these bonuses quite often, but they've disappeared over the years. And I love that we've brought them back here in the Clash Endurance events, because I think they make it really exciting. And you'll see athletes taking risks that they might not otherwise have taken.
Yeah, later on this afternoon in the men's race, you're going to see a young man by the name of Simon Shee. And Simon has already said, those bonuses are what I'm shooting for. It's a first pro race for him after getting his pro card. And he said, boy, those things are great out there as far as enticing me to do, as best I can in the transitions, the first laps.
Exactly, and it's given these athletes that might not necessarily finish in the prize money, it gives them an opportunity to walk away with some money. And I love that fact that athletes like Simon Shee, first pro race, knows for him to make it in the top 8, it's probably not going to happen today. So why not go for those bonuses?
Absolutely. We saw it with Brent McMahon last year at Clash Daytona. Cruising through transition.
Loved
for
it.
his bonuses.
So talk about how difficult it is to come out of the position when you're down in the TT bars, you're down in that position, and then you've got to come up to make the turns and then go back down into that position.
Oh, look, as we talked about, for me, particularly being a long course athlete, it was all about rhythm and just holding that rhythm all day long, keeping that heart rate nice and steady. Anytime you do any sort of significant movement by getting up and out of the air bars back down, you're wasting energy. You're raising that heart rate. You're also having to stop pedaling round corners, and then to get it back up to speed, you're pedaling hard again. So you're getting these, these changes in heart rate, which really do hurt at the end of the day.
Lisa Becharas here. She is, looks like one of the fastest out there now, 26.6 miles per hour, 43 kilometers per hour. And Lisa, a week ago, I saw her on social media, and she was dancing her way, saying, I cannot wait to get to Miami. And so it was interesting when we heard Kevin McMahon mentioned as one of the best dancers. She has said, hey, I'll dance at the finish line. I'll dance wherever you want. I love what I'm doing.
And Lisa's in our training group as well back in Boulder, and I give her a hard time that she has too much time on her hands. I said, come over and help with the kids. We have 2 kids who need some help instead of dancing. But I had the pleasure of seeing her in training earlier this year. We went out to California for a training trip, and she did a time trial effort up Mount Palomar. And I'm not going to give you her numbers, but they were through the roof. So I fully expect to see Lisa moving through the field right now.
A very, very strong bike rider. And we know right now she's on target. We haven't confirmed it yet, but she's looking likely to take the fastest first lap. We will get that confirmed with you, but riding very, very strong so far.
And we just saw on the pylon, Ash Gentle has moved ahead of Pamella Oliveira. And so up to second now for Ash Gentle, and a big, strong cyclist. And we want to give some more money away. We've talked about the preems, or the bonuses, and congratulations, the female winner of the $1,000 bonus for the fastest first bike lap, presented by Speed Hound, is Lisa Becharas. So congratulations
Way to go,
to Lisa. So maybe the dancing is paying off.
Dancing is paying off.
It might be.
And
for her.
And looking at Ash Gentle right now, she's exactly where she wants to be. And the thing with Ash, not a lot of people, everyone just talks about her as coming from a short course background. And of course we know she was at the Olympics last year. She definitely is a short course athlete. But she has done 2 half distance races, finished first and third in both those races. She recently competed in a local race back home called the Hervey Bay 100, so the same distance as our PTO events. And that was last November, which she won there as well. And she's taken out the Noosa Triathlon, which is a non-drafting Olympic distance event.
I was just going to mention Noosa.
8 times. She's raced it 10
amazing.
times, won it 8 times. So, being on a time trial frame, riding down on the aero bars, while it is not her specialty, it's not something that she's not used to and that she's not good at. She is a very, very strong bike rider as well. And I think sometimes, particularly as long course athletes, we think of the Olympic distance athletes as not being strong bike riders because obviously it's draft legal racing, but we've got lots, there's so many Olympic distance athletes out there that are exceptionally strong on the bike.
Now, we saw Ashleigh out front on the swim, taking charge of the swim, and now she's taking charge of the bike. Give me your best bet on her mindset here. Is she feeling so confident, so strong that she says, I'm going to do my race and I'm going to make all you ladies pay? Or is she trying to get a little bit of time on maybe an Emma Pallant-Brown or a Chelsea Sodaro?
You going to answer that? I know you're thinking about it.
I'm thinking about it. Look,
I'm hitting you with the tough ones.
I know
Belinda.
you are early in the day too. You could have at least given me another couple of another half hour. Look, Ash Gentle for me, and I'm putting it out there now because I always do this. Put it out there early. Ash Gentle to me is the favourite, and I do think she'll take the win out there today. And I know we are only just into this race, but as I said, this is not new for her. She is very, very good on the time trial bike. I see her race Noosa every year, and she wins it convincingly every year, 8 years now. And, it wasn't an easy start. She came over here with her fiancé, Josh Amberger. They had some trouble. Josh had to go home, turned up to the couples race, unable to race. And, it would have been easy for her to throw in the towel and just go home, throw in the towel and say, I'm done. But she's completely changed her mindset, and I think this is a new phase of her career in triathlon, and I think she wants to start it with a bang. So I have no doubt at all that she is out there now wanting to win this race.
And this is her first time out of Australia in over 2 years, so I'm sure she's very excited to be seeing some race courses on different soils around the world right now.
Very keen. And I know she's staying on after this, and she is going to stay on. She's going to base herself in Tucson in Arizona.
Tucson, yeah.
With Heather Jackson. They're very good friends. They've trained together in the past before. Her intention is to race Oceanside 70.3, so that'll be very interesting to see how she lines up there. We know Oceanside always gets a very strong field, so it'll give Ash a really good indication to see where she's at over that distance.
And that's Ash Gentle on the screen right now. And the long legs pumping away on the bike here. And then obviously going to work out well for her because she's a great runner also. And the gap still staying right around that 70-second mark as far as the distance between Sara Perez-Sala and Ash Gentle. Oliveira trying to stay within that 20-meter or right at that 20-meter gap behind Gentle. Sodaro just back from her. Emma Pallant-Brown currently in 5th.
And looking at Ashleigh's position, she has a little more of an upright position than, you know, we saw with, say, Sara Perez-Sala. And that's probably maybe, you know, she has been riding a road bike, I'm sure, more. And there is a little bit of a transition to be able to hold the body in that and more aggressive aero position.
And apart from that, brand new bike sponsor. She was on Felt for years, and she's just moved across to Scott. So she's now on a Scott Plasma. And she's even said herself, this is a work in progress, you know, and I think it's great. She's gone to, and obviously got a bike fit, and they haven't been too aggressive, which is, you know, for a first time, this is obviously first time concentrating on long course racing. They're going to make those changes little by little, and she said
incremental,
increment, and it is definitely a work in progress. I think she looks great on the bike so far, particularly coming from a short course background, but it'll be interesting to see the difference from looking at her now, first race on it, to maybe in 6 months time, and seeing how that position changes over time.
You know what, BG, you've talked about Ashleigh Gentle, and she does look absolutely fantastic, but when I just saw Chelsea Sodaro and Emma Pallant-Brown, they're all within that 200-meter space of each other. I'm really excited that we could have one of the best foot races we've seen in the sport. I think those three get off the bike together. Ah, man, that's going to be an exciting run race. It truly is. And the thing with Ash, 16 kilometers or 10 miles, it is a big difference to 10 kilometers. It's like that extra big chunk. Yeah. And someone like Emma Pallant-Brown has that extra strength in her legs. It'll be just interesting. And then obviously, Chelsea Sodaro has the mum strength. So she's going to be extra super strong. So I just think we're going to get a great run off those three. I hope it almost stays together all the way to the end of the bike. I truly do.
We'll be looking forward to that again after transition 2 and they go to the run. You touched on bike sponsors and the athletes changing from one bike to another. Let's talk to the athletes out there that are young, trying to get into the triathlon, that can't afford a $10,000 to $20,000 bike to get involved in this sport. What do you suggest to them? How do you get started? Is it a simple road bike that you can ride on different areas? Is that how you start as a young triathlete? I started
on a 1987 Schwinn that my brother got when he was in 7th grade, maybe. It was way too small. It had down tube shifting. It was it's vintage now, but it's just a matter of getting out there. And it's nice to have equipment improve as you go along, because it's free speed as you get older. So there's no issue with starting with just hard work and some vintage equipment.
I definitely started on a road bike with clip-ons, just because my skill level wasn't where it needed to be. What a lot of people don't realize is that you need to have a certain level of skill to operate a time trial bike the way you need to. They're not as easy to ride, although I do know that you are part of a team tomorrow in the sprint triathlon, and your very first ride on a bike, and it's on a Scott, I think, Scott Plasma.
Yeah, and it's a TT bike, which, like you said, very difficult to get under you and understand. So yes, I'm going to be doing that as a novice once again, just like the swim was 3 months ago at Daytona.
I don't know how you get yourself into these situations. I really don't, honestly.
Definitely Bill. But it's a challenge, and we've talked a little bit about the also the challenge of these athletes, as we see Ash and Pamella right here on screen, these athletes, the transition that they will make from the bike to the run, because they're in this position for upwards of 45 minutes or over, and then you go into an upright position to start running, and your lower back definitely takes a pounding there when you start the run.
And look, I think for our course in Daytona, that's definitely what happens. But the advantage they have here in Miami is that we do have that section on the road course where they do actually get an opportunity to get up out of those bars. And even though it's only for a very short amount of time, it's at least they get that chance to get up and have that break. And so when it comes to coming into T2, they won't have as many problems. I mean, you'd know this from racing here last year, that you do manage to have a break going through that road section. Definitely,
and that's one of the benefits, of this course versus, say, Daytona, where you're down in your bars for the entire ride.
Taking a look at Sara Perez-Sala out front. Again, about a 65-second lead in front of Ash Gentle. And we've seen this before. When I talked with Sara about this event, she said, this is a great starter event for me to see where I am, to kind of assess my training, my off-season training up to this point. She's trying to peak in May, and a lot of athletes will try to do that as well, hit their peak physical form come May, but this gives them at least a starting point, and obviously laying a foundation on what their 2022 season is going to be like. And for most of these athletes, particularly here in the US and also in Europe, they've been training throughout winter, so it's just been about getting those base miles in and just training, majority of it indoors as well, because it's obviously too cold outside, and a lot of these athletes are from snowy areas. I know yourself, being from Boulder, if you want to get out and train outdoors, you have to go somewhere else. You have to go out elsewhere. So it's very interesting. It gives them the one and only opportunity to see if training is on the right track, or whether they need to go back to the drawing board, make some tweaks, see what's working, what's not working, discuss it with coaches. So to have a race of this distance, it's the perfect distance, perfect little hit out to see if everything's where they want it to be at this particular point in time.
And with the little shorter format, you can really, really push it.
Give it some.
It's a chance to get more fitness too.
Yes.
You can never have a hard as effort as you do in a race. So this is a great chance for them to improve their fitness this time of year.
BG, you just mentioned go to where you can train, and we look at right now Emma Pallant-Brown. She has relocated actually to South Africa. She says she's got a consistency in her life. Her husband Jared, she said, it's so consistent that we have dogs.
I've got two dogs. They do. They have two dogs.
I have dogs now. So it was a step for them to get more into a consistent routine as they continue to train for the triathlon. And the only thing she said that makes it a little more difficult is travel.
Travel, that's right. Yeah.
Alicia.
I really think the wind is playing a big factor here today. To see a chase group of women just so stretched out like this, they're way over that 20-meter draft rule. It's just a bit bizarre to see this kind of spacing. So I think that we're seeing that either the pace is on or the conditions are really challenging these women, but they're going to all be hitting this run with tired legs.
Which makes for a better race when you have three great runners that are as close as they are right now as we're seeing, and four great runners right here in the top five, as close as they are, and with tired legs. This I think will put an exclamation point on what this sport is about. It's mental toughness. I mean, you guys go out and train. We've heard the crazy stories of what Sam Long does as far as training, but you athletes have to go out and train so dedicated and so difficult day in and day out, and then when you go to race, you have to even take it a step further.
And it's mentally it's an effort on race day, knowing that you have to go to the depths that you need to go to perform. And it's probably easier for some of the younger athletes who haven't had to go there as much. But as you go there more and more, you think you have to think about it a little bit harder if you want to go back to that spot.
And you have to think, for those athletes, this is the first race in many, many months. For someone like Chelsea Sodaro, who hasn't raced since last August, even though you have training sessions where you will go hard, there's nothing quite like being on the racetrack. It's a whole new level. So I know Chelsea's very, very happy to be out there. She was chomping at the bit to get back out on a race course, but it can be a little bit of a shock to the system.
Six laps into 17 laps on the bike for this Clash Endurance Miami for the women. Again, the men's event will take place about a half an hour after the conclusion of the women's event. So the two separated.
And Alicia did mention, and you can see those flags in the background, it is starting to get very, very windy down there. It is a very exposed track. So while the wind might not play a part in the early stages of the bike, once those legs start to get tired, so once we get to around lap 12, 13, 14, and that wind is continually picking up, that's when we're going to start seeing some cracks occur, and you might start seeing some gaps with our women here today. At the moment,
it just adds that another layer of mental strain, especially when you start going through the turns inside the track and the wind again. It's hit me in the face again. Come on, man.
And you can see, it's been windy here all week, and they did anticipate that it was going to be windy today. We also know that today is going to be one of the hottest days that we've had here in Miami for several weeks. So while it might not play as big a part for the women's race, it is certainly going to play a huge part in the men's race, which is later on.
It's absolutely brown down here. You guys are probably pretty comfortable up there in your booth, but down here the sun is shining, we're getting fried, it's very, very hot, and that wind, I don't know if you can see that American flag on the other side of the track. It is absolutely blowing a gale. So it'll be almost like doing intervals if you think about it. They're going to have a nice tailwind at times and it'll feel pretty good. Other times it's just going to be relentless pushing into that wind. So again, probably it'll suit the short course athletes a little bit, that punchiness that you need to have in these conditions.
It is like hitting a wall, isn't it, Greg, when that wind smacks you in the face around some of those turns?
Absolutely, and that's where you look at the aerodynamics of some of these athletes. You know, they're working very, very hard on it these days to get as aerodynamic as possible, because especially into those headwind, if you can just save a few watts the way you're pushing into the wind, all the better. And most of these athletes now, compared to 10, 20 years ago, they all look fabulous on a bike. Much better than you and me, BG.
Hey, hold on a second. Speak for yourself, GB.
Good. You were just so small, you could just go through anything.
I flew under the wind.
Good battle for second continuing between Ash Gentle and Pamella Oliveira. Those two separated by just about 5 seconds, maybe even a little less. And that's for the number 2 spot. We saw just a little while ago Sodero and Emma Pallant-Brown 4th and 5th, and those two also in a pretty good little fight for that position of 4th.
I think if something's going to happen here, this gap between Pamella and Chelsea, there's potential at some point for that to snap.
Exactly.
That gap is too big. Chelsea, if she can, it would behoove her to get up to that 20-meter mark.
Yep. And I think, as you said, the further into this course that we go and as that wind starts to pick up, and we speak about it being an interval session and how we deal with that mentally, because there's nothing worse than going, head on into a block wind. But what I used to like to do is just break it up into sections. So after you've done 2, 3, 4 laps, you get a very good indication of where that headwind is and when you've got a tailwind. And it's all about using that tailwind when you've got it, using that as an opportunity for free speed, and then just mentally switching yourself on for when you've got that block headwind, and just basically putting your head down and grinding away, getting through it as best you can, coming out the other side, and then using that free speed again when you've got the tailwind. And that's the way that you've got to get through it, particularly when you've got 17 laps of it. So it's just about breaking it down into those manageable pieces.
And Greg mentioned the aerodynamics of it all. You really want to minimize your frontal surface area.
Yep.
So that's how much of your body is, kind of hitting the wind. And so when you're going into that headwind, that's really when you need to focus on tucking the head, tucking the shoulders, and getting as small as possible.
Didi's there. We can see Didi Griesbauer up on screen now. Always likes to have a bit of a chat. I think that's why her and I got on so well when we used to race together.
Because you like to talk? Is that what you're saying?
Yep, we used to like to talk.
Well, she likes to talk. Alicia wanted to talk to her, so let's hear a little bit more about Didi Griesbauer.
I retired at 36 and I felt my body falling apart. And that seemed like that was the beginning of your triathlon career. What have you been able to do to not only stay competitive, but stay dominant?
There really isn't a secret sauce. I think I'm truly just really lucky to love almost too much. Like, I love what I do. And there are days I wish I didn't love it so much, because I've had my heart broken 1,000 times in a million different ways by this sport. I've had my body broken a bazillion times by this sport. But every time I get up and I ask myself the question, is it worth it? Do we want to keep going? And the answer is always yes. I just love what I do. I think, what drives me now as a nearly 52-year-old is, can I still be competitive? Can I race these women with whom I have more in common with their parents than I do with them? They're half my age in some circumstances, and can I do it?
Take everyone's expectations and smash them. Like, that is one of my favorite things about watching you race and why your story is so special. Do you put limitations on yourself at all? Like, do you think, I'm, approaching 52 years old, I'm probably going to start to slow down? Or you just think the sky's the limit?
She bikes like Tarzan, she runs like Jane. And I think that script is playing itself over and over. But my optimism comes from the fact that I know I run better than I've been able to show in races almost universally. And there's going to be that one day where people do underestimate me and they let me go on the bike, and I'm going to put together that run. And I am so optimistic that is going to happen one of these days. And I look at races now and the level that women's racing has gotten to, and I'm so proud of it. I'm so inspired by it. In full distance races, I would be winning my age by over an hour. So I do feel like I still belong in the pro field, but it's humbling. It is humbling, but it's equally inspiring. And I come away from races where I almost always do better than I thought I would in fields of women that I now put up on this pedestal. Like, wow, these athletes are amazing. So I love being discounted. I love when people just look at me and say, oh, she's old, she can't, she won't be a factor. Because I think that's exciting. That's what it fires me up a little bit. And I get to finger wag a little bit and be like, oh, ladies.
And so many times we hear that driving athletes where somebody doesn't think you can do something. And now coming up on the age of 52 years old, Didi Griesbauer is competing as a pro athlete against some of the best in the world. And she's very competitive.
And you've nailed it. And that's what I love about our sport. Here we've got Didi Griesbauer at 51 years of age. We've got other athletes, female athletes out there today in their late 20s. We know in the men's field, I think it goes from 41 years of age, Brent McMahon, down to Yuri Kulin, who's 23. So we have a 23-year-old racing against a 41-year-old. And there are not many sports out there where you get this situation occurring. So hats off to Didi. She is an absolute legend of our sport.
And I believe in Cozumel last year, she had the fastest full distance bike split ever, or one of the fastest.
She's unbelievable.
Just insane.
Yeah, really.
And no one loves to train as much as Didi. I have the pleasure of training with her back in Boulder as well, and no one loves to hurt themselves in training like she does.
And of course, the same coach as you, Julie Dibbins, has been coaching Didi Griesbauer for quite some time now.
And she's got the third fastest speed right now, so she's holding her own on these little short races too.
And this is really short for Didi. We know that obviously the full distance is her favourite distance, and then some. So we know she's an Ultraman champion as well.
She might just hop into the men's race to get a little more riding in today.
More distance. Yeah, add a little more distance to it. But what a great story that we have in Didi Griesbauer. Again, one of the eldest competitors. We also have athletes that are making their first ever pro start that's in this event. That includes Minori Minagawa, who a year ago actually won her age category in this event and has since been able to get her pro card and advanced up into the pro ranks of the triathlon. And so right now in the 16th position, but the first time out competing against the pro athletes. She's a twin. Her twin sister likes to run, wants to be a professional runner. They're both involved in the medical field. Her sister is a dietitian. She's a physical therapist.
And I always love it when we've got new professional athletes, so age group athletes making their way into the professional field. We know that she was the US age group champion last year. So she
Athlete of the Year.
Athlete of the Year. So fantastic to see. And there is a great shot of her right now competing for the first time here as a professional athlete.
And the transition from age group racing to professional racing it's very difficult. I remember when I made the transition, had a fantastic age group career, and I remember doing the Chicago Triathlon and getting lapped on the run by Big Matty Reed and Craig Alexander. So
wow.
It was a shock. You get there, but it's definitely a learning curve.
Minori, again, this her first pro race. Congratulations to her as Triathlete of the Year. And that's, again, for the age group female overall Triathlete of the Year by USA Triathlon. What a great honor. And like I said, a year ago at this race, she was her age group winner and has since worked to get her professional card. Now she is a professional triathlete, in this being her first event. Train up in the Columbus, Ohio area.
And just great for her to have the opportunity to race such an incredible field. We've got some of the best women in the world here today. So for her to be able to do her very first pro race against such a high caliber field will be, she'll get some great experience from that. If you have a look up on screen with our time splits, you can see now that exactly what you said, Tim, that split, that gap is starting to open between third place Oliveira.
Oh no. Sarah's gone down.
Oh no.
Race leader Sarah down on the bike.
And she's hurt herself. She's really hurt herself. She's in pain. Look at that shoulder. You can see that there's a lot of skin off. Oh, this is awful. And this is the thing, she had the race in her control, but you only have to overcook a corner by a little bit, just a little bit. Those time trial bikes are so twitchy. You overcook a corner just by a bit, and you are going to come down. And this is just so disappointing for Sarah.
She's on the back straightaway. That's the entrance to turn 3 of the oval here at Homestead-Miami Speedway.
No, and you can see she's taken skin off right down her back there. You can see this is a nasty fall. Look, I don't think she's broke anything, but she's certainly taken a lot of skin off, and that is painful.
We do have a replay of this. I'm going to let you know it's fairly graphic. Going down here on the bike. Didn't see the cones. Looking down.
Did she miss the turn?
She was on the inside. She was supposed to be on the outside of the cone. She was on the inside. Didn't notice them until too late. Seeing that in action, that was a really nasty fall. She hit the ground very, very hard.
And you could see she just put her head down for 1 second.
1 second.
It's just all it takes.
Oh, and she's really upset. Look at her. This is
crushed.
Awful. Oh, the poor thing.
Absolutely crushed. She had over a minute lead on the field out in front. We talked about how mental this type of event is, how this race is, and just one lapse.
Just a silly mistake. That's right.
And we talked about the turns and worrying about keeping that focus through the turns, but sometimes you lay your guard down when you think you're in an easier spot, right?
Yep. So everyone's full concentration through the turns on the road course, but they think, okay, now I'm clean, I'm free, I'm out on the main track. It's the easy part, and then lapse in concentration and.
And there's so many thoughts going through her head. It's not just about today and the position she was in. It's about the rest of the season and May and how this is going to affect all of that. So our heart goes out to her.
And again, Sarah Perez-Sala out in front. She was leading this race.
And hats off to everybody on the ground right now. Checking in on her, making sure she's okay. Even saw Eric Wynn, one of the photographers out there. Everybody's pitching in to make sure she's hanging in there.
She's okay. And Ash Gentle now has taken over the lead.
And can you see those time splits, Rick? Ash Gentle, Oliveira still right behind her, 6 seconds behind, but you can see that gap has now opened back to 3rd, 4th and 5th. 26 seconds back to Sodaro. Emma Pallant-Brown at 29, and then Samantha Kingsford at 36. So that gap has opened up.
And Alicia, we see Ash Gentle now out in front, kind of handed the lead there.
Ashleigh had absolutely no reaction. She literally looked at her and just calmly went by, and it's just a sign of a true veteran when you can stay calm. Of course, you never want to see your competitor go down like that, but Ashleigh it barely phased her, and if anything, I feel like the gap opened up between her and Pamella Oliveira. So I think she's suddenly leading this race. She's exactly where she wants to be with her best discipline to come. So Ashleigh's in the box seat, as BG would say.
She said that you would say she's in the box seat.
She is in the box seat. Look, again, like you said, she didn't even look sideways, and that's the true sign of a professional athlete. She would be very upset for Sara Perez-Sara, but she has a race to do, so it's all about getting your head back in the game. As we see that top shot of Sara Perez. And Ash just needs to focus on what she's got to do, and yeah, in the lead now. Not a position she's not used to being in. So for Ash Gentle and for Pamella Oliveira.
Strategically, just a great positioning for Ash. You know, being on the front, not letting herself be exposed to any gaps opening.
No.
You're doing more work, but you're also setting the pace.
You're setting the pace, and you're in control.
Like to do. You're in control.
Yep.
So many marks of road rash there on Sara Perez-Sara that are going to sting for quite some time, but might not sting as bad as the memory of what just happened.
Yep.
The fact that she was out in front of this
leading
field,
the race, exactly, Rick.
knowing that she had a chance, another opportunity here in Miami, and that gone now.
Oh, I'm just so gutted for her. I really am. I didn't think it was going to affect me so much, but I really feel for it. It's just, you know, coming off a great win only 2 weeks ago in Lanzarote, she was in fine form, brand new bike. And then to see this happen so early on in the race, it's absolutely devastating. And I think, you know, it's just the shock of it all too. It starts to sink in what has actually really just happened. I mean, at first you're almost dumbfounded because you're on the ground and you don't actually understand what's just happened. And it takes almost a couple of minutes for it to sink in, and then obviously the pain comes into it too. For those first couple of minutes, there's no pain. You don't feel the pain of that crash, but then that starts to come as well. And then looking forward and thinking, oh, have I done any more damage? Is it just skin off? Have I got broken bones? How about my bike? And I know that's crazy, but that's one thing you think about. Have I destroyed my bike? And being on a brand new bike as well, it's just it's not a nice feeling. But you know, she'll go home and she'll calm down and she'll reassess and realize that, you know, life goes on, and that she's lucky that it's probably just a little bit of skin off and that she will be okay.
I think she made the right call. You know, I've been in this situation. I immediately hop back up and try to get on
your bike. Yep. Fight or flight. Fight or flight.
But you know, if she's thinking about the rest of the season, this is the right move. You can actually, you know, if she tweaks something that she doesn't know, realize a lot of adrenaline running through her body right now. And
very, very hard hit. I mean, she was airborne as she went tumbling after getting off that cone.
And you could see the moment in her eyes when she realized what was happening, and just nothing you can do about it at that point.
Shock. I mean, she was in shock knowing what was about to happen. As now, Ash Gentle is in command of this race, about 8 seconds separating her and Pamella Oliveira. Chelsea Sodaro about 30 seconds back now in third. Emma Pallant-Brown 33 back in fourth, and Kingsford back 38 seconds from the leader.
And I wonder if, you know, Emma Pallant-Brown last weekend at the couples championship had the fastest female race of the day, an amazing performance. And I wonder if she's just stuck herself in a position where maybe she was more focused on Chelsea in front of her and lost sight of Ashleigh and the gap that was opening up, because this is not the position that Emma wants to be in with, you know, Ashleigh up front. Ashleigh's a fantastic runner as well, so you don't want to give her anything on the bike if you can, you know, do something about it.
9 laps complete, just a little over halfway on the bike portion of this triathlon here from Clash Endurance Miami. Ash Gentle out front. Pamella Oliveira falling back just a little bit more now, 11 seconds back. You see Sara Perez Sala in the emergency vehicle. They'll check her out after taking a very massive spill on the bike while leading the race. Just got off track, hit a cone, looked like maybe a scoring device that was right there, and that launched her into the air. Very violent crash.
And I think one of the advantages of having a race on a track like this is just how quickly medical were able to get to her. Often when you're out on a normal triathlon course, out and back course, when sometimes you can be out in the middle of nowhere, and it can take upwards of an hour for you to receive that medical help. So to see her get that so quickly within minutes, and of course here on the NASCAR track, she'll be taken back to the medical center here and taken care of. So great to see her get help so quickly.
We see Lisa Becharas moving up
as expected
in the field right now. Definitely as expected. And Didi, I don't know if Didi had a mechanical issue or if she's just fallen off pace a little bit, but she's now about a minute behind Lisa.
Yeah, definitely further than what we had anticipated. Griesbauer was up in the top 10. Actually, she was running 8th when we were talking about her as she was on the bike. And as you guys have mentioned, now she's fallen back 6 spots to the 14th position.
And as strong as Didi is on the bike, this course with all of its turns, it's a little bit different. It's a different of a scenario, especially for a long course specific athlete.
Holding that arrow position, trying to cut through the air. Pamella Oliveira here in second, but again, we're seeing Ash Gentle pull away. Ash Gentle is having a great ride right now.
Samantha Kingsford, it's great to see her up with Chelsea and Emma right now. Last weekend, I think she lost about 70 seconds to Emma on the bike, and that was only in 10 miles. So the fact that she's already,
reached up
15, 17 miles into this, she's hanging in tough. New Kids on the Block reference.
Thank you for that.
I love it. I love it. For me, obviously, because coming from Australia and I've seen Ash Gentle race so many times in Noosa, I know how strong she is. And it always makes me chuckle just a little bit because a lot of people think of Ash as only being a great runner, but she's strong across all 3 legs, and she's great bike rider. In Noosa every year, it's not a particularly easy bike course. It's technically easy. It's straight out, straight back, but it's got a solid climb right on the way out, and she rides very, very well. As I said, it's not too many athletes in the world that can say they've won the same race 8 times. And we've seen her, as we said, she won her race, a 70.3 race that she did in China. She was 3rd, 70.3 Sunshine Coast. So we know that she can race over these longer distances, and she is definitely strong on the bike. And I mean, training partner, also fiance Josh Amberger, very, very strong on the bike. So they do a lot of, don't know if they do that much riding together, but she, just even being able to hang on to Josh's wheel, she'd have to be strong.
Lisa Becharas moving up another spot now as she's gone by Catano. We noticed when Ash Gentle went through the turn, that switchback, she looked back at her competition to see where her competition was, and immediately got up out of the saddle and started pumping and was like, all right, maybe a little bit too close. I need to work a little harder.
There are certain points in the race where you just have to go all in. And Ash may have looked over her shoulder and decided, hey, this is worth the effort right now.
Well, she could probably see that rubber band is starting to break just ever so slightly. And if you look now, Oliveira 23 seconds back, and Ash probably got a little bit of a look back and thought, you know what, it's starting to break. If I just give it a little bit extra here, I can actually get rid of her.
That's Chelsea Sodaro right there, currently in the 3rd position. I don't think we can say enough about how amazing this woman is.
Unbelievable.
Sky, her daughter, was born in May of 2021, and just 3 months later, she was in the Collins Cup, and you had to qualify for that.
Yes.
And I'm telling you, it's amazing, not only the fact that she's able to rebound after giving birth, but also she's able to continue her training to the point where now, in less than a year from giving birth to Sky, she's out here running third and definitely in competition to potentially win this race.
Yeah, it's quite incredible. And look, she did have a couple of issues postpartum, which she has now dealt with, so it's great to see her back racing. The interesting thing for Chelsea, for me, she is actually going to take on her first full distance race this year, so she's actually racing Ironman Hamburg. So I can't wait to see how Chelsea Sodaro goes over the full distance. We know that she's really, really strong over the half distance, and first race back here, looking very, very strong and in a great position so far. Third, right where she wants to be.
And, you know, having watched Rinny have 2 kids and the road back after giving birth,
it's not easy.
It's not easy by any means. And it seems to be, at least for her, the running came along, took the longest to come back. So, you know, we didn't see Chelsea's a phenomenal runner. I mean, she ran a 1:16 at Santa Rosa in 2019. That's blazing fast.
Yeah.
I think we're going to start to see her run come back right now. Around the year mark, it seems that's when everything starts clicking again. So I'm excited to see, you know, what she's going to do on the oval when she hits the run.
Rennie was in the same situation, a professional triathlete. You have 2 children now, Tim, with Rennie. And how was it for her to come back from training from after giving birth?
Well, when we look at our first child, our daughter Izzy, Rennie's bike came back very quickly, stronger than ever, actually. And it did take about a year for her run to come around. But then we look at 2019, she had some of her best 70.3s ever. And now after Finn, it's been 14 months, and when we were training in California, I saw that Rinny pop, just that quick, that little quick, you know, reaction on the ground, and I'm like, that's the Rinny I know out there running. So it takes some time, but my hat's off to all the mothers out there that have the fortitude to get back to racing, and you know, still manage being great moms as well.
Here's Sonia Catano, the American, currently in the 7th position, just about 3 minutes behind race leader Ash Gentle.
We did just get feedback, Rick, that Didi Griesbauer has dropped out of the race. Now, I don't know if it's mechanical or something else. Hopefully we can find out, and hopefully she's okay.
Yeah, very surprising.
Yeah, we did know something was up when we could see her falling back. It's not usual for her to fall back on the bike at all. Normally she's moving forward. So as soon as we can find out exactly what has happened to Didi, we will let you know. But just for everyone out there now, Didi Griesbauer has unfortunately retired from the race along with Sarah Perez-Sala. So we have lost 2 women. But you can see right now, our other women down on course looking very, very strong. We know that the wind is starting to really pick up.
Just a comment on head position for a lot of our women out here. You really want the tail of that aero helmet to sit on your shoulders. So right now, every time that you get tired, you start to tuck your chin and drop your head, and that actually slows you down. You bring the tail up into the wind. So that's one of those little details that you have to really work on. And as we said, it's a very mentally challenging course, and you have to stay on top of that as well.
How about Ash getting out of the seat once again and pumping the legs, still getting after it, 11 laps into this race?
I think you'll see Ash Gentle do that quite a bit. As she's already told us, you know, time trial frame isn't something that she's traditionally trains on a lot, particularly because most of the last couple of years have been spent concentrating on the Olympics and on Tokyo, so she's been on a road bike. So even though she's had some time since the Olympics to get used to the time trial frame, it hasn't been a huge amount of time, particularly if you compare it to the other athletes out there today. So she's being very, very smart there and getting out of the saddle every now and again just to give her back a rest, to give her shoulders a rest, just to wind it up a little bit and then back down on those error bars. So this is really smart racing from Ash today.
Ash Gentle, race leader right now. If you're just joining us, she was running second to Sarah Perez-Sala. She had gotten out of the water first, was very strong on the bike. You see her look down here. This will be a little bit violent. She loses track of where she is. And hard onto the asphalt here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. And Sarah Perez-Sala out of the race. officials were able to get to her immediately. And they took her to the medical center here in the infield. But obviously a very traumatic experience.
Oh, just horrible.
For Sarah. And Greg Bennett will have an update on Sarah as we continue on. And again, Ash Gentle was running in the second position when that accident happened. She took over the lead and has not looked, well, literally she has looked back, but has not looked back figuratively. Her competition she has pulled away from, as Pamella Oliveira now 36 seconds back. And Ash Gentle, a very, very strong runner, trying to stretch her distance out now on the bike, trying to make sure that the other strong runners in the field can't catch her, putting distance between herself and Sodaro, Emma Pallant-Brown.
Really impressive racing from Ash right now. 38 seconds back to Oliveira. I knew that elastic band would start to break, and it's definitely happening right now. And it won't be long before Sodaro and Pallant-Brown actually move up towards Pamela.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll have those three women riding together with Ash out front. But you can see now from our shots, Ash has a clear lead.
Yeah, you saw there, it showed that Ash was falling down.
She's definitely
We're watching
not.
her. We're watching her, and she hasn't been passed. So that's some technical issues there.
Trust the film. Trust the video that we're watching, and she looks great.
Yeah, still
in control.
In control. Great cadence. Taking it round those corners very, very well. Staying down in that aero bar position.
Maya Stage-Nielsen. Maya is currently in the 8th position. Interesting about Maya, we'll talk a little bit more about. A lot of athletes will transition. We talked about Emma Pallant-Brown coming from a pro racing background, or a professional runner, and transferring over into the triathlon. Well, how about Maya? She was a pro golfer. She made this transition. A professional golfer has transitioned to triathlon.
And it's interesting, she was a professional golfer actually teaching golfing over in Club La Santa, which is a place that's, as I said earlier, many famous. And it's not just a famous place for triathlon, it's a famous place for many sports. And she was over there playing golf, and then was starting to get a little bit, not bored, but just wasn't really sure if it was the direction she wanted to go in. And she saw that there was triathlon. She saw this other sport over there, triathlon. And it reminds me of another athlete that was over there working in Club La Santa, was Michelle Vesterby. There's another athlete that was on Lanzarote working in Club La Santa, saw the sport of triathlon and thought, this looks pretty good. I think I'll give it a go. And now you've got, Maya Stage-Nielsen and Michelle Vesterby, both from Denmark, and two exceptional athletes. So Club La Santa, it seems to be the place that if you're going to become a triathlete, that's where you're going to get it.
She made the comment, she said, I think the biggest pain during a race has been mental. Says, by trash talking myself into a black hole. She said that's worse than the physical pain that she's ever experienced in a race. So, and obviously as a golfer, that's a very mental sport as well. But she is constantly pushing herself, as we see again. Ashleigh Gentle out front. She's leading this race. She has a 45-second lead now over Pamella Oliveira. See her clicking along just over 26 miles per hour. That will fluctuate. Again, a very windy day here in Homestead.
And there's no greater pressure, Rick, than the internal pressure an athlete puts on themselves. And, you know, it seems like there's so much on the outside, but there's no harder critic than the athlete.
Right. Yeah, all of these athletes are constantly self-affirmation, telling yourself, you know, you're doing everything you can push harder.
I would continually talk to myself, little mind games, and you know, I'd have on one side the little person telling me that, oh look, it's all too hard, it's hurting too much, just pack it in, and then the other side saying, don't be stupid, you've got this, you can do this. And it's like that continual back and forth all day, trying to convince yourself that you've still got what it takes, that the pain's only temporary in this, you know, you just want to cross that finish line, and then you've got that other little self, the little devil saying, no, it's all too hard, it's all too hard.
That second right there, Sodaro has just gone around Pamella Oliveira.
And we did see Pamella Oliveira. She was starting to fall back ever so slightly. And that's given, I knew it was only a matter of time before Chelsea Sodaro, as you see the pass take place now. You could see that both Chelsea Sodaro and Emma Pallant-Brown were moving up towards Pamella Oliveira. And we spoke about that, you know, once you lose sight of that person up in front, which you're pacing off, it's very, very difficult. You often find that you lose pace quite quickly.
And here we go. Emma's coming around Pamela as well. And
yep.
She has to. She cannot lose Chelsea's wheel. You know, no. Pamela opened up that gap originally with Ashleigh, and that's not a wheel you want to be on at this point in the race.
Now, what will be interesting to see from here, whether Pamela is able to now slot herself into these two, because if she can, then that's fantastic for Pamela, because she's got some help now. We do know that it's the 20-metre rule, so they still have to keep 20 metres distance, but being able to have women to ride with, even if you're just seeing them, it still makes a huge difference, even if it's just a mental difference.
And so right now, the way the rules work, Pamella Oliveira needs to drop back.
She does.
The 20. The second that the tire clears, the front tire clears, say, for example, Emma Pallant-Brown.
She's waving her hand. I saw that. I don't know if she has.
I'm not sure
having an issue or.
We saw her get up out of the saddle.
So we have just been given an update out on course. Didi Griesbauer, we told you earlier that she has pulled out. She blew out a sidewall of her tyre. She has tried to fix it, but just can't. So unfortunately, that is the end of Didi Griesbauer's race here today. So she did get a flat tyre, which is, I mean, it's part and parcel of racing. In the longer distance races, you can change that tyre and you can make your way back into the race. But a race of this distance, a flat tyre pretty much means the end of your day.
Glad to hear she's okay.
Yeah. Unfortunate timing, obviously. And Greg Bennett was down at the Baptist Healthcare Center, and we're going to get an update on how Sarah Perez-Sala is doing.
Yeah, hi guys. Obviously a horrific crash everybody saw. I just spoke to the physician. She's doing okay. They're patching up all her wounds right now. She's in okay spirits from what I've heard. I haven't had a chance to speak to her, but we will shortly. But honestly, just a little bit of feedback for everybody at home watching. Horrific crash. It looks like it's just she's lost a lot of skin, obviously, and they're just patching her up now.
Thanks, Greg. And once again, we'll show you what happened as she looked down, then looking back up again. She noticed she was off track.
Oh, I can barely watch it, honestly. Oh, and look at the pain on the face.
And as a cyclist, you know your shoes are strapped in, and your first, the first thing you want to do is put your feet out to catch you, but with your shoes locked in to these pedals, it's just there's nothing she could have done right then to help herself. She was on for a ride.
We've got Ash going through one of the aid stations here, getting as much water in as possible. We do know it's going to get very, very warm out there today, particularly for the run. So Ash doing everything within her power to make sure that she stays hydrated.
This is the same part of the track where we saw that incident take place with Sarah Perez-Sala.
So this is the backside of the course, and they'll actually be running outside here right now, outside of this cycling lane. So that's kind of why the cones are set up as they are. It's almost a chute for the bike leg.
Yeah, it's just a transition. It's called the apron, obviously, in NASCAR. They were down on the apron, maybe in that little transition area, getting either water or something from the aid station, and then you transition back up onto the track. That's what all those cones were for, and Sarah was just not in position at the time. She was looking down, didn't realize she had gotten as close as she did, and into the cones and into one of those scoring boxes, and over the handlebars she went. Up to second, Sodaro trying to close that gap with Ash Gentle.
I ran into Chelsea Sodaro when I was at the airport here in Miami. She's here with her father. Sky is back home with Dad. So this is another I mean, Rennie would know this as well. It's another difficult thing. You know, she's had to come here to Miami. She's had to leave her daughter at home. She's flown here with a father, so she has a father here for support. But still very tough to be away from your daughter, who's not even one yet. So, you know, she's investing a lot in this. But right now, in a great position, doing everything right out there on course. And we are here getting exactly what we want.
There will be a run battle here.
What we expected.
And Pallet Brown, and honestly, three of the very best when it comes to the run.
Yeah, positioning themselves now.
I just watched the pass of Chelsea Sodaro, Emma Pallet Brown, and Pamella Oliveira going around some lapped athletes, and it was tough. I mean, this is what makes this course so challenging when the sections get a little bit narrow. Trying to have a group of three go around a group of two definitely got a little bit hairy there, but everyone's obeying those rules. But it does get really hard to make those strategic passes, know when you can do them, because once you commit to that pass, there is no backing out of it. That is an instantaneous penalty. The officials are on them. They're all riding fairly, but that was a really tough section for those lead women to have to navigate.
And we heard with Alicia talking the wind in the microphone, but I want to look at, for example, Sodaro's bike here. That rear wheel doesn't have spokes. So when you go and the wind hits you sideways, is that pushing you? I mean, are you having to maintain your course?
That's called a disc wheel, Rick, and it acts like a sail. So if anybody familiar with sailing,
like a spinnaker, yep.
Absolutely. So yes, when you get hit with a crosswind, it does make it harder to control.
But in saying that, being a rear wheel where you put most of your weight, it's not as bad. Often the worst is to have a really deep dish front. So if we look at her front wheel, she has got a deep dish front wheel, and that's more where the wind can play a part, because it's that front wheel where you don't have as much weight on the front end of the bike, and that's when you can get really blown around.
You see just how strong the winds are here.
The world of track cycling, when you're in an indoor environment or on the track, you can ride a disc up front.
Double disc.
Double disc. That would not fare well out on a course.
Not
like
today.
Miami.
Definitely not today.
Yeah, that's a strong wind too for these athletes to have to deal with.
Great to see Samantha Kingsford. She's at 127 back, so it hasn't, even though it's blown out a tiny bit, she was originally riding with Pallet Brown and Sodaro. Great to see that she's not losing a huge amount of time.
Definitely, yeah, she's holding her own. And Belinda, strategically, do you think Chelsea and Emma made a mistake earlier on by not trying to position right behind Ashleigh, try to sit second and third wheel?
Yeah, I agree, because they must know that they can't afford Gentle to have any lead off the bike.
A minute is a sizable lead for a runner with the pedigree as Ashleigh.
And I know Greg mentioned earlier, that this slightly longer runner, so it's 16.9 kilometres to be precise. But at the end of the day, Ash Gentle, even though she's used to running 10K and under, I know that she can still run this distance. I don't think it's going to be an issue for her, and I don't think that she's going to fall off the pace at all. So these women, they really need to try and bridge that gap across. It's now sitting just over the minute mark, and really that's all Ash needs.
Again, Ash Gentle is out front. We talked earlier about our eldest competitor in Didi Griesbauer. She is out of the race and standing by with Greg.
Thanks, Rick. Yes, I'm down here with Didi Griesbauer. And Didi, that's not where an inner tube's meant to go. Take me through what happened.
I was probably, I don't even know what lap I was on. I was about 40 minutes in, and I went around a corner and I flatted. which is never a good thing, particularly in a race of this caliber, this distance, the speed. But I'm old school. I believe you finish what you start. I had a tube. I had a CO2. I went to change the tire. Plus, I know Julie's going to make me, Coach Julie Dibbins is going to make me do something horrific next week, because this is supposed to be a good, hard effort, blow out the cobwebs, and I didn't quite do that. But I was fully intending to get back out there, had the tube, was changing the inner tube, and realized that I blew out the sidewall, and I didn't have a tire. So I walked back in. My friend Mark Andrews from Trek very graciously gave me a tire, but I was already on the sidelines for about 20 minutes, and at that point I'd interfere with the men's race, and I'm disappointed because I was fully intending to finish in a flat. Is something that happens to everyone, but there's nothing you can do with a sidewall blowout on the tire. So
no, it happens to everybody. Everybody gets it at some point in their career. But tell me about the race otherwise. You were in it. Were you happy how it was going, blowing out the cobwebs, as you put it?
Yeah, I was in a world of hurt. Like the race was doing its job to me for sure. I'm not really accustomed to racing a race of this distance. I tend towards the longer distances, but gosh, this venue is amazing, and it's been so much fun. They've taken such good care of us here at Clash, and I was having a really good time. Like, I was hurting, but that's why we're all here, is to go out and hurt and realize you're alive. And I was definitely alive, so I was really looking forward to finishing this one. It's a once in a lifetime, really unique venue, and I'm really disappointed.
I'm so sorry, Dee Dee, but you'll have another turn, I'm sure. You're only 51. You're not even 52 yet, so you have another time. Over to you, Alicia.
We just came by the water station, and Emma Pallant-Brown is definitely feeling the heat. She just absolutely hammered water on that water station, and Pamella Oliveira started closing, and rather than making the pass, she sat up and went back. So to me, that tells me Pamella's hurting a little. She had an opportunity to pass Emma Pallant and did not take it, and in fact backed out of the opportunity. So I think these women are starting to feel the conditions and the heat. We're seeing very panicked faces coming through those water stations. I think athletes are running out of water and are taking the time to get their hydration. So we're just starting to see the elements really come into play here, but overall our lead women are continuing to look strong.
And really interesting point, Alicia, because for a lot of these athletes, they're actually coming out of winter. So to be thrust into these temperatures in their very first race of the season, that's going to be an even bigger shock to the system. For someone like Ash Gentle coming from Australia, where we've had one of the most hottest and humid summers we've ever had, and this is not going to be an issue for her at all. We had a lot of rain. We've had a stack of rain, so the humidity where she lives in Brisbane has been off the charts. So for me, this won't be an unusual situation for Ash. She'll be able to handle these conditions quite well. But for the likes of Sodaro and Pallant-Brown, it could be a problem when it comes to the run.
And if you're not coming from an environment like Ashleigh, hopefully some of these other athletes were doing heat training, doing some sauna training or some, indoor heat and humidity training. It's really important. We trained in Australia for years in the winter, and you would always come back feeling amazing coming off of those harsh conditions. So it's definitely a disadvantage for those cold weather athletes right now.
And this has got to be one of those moments again when you're racing where you start talking to yourself.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, okay, what am I doing now? What do I need to do knowing that I still have 16.9 kilometers or a little over 10-mile run in front of me after I get off the bike and I'm feeling the way I am now?
And with 3 laps left to go for the women on the bike, it's also very easy to start losing concentration, and you'll see that when that's why you use your bike computer to make sure that you stay on track, you keep that speed up, because it's very easy for the mind to start to wander now. And these women would be they would be thinking about the run, no doubt, and so they would be thinking, I need to get as much nutrition, hydration in as I can to put myself in the best possible position coming into T2. And the fact that Pamella Oliveira didn't make that pass was very interesting. But I think that's smart racing. She's like, no, these girls caught me. I'm just going to sit back here, play it easy, try and get my heart rate back down again, because obviously she was struggling to stay up there with Ash Gentle. So she's actually doing a really good thing right now and letting the girls up front set the pace. And she's just going to try and hang back at that 20-meter mark, and hopefully they'll take her into T2.
And her run is not Pamella's strong suit of the 3 disciplines, and I think she realizes the pedigree of the women that she's riding with. So It is a smart move to just let them do the work.
Let them get the tired legs.
And try to get the best performance out of yourself that you can.
Again, on the road course portion of the track here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. They'll make a hard left turn, go back out onto the oval. The aid station will be right there. And again, as they enter onto the oval in turn 3 here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, that is where we saw the horrific crash by Sara Perez Sala earlier while leading this race. And now it's Ash Gentle who's on top of the screen there and leading. And she right now has about a 70-second advantage over Chelsea Sodaro. Emma Pallant-Brown 72 seconds back. 75 seconds back is Pamela Oliveira.
And really, Ashleigh seems to be putting time into the entire field. You look at Lisa Becharas, you know, she was 2 minutes down at one point and now 2:53. So it's not necessarily that just Chelsea and Emma are maybe falling off pace. Ashleigh seems to be keeping the throttle down.
Alicia.
Just watching the water station again, and I really think Emma Pallant-Brown is either severely overheating or has not carried enough onboard hydration. She is ensuring every single time she comes by, she's downing an entire water bottle, spraying it on her back. So while we see her still in this position, I think she's didn't carry enough water and is overheating a little bit. Chelsea Sodaro is going right by that water station, not getting anything, looks completely calm, cool, and collected. And Pamela Oliveira, I do think, is strategically just sort of sitting at the back there, taking a rest. These women are getting hot, and I think we're going to see a really, really tough strength run out of there, out of some incredibly strong women.
So again, Oliveira running in the 4th spot right now. Chelsea Sodaro's up in 2nd. Emma Pallant-Brown, again, she's moved to South Africa, so at this time of the year it's warmer, so you wouldn't think it would be as much of a difference for her to come here and experience these temperatures as well as the humidity and it be affecting her, but obviously it has today, especially.
Now, is that a dry climate where she is?
Yeah, it is. I think it's the humidity here because obviously I come from a country where we have very high humidity, and even when I got off the plane here in Miami, I was blown away. I did not expect it to be as humid as it is.
There's Emma Pallant-Brown currently in 3rd and about 75 seconds behind Ash Gentle. We know that she is an extremely strong runner, but is the humidity affecting her today? As they come up, just 2 laps remaining on the bike, and they'll be getting ready for transition 2, so T2, where once again WAHOO will be offering $1,000 for the fastest through transition 2.
And she may just be preparing herself, Emma, that is, with taking on all that hydration. You know, sometimes in the moment it looks like if you're passing an aid station you're invincible, but that might bite you in the behind a little bit later in the race,
exactly.
Right?
So I think Emma's doing everything within her power to make sure that she gets onto that run in as good a shape as she can. And, you know, she raced last weekend at the couples event, at the couples race, so, and she was fine there. You were there at that event, and I'm not sure. I mean, I know it's easy for us to draw conclusions because she's taking a lot of water on board, but maybe she's just being smart and thinking, I'm going to take it when I can get it. But, you know, once we see them come into T2 and we see what she looks like off the bike, we'll get a fairly good indication on whether that heat has really played a part.
And I'm not saying this in a joking manner, but it was a year ago, Tim, when you came to T2 a little bit early.
I did.
You tried to stop. You tried to stop a lap before you
Surely
were supposed to.
the boys should have spotted me a lap if I was having a heart attack, right? Come on, guys.
Actually,
well,
let's even the field.
Good point. You should have been given a lap out. When they have that in cycling, you get a flat tire.
Yeah.
Come on.
How are these athletes, how do they know? Where are they being told that they have, say, 1 lap to go?
There's a big screen out there, so they were told at the pro briefing there's a huge big jumbotron, and it actually counts with the timing, and that's why you'll actually see, if you look closely, they're actually wearing 2 timing chips. So in a normal
One on each
triathlon
ankle.
race, you only usually wear the one. But they wanted to assure that no, if in case one timing chip failed, they would have another one there to take its place. So they have 2 timing chips on. You'll see some of the athletes have got one on each, although some of them have got 2 on the one leg. But that's to ensure that they do work, and that when they go past the Jumbotron, it will actually tell them how many laps they've got to go. When they have completed lap 17 on that next lap, it'll actually say to them, go to transition. So it's highly unlikely that we will see any athlete coming into transition early unless they are suffering the same fate as
I was going to say, don't you wish they had this technology a year ago?
Seriously, I don't remember that. I think I would have.
No, I think this has been put in place because of what happened to you last year.
This is the TO clause
The
right
TO
here.
clause.
Yeah. So now mentally preparing for the run. As you know that you're a little less than 2 laps remaining on the bike portion here of the triathlon. How do you mentally prepare for, all right, I've got to get ready to get into my cadence, get into that running rhythm?
I think that's it, Rick. The cadence is key. If you got to get that leg speed going right away, and just knowing the course, visualizing the course, and I'm sure that headwind coming off of 1 and into turn 2, they're mentally preparing for that as well. And if you're running, say Chelsea and Emma are running together, positioning between the two, especially in the headwind section,
whether they're going to share
very
the work,
important, right?
share the love there. That's right. In order to try and close that gap on Ash Gentle. As you can see, Ash Gentle, great cadence right now. She still looks terrific, nice and relaxed in the shoulders. She doesn't look like she's breathing too heavily. She looks fantastic.
She looks in control.
Yep.
As Sarah Perez-Sala came out of the water with a pretty sizable lead, a great transition for her, and she was up and pedaling on the bike quickly. The WAHOO 1000 went to Pamella Oliveira as far as fastest transition one. Great transition for Oliveira. The other bonus was for the fastest first lap on the bike from Speed Hound, and that went to Lisa Becharas. Fastest first lap. Ashleigh Gentle was able to make the pass up to second, and she was still about a minute behind Sarah Perez-Sala before this happened. While leading the race, Sarah Perez-Sala goes down after hitting the cones in the scoring box. Immediately helped back up, but that handed the race over to Ash Gentle. And after Ash Gentle was just a few seconds in front of her competition, she has now stretched it out. Chelsea Sodaro moved up to second. Emma Pallant-Brown also going by Oliveira to take third. Ashleigh Gentle out in front, and coming up on the final lap now for Ash Gentle. So one more time around this road course oval combination.
Now, Rick, I've just been told that black box that Sarah actually hit was the lap counter for the lead screen. So just what I was talking before about the 2 chips that they are wearing. One of those chips is the lap counter, but the other one is to tell them their position and the time behind the leader. So they're actually getting, these athletes out there today are actually getting a lot more information than what they would normally get in a triathlon. But yeah, luckily well, not lucky for Sarah. She was the unlucky one here, but the first one on the scene there was one of the team from the timing, and they hardly lost any data. They were able to get that lap counter back up and working. So we knew that she'd hit something. We weren't quite sure whether it was a cone, but it was actually the box for the lead screen.
What she's talking about is right here, that box. Again, she almost avoided the cone. It got her out of position. You can see her leg is already under the seat as she's trying to catch herself. but then she hits that box that you were just talking about, Belinda, and over the handlebars and off the bike she goes. And what a violent crash that was. She has been checked out in the infield care center. Great battle for second building here as Sodaro just a bit in front of Emma Pallant-Brown, but you see her in the light blue there, closing the gap now. And Pamella Oliveira just behind them. She is the third in line. Ash Gentle will be coming up on T2. Sodaro now has her hands full with Emma Pallant-Brown right behind her.
It's going to be interesting to see Ashleigh's bike split, Rick. Course record, Lucy Charles Barclay at 1:34.49 in the bike split. And right now, Ashleigh's at about maybe 1:31 or so for her time. So she's got a few minutes to get around if she wants to try to set that course record.
Now, speaking about aero helmets, we were talking about that before. Rick, you were asking us about that and about how important it is for head position. But what they've done with a lot of the aero helmets today, if you notice that Ash's aero helmet, it's actually missing the tail. So it doesn't really matter as much if she does. See how you can see her moving her head up and down. She's got her head down and up. It doesn't, because there's no tail, you're not getting that in the air. So it's actually a very, very clever helmet. And it means that she is able to move that helmet around a little bit more without it slowing her down.
If you know you're an athlete that will have the tendency to drop your chin and tuck your head right there, it's definitely a good call on the helmet choice.
Very strong bike for Ash Gentle. Sodaro still holding off Emma Pallant-Brown. The last kick here, trying to get to T2.
So we know that the bike record, the course record, is held by Lucy Charles Barclay from last year's race, 1:34.49. So it's going to be interesting to see what Ash Gentle is able to produce here today, if it's going to be faster than that of Lucy Charles Barclay, or if one of the other athletes racing today is able to break that. But we know right now on course, Ash Gentle is the fastest as she comes into T2. Yep. As you can see, out of the bike shoes, feet on top, beautiful clean transitions. We expected nothing less. This is something that Ash Gentle is very, very good at, coming from a short course background where transitions are crucial. Not so much in the long course racing, but in short course racing, transitions are absolutely crucial. That can be where you win and lose a race.
I guarantee you, Belinda, she's not worrying about bike course records right now. She's worried about taking that win home.
Oh, yeah.
Alicia.
Ashleigh Gentle's just come into T1. As we know, those first few steps are always painful. She looks smooth. I'm curious to see if she's going to put on socks. She's not going full short course style here. She will likely get this T2 bonus by not putting on socks. She looks smooth, in control, trying to see if she's got any nutrition with her. She does. Bib, and she's off. She's got over a minute lead. This woman is going to be very hard to catch today.
Great cadence coming out of T2 for Ash Gentle. And rules here are she had to put her shoes on before she left transition. That was the one thing that the officials were telling all of the athletes. They can't run out of transition trying to get that bonus and try to put the shoes on after you get out of it. That shoes had to go on.
And did you see Ash Gentle just took a look over his shoulder then just to see where everyone's. We know that Chelsea Sodaro is coming in now, getting his shoes off. But this is a huge lead for someone the caliber of Ash Gentle, particularly on the run. She's right where she needs to be. It's going to be very, very difficult for Chelsea and Emma.
And she wasn't thinking about it, but Ashleigh just rode a 1:33.04, smashing the bike course record.
Oh my gosh! Wow!
Minute and 45 seconds.
So Lucy Charles Barclay holding that record of 1:34.49, and now we have a new bike record. Just a year.
She only held it for a year.
1 year. 1 year.
Getting off the bike here, Sodaro.
Chelsea's just coming off the bike here, hitting that dismount line, followed closely behind by Emma Pallant-Brown and Pamella Oliveira. They're all racked right next to each other, so it's a bit congested in that T2 right now. It looks like we have a combo of socks versus no socks. It looks like Pamella Oliveira, coming from short course racing, is going with no socks. So I expect to see her hitting this run first, but she's got two former professional runners with her. So this run is going to be so exciting. Emma Pallant is having a particularly slow T2, so she's lost, 5-6 seconds here, but hopefully we'll see her find her form early in the run here.
And Alicia, I was surprised just how quick Chelsea Sodaro was able to get out. She put socks on, but she didn't lose any time in doing so.
I completely agree. That was like the fastest sock putter on I've ever seen in my life. Sam Kingsford is flying. She literally almost fell when she came off the bike. She's moving really, really fast. She's putting her socks up, Sam Kingsford as well. So she's putting her socks on now, and she's got a little gap, but she can see them. If she can just get out of T2 with those women in sight, she'll have that sort of carrot to play off of in the early stages of this run.
As you guys were singing the praises of Sodaro and Pallant Brown, Oliveira went by both of them in that transition. Remember, she was the fastest in transition 1. She won the WAHOO 1000 in transition 1 and potentially could do it again, repeat here in transition 2. As we see Kingsford putting the bib on.
And she is, in the lead in that transition race by 2 seconds. So great spot.
We've got Becharas coming in right now. Another strong bike ride from her, as expected.
And this is one of the things in early season races, you tend to forget to practice your transitions. And all these little details you forget about over the off season. So it's a bit of a wake-up call right now.
She already had socks on, so a little bit of a rarity there that you put socks on.
She's flying.
Oh, she's going. Look at that. That intensity was there.
I think, she is definitely wanting to go for that. I've never seen them do that before. She was definitely going for the T2 bonus.
Yeah, so
and
much
now
so.
She's taking her time.
So much so that she didn't get her shoe completely on.
She did. She's at 26 seconds.
Wow.
Oh.
That was impressive.
Yes. Socks going on here.
But interesting, interesting to see that Pallant Brown did lose some time in T2. So you look at the splits now, and Alicia did talk about it. She's down there on ground in transition. That Pallant Brown did take a time. Now, that could mean nothing, but it could mean everything. I mean, I'm not sure if she is actually suffering from the heat or not.
As we see Maya Stage Nelson come out onto the track, and I'm watching her bib number flapping around. It takes me back to Daytona.
No. Bib gate.
Yes.
How could we forget?
Where the bib came off, and they had to. You have to. Once you start the race, as we see Emma Pallant Brown go by, she's able to get by Oliveira. But once you put the bib on, it has to stay on you.
It does.
If it falls off, you have to pick it back up. If you know where it went, it has to complete the race with you. As we're seeing a little bit of water there by Emma.
Once again, Emma slowing down to make sure she got the hydration she needed.
Allowing Pamella Oliveira
close that
to close the gap up again.
Emma might be feeling the heat.
I think she is. I think she's suffering a little bit from it, but she's doing everything in her power to make sure that she gets that hydration in. And you can see the gap already opening up again between her and Pamela, which we expect.
There's race leader, Ash Gentle.
Ashleigh is on a mission right now.
Honestly, I can't see this race changing from here. I know we're right at the beginning of the run, but having seen Ash run so many times in the past, and being one of the strongest on paper here. Yeah.
And we talked about Ash coming from the short distance, or the Olympic distance, which is 10K run, compared to what she's going to have to do today, a 16.9K run. Is there, you thought that wasn't a big enough gap for her to probably even change her pace. Will she try to maintain this same pace for the entire distance, or has she paced herself out thinking about this being a 16.9 kilometer run?
No, look, and as we know, she has raced over that longer distance a few times now. So I think the only difference for Ash here today is that she'll have to take on a little bit more nutrition than what she would normally do. And you saw she left T2 with the gel. Normally over the shorter distance races, nutrition doesn't really play a part. You'd normally get through that 10K run without taking anything, or very, very little. So that's probably the only difference. I think pace-wise, depending on the weather, we know that it is warming up out there now. But the thing with Ash, She's just interested in crossing that line in front. So I don't think she cares by how big the gap is. So she's going to get a look. She'll take any opportunity she can to see how far back those women are to make sure that they're not closing that gap, and then she'll maintain the pace that she feels comfortable with.
Biggest story of the day has to be when Sara Perez Sala, leading this race out in front by over a second, gets off course into the cones, into the black box, over the handlebars, hard onto the asphalt. And then she was taken to the infield care center. She's now out of the infield care center, and she's with Greg.
Well, guys, I'm here with Sara Perez Sala, and she actually just got to watch that replay in our cameraman's view. What did you see?
Hello, thank you everybody for the message. I'm well. I'm a little sad, but I'm happy because I'm good. I didn't crash anything, so it's the most important. I'm fine and I'm happy.
We all watched that crash, and all of us were like, oh, that just looks so painful in our hearts. You know, you had a great swim, you had a fantastic transition, you were out on the bike, you had a good lead. You were just telling me that you actually were starting to feel good. What went through your mind as you hit that box?
Yes, the race was fine. I'm feeling good. The first kilometers in the bike, I'm feeling like I don't know if I good. I don't know, but in the moment of the crash, the last one lap, I'm feeling better, and this is my moment. Go strong, but when I crash, so no, I can't believe it. So the most important is I'm well. In the moment, I really sad, and I want to come back to the race, but I couldn't because I had a lot of baggage, and I have a lot of painful, but I'm okay.
And I believe your family are watching in Spain. Do you want to give a quick shout out to them?
Maybe my father and my mother are see to me, so I'm fine, everything okay, and I see you when I come back home.
I so badly want to give her a hug, but I can't because she's all bandaged up with wounds everywhere. But Sara, heal up quick. We're looking forward to having you back racing with us again soon. Back to you guys up in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Another huge story happening right now.
Wow.
Yes, Emma Pallant-Brown is down. We have talked about it. Looked as though there was an issue with her and hydration, and once again she is down. And this isn't the first time this has happened. As a matter of fact, the first time she did a 70.3, as we watch her.
So you can see that she's trying to come up on Chelsea Sodaro, and I think she's just tried to do it all too quickly and steps off to the side, cramping. Yeah, she is not in a good place right now.
There's no going back once that cramping hits in.
The highest ranked triathlete in the women's side here now out of this race, and I'd mentioned, you know, before, her first ever half distance triathlon, she was leading by 5 minutes over her competition, and a great runner. She's an established runner, professional runner. She passed out with 1,000 meters to go in the race. And now, once again, obviously...
Very similar scene right now. And if you actually have a look, it's not just the cramping. I think she's actually mentally and physically, she is out. Like, it's almost like she's not fainted, but she's not all there either.
You can tell there's some fogginess.
Yeah.
She's not quite with it. Yep. And you notice that in transition, too. She was really... It took a little extra focus for all those tasks, simple tasks in transition.
Can you see that she's feeling her fingers? Because I think she's getting that tingling in her fingers as well. So she is severely dehydrated. Which, you know, it's crazy to think this is a short course race. You know, Tim, we're used to seeing this over long distance racing, full distance racing. You often see, but they've been out there for hours before this happens. But
they're
for this to have
cool her
happened
off here
so quickly, trying to get that core temperature down. But she is definitely not in a good place right now.
So now, Ash Gentle has watched on the bike her competition crash and fall out of the race. Now one of the biggest competitors that she was probably worried about coming into this race, she's going to run by and see on the ground also out of this race.
Yeah, it's an interesting look. At the end of the day, Ash is such a professional. While, you know, she'll be... It'll be obviously awful to see a fellow competitor down on the ground, because as an athlete at this caliber, you want to race the best. You want it to be a race to the end. You don't want to see your competitors out of the race course. But again, she's got a job to do, so she'll look, she'll see what's happened, but it won't change what she's doing. She will keep doing exactly what she's doing now, which is controlling the race. It's all about controlling the things that you can control. This is out of her control. She can only worry about what she's doing, making sure that the same doesn't happen to her now, that she continues to hydrate. So if anything, it's going to tell her, okay, this can happen. It's a short race. This can happen. I'm going to make sure it doesn't happen to me.
And Ashleigh's not looking back at this point.
No way.
You know, I'm sure she is not even aware of what's just happened, Emma.
No.
But, you know, obviously you don't want your competitors to go down like this, but Ashleigh has set the tone in this race with her swim, and particularly her bike. I think she pushed the other women so hard on that bike because they knew they could not give her that gap, and there's nothing they could do about it. That's how strong she was on the bike today.
She has forced their hand.
Exactly.
That's strategy once again. As we see Brittany Higgins walking back there behind her.
And you know, it's so hard for us here in the booth. We're sitting down in the nice air-conditioned booth, and it's difficult for us to get a really true feel of what the conditions are out there on track. Now, another thing about racing on the NASCAR tracks here in the US too, these tracks are completely exposed. So we've spoken about how exposed they are to the wind. We haven't exposed how hot it is. There's nowhere to hide. There's no shade. In a normal triathlon, when you're on a course, you often get shade through the trees, through buildings. Here, they have nothing. They have got the sun beating down on their heads for the entire run. There is nowhere to hide.
Well, Ash seems to have trained perfectly for this race then, because she hasn't slowed down. As you mentioned, Tim, a record-setting bike portion of this triathlon. A great swim for her, and now very aggressive on the run. As we mentioned,
and she takes a look there. She's taking a look.
By.
Emma Pallant, she would have seen her on the ground. Quick look, but you know, you didn't even see a change in expression. She just needs to concentrate on herself now.
But mentally, what are you thinking? I mean, she doesn't have someone that can tell her these stories of what's actually taking place. So she watches Sarah Perez Sala, and she's laying on the ground in front of her as she goes by on the bike. Now she just runs by Emma Pallant Brown, who's laying on the ground getting treated by the medical professionals. What goes through your mind when you're seeing these things?
I think it's just be smart at this point, right? She is in control, and just be smart.
Nutrition.
Exactly right.
Reached back into the pack and probably thought, okay. Well,
I need to look after myself. So I'm going to take in some nutrition, back in the pocket, save it for later. As soon as she comes through where she can get some water, she'll take in some more hydration. And that's it now. I mean, she's in the box seat. She just needs to look after herself as best she can to make it to that finish line.
This is a statement race for Ashleigh. I mean, like you said, she's won Noosa 8 times, but a lot of people over here in the U.S. aren't familiar with Noosa. It's a classic race. It's iconic
race.
But they don't know. We're all going to know about her now.
This is her passing. Again, Emma Pallant Brown on the ground and looking over. She just gave it a glance.
Just a glance. Didn't change a stride.
Alicia.
Oh, guys, that was tough to watch as a former athlete and a friend, getting a bit emotional watching that. She had no idea what was going on. She was really, really out of it, hallucinating, had no idea who I was. That was really scary to watch. So I'm so thankful we have the medical staff right here, because as Belinda has said earlier, in another venue, she would have been miles down the road, and medical might not have gotten to her so quickly. So this was tough. That was scary. So I'm glad she's okay.
Look, I can totally understand how you're thinking right now. I mean, who would have thought a race of this distance? We've already had Sarah Perez Sala out of the race with such a horrific crash, and now we've got Emma Pallant Brown. I mean, not that we're never used to seeing these scenes, let's be honest, Alicia, but we are more used to seeing them in the longer distance racing when they've been out there for hours on end. But to see this sort of thing happen in a shorter distance race, I mean, it's mind-blowing. And we could see straight away that it wasn't just cramping. We could tell she had the tingling in her fingers, and we could see that she had that fogginess up top, that she just didn't really know what was going on. And so I couldn't even imagine what it's like down there on ground.
Yeah, and I had a feeling something was wrong because I was watching her at those bike aid stations, just unequivocally going for water. She was slowing down specifically to get it, but I was not expecting that. I thought, oh, maybe she'll need to walk. Maybe she'll need to run 6-minute miles instead of her normal 5:30s. But to see an athlete push themselves to that level and it's just remarkable what the human mind can do. And she showed her that she can push the limits of what her body will do because her mind is even stronger than her body. So I'm so grateful she's okay. Apologize for getting emotional on air like that, but to see someone who knows you have no idea who you are. Yeah, no idea.
Couldn't even imagine.
It was crazy. I'm so glad she's okay and that she's getting the medical attention she needs.
And Alicia, can you tell us, because obviously it's very difficult for us here up in the booth, can you tell us what's the temperature like down there on track right now?
It's so hot. I would guess it's at least 100 degrees at the pavement, if not closer to 110. I was seeing that could be the reality of the temperatures today. These men, I hope they're paying attention to what's happening in this women's race, because this has been a race of attrition. Who can manage their pacing, manage their calories, ensure they're carrying enough hydration? You got to stay disciplined today, and it's just such a tough course for these athletes early season. So it is hot, and I hope these men are watching what's happening in the women's race so they can make some changes.
Alicia, great point there. I was speaking with Andy Dreitz yesterday, who will be in the men's event, and he made the comment to me. He said, I'm not used to starting a race in the afternoon.
Yes,
he said, these
exactly.
races, I am always starting in the morning. He said, so I will actually have 2 breakfasts. I won't have a lunch. He said, I'll have a breakfast and then I'll have another breakfast, just trying to stay in kind of a similar routine as to what he would normally do in a race. But what a great point Alicia brings up. This is going to be pretty much the hottest time of the day when they're going to start their triathlon as this one concludes. So the men have got to be paying attention to this, and we've already seen, as we pointed out here, 2 athletes with violent situations happening, with Sara Perez Sala going down on the bike, and now with Emma Pallant-Brown more or less passing out here on her first lap of the run.
And even for the women, Rick, this is a late start for the women. Most triathlons around the world are, 6 a.m., 7 a.m. start. So even for the women, starting here at 10 o'clock. And on top of that, for many of them, the first race of the season, so they've got everything stacked against them. First race of the season, most of them have come from winter, somewhere around the world, apart from our young lady on screen now who has come from summer. Late start, and even later start for the men. All of these things are against the athlete before they even start the event.
And interesting with Emma, she's been over here in Florida for maybe 10 days or so. So it may have been creeping up on her with training. If you're not used to the humidity, and
just take
that 10-day window is actually a hard time, because
yep.
you haven't adapted to the climate, but you've been in it, and
you've been training in it as well.
Training in it, and you've been getting dehydrated. Your electrolyte balance has been getting thrown off, and that may be a factor here today.
Hey guys, I'm just down here with Ashleigh Gentle right next to it, and she just looks so comfortable, doesn't she? I mean, it is really hot, like Alicia said, but we are getting the occasional cloud that just comes by, and there is that constant breeze that's also blowing. So if they can keep the water on them, that'll help them manage this heat that is really, it is tough, but having this little bit of cloud coverage every now and then, it's almost like you see the shoulders in Ashleigh just relax a little bit. She's grabbing every cup of water she can, pouring it on her, drinking as much as she can to just stay cool. But honestly, I don't know what you guys think, but I think she just looks smooth and fantastic.
Oh, no, she looks beautiful from where we're watching.
Yeah.
Very smooth. Grab some ice there. Got them in both palms. She's going to put it down the back of her suit. We talked about the temperature. 87 degrees. Feels like 93. Ooh. That wind, 12 miles per hour, so difficult on both the bike and the run. When you're running into a wind, you feel like you have to lean a little bit farther forward.
We're hoping for a foot race here, but it's turned into a war of attrition.
War of attrition. It's a battlefield out there right now. And of course, our women at 10 a.m. started at 10 a.m. this morning. Our men aren't off till 1:45 p.m. So, like Alicia said, I hope our men are down there right now taking a good look at what is happening to our women out there on the run. They are dropping.
And Ashleigh just took the legs out of the other women on that bike.
Yeah, and we're seeing
showing now. Yeah,
here's second Chelsea Sodaro, whose current pace right about a 6-minute mile pace, but she's 4 minutes behind Ash Gentle, and so that's the blistering pace that we're seeing out of Ash Gentle. Sodaro trying to close that gap.
And I think for Sodaro right now, it's just looking after herself. I don't think she's even trying to catch Ash Gentle right now. It's just about staying in second position, trying to hold that. Look at her trying to keep that upper body nice and relaxed.
Pamella Oliveira just behind her, we see on screen.
And that's exactly what Chelsea will be trying to do now, trying to hold off. I mean, hats off to Pamella Oliveira. She's having a great race.
She really looks strong. And I wonder if we haven't seen Samantha Kingsford, but she's not too far back.
She's not too far.
She could still be a player for the podium right now.
Take a look at this. Pamela has closed the gap now to where might be trying to flex the muscles a bit as she goes by, and Oliveira will take second away from Sodaro. So now Pamella Oliveira, I think, shocking a lot of people as she goes by.
And again, Pamella Oliveira, not renowned for her running speed. However, when you factor in the conditions, Pamela is from Brazil, very, very used to running in these sorts of conditions. Then it doesn't come down to pure running speed. It comes down to who can handle these conditions the best. And someone like Pamella Oliveira can definitely handle these conditions better than most athletes on track.
And potentially we're seeing Sodaro here falling off of her pace.
Look at that gap that she's been able to create already. I mean, that's quite incredible.
And you can see it in Chelsea's form. Her hips are dropping. Her ground contact time is
a lot longer
than it normally is. Her stride length is shorter. Pamela looks really strong right now, and comparatively, you can just see that difference in their run form. And
you can
it
still
puts you in their heads based on how they feel, right?
Yep.
We've both been.
And there's nothing better than making that pass. So even mentally, physically she looks great. She's still standing up nice and tall, nice fast leg action. And just once you make that pass, it almost gives you wings, doesn't it? That you know that you're going in the right direction.
And there's that confidence boost that I'm sure Pamela is feeling right now. When you're able to make a pass on such a great runner as Chelsea is, it just gives you a little extra energy, right?
Yep.
You're hearing the jets overhead. There's an Air Force base that's very close to Homestead-Miami Speedway.
But so far this race, apart from Ash Gentle being up front, this race is not at all like I thought it was going to be.
Ash Gentle up front. Pamella Oliveira right now in second. Sodaro has fallen back to third. Kingsford up to fourth. Maya Stage Nielsen right now in the fifth position. Laura Gruden is sixth. Lisa Becharas, is seventh. And Catano in eighth.
So great racing from Laura Gruden right now.
Alicia.
I'm getting a little worried about Chelsea Sodaro here. She really went backwards quickly, really slowed down in that water station, which is good. I'm glad to see her taking on, the fluids and nutrition she needs. But one of the things I notice when an athlete is getting into heat trouble, and BG, you know this, is when they start not running in a perfectly straight line. Mm-hmm. Like they start a foot off the track, might run into a cone. Like she's running really, really close to obstacles, which is making me nervous. Me
Me too.
So that is one of the telltale signs of an athlete in trouble. She's using, she is just literally slaloming these cones. So we got to keep an eye on her. We're seeing the heat. Athlete behind Chelsea is now walking. This is looking like a Kona World Championship. It's looking like we're in the energy lab right now instead of on the Homestead-Miami Speedway.
And Alicia, the crazy thing is we're only into lap 3 of 7. We're not halfway through the run yet.
I know. This is insane. I don't think any of us predicted that this would affect the field like this. And I don't know whether they underestimated how hot it was going to be or how tough the conditions were going to be. But we're really seeing the athletes just really struggle in these conditions. And so unfortunately the women are doing a warm-up round for the men to see what they need to do to make changes to be able to execute their race safely, because that is our #1 goal at this point, is just making sure these athletes get through here safely and don't have any more situations like we had with Emma Brown.
The difficult thing for the men is if they hadn't prepared prior to this morning,
there's nothing they can do.
I mean, you can't drink more water before you start this race and think that's going to help you. You have to get your body prepared for it. So I'm sure it's a very eye-opening experience for the guys that are watching this race that have to start again in about an hour and a half. But as we're watching these athletes, can your body tell you, hey, something's wrong? Like we just saw with Emma Brown, she went to the point where she went down. I mean, she fell down and was, really not coherent of what was going on around her. Are we seeing other athletes that are fighting through that, or does your body tell you, hey, you better back off?
The body tells you. We don't tend to listen that much, though, Rick.
That's the
Trust
problem.
me.
That's the problem. You get plenty of telltale signs, but you ignore them. And as an athlete, when the sole goal, all you're focusing on is to make it to that finish line, and there is no other. You can't deviate from that. So even though the body's giving you signs like prickly fingers, or sometimes you get you can feel pins and needles in the feet. It's you ignore it. You keep ignoring it, thinking I'm okay. This is particularly over this distance. No one expects this sort of thing to happen over this sort of distance.
Right now, that's Lisa Becharas. She's currently in the 7th position. But now that all of the women have been able to get through T2, we're happy to announce female winner of the $1,000 bonus for the fastest second transition presented by WAHOO is Lisa Becharas. And remember, we watched her speed through T2.
This was definitely part of her race strategy for the day, that's for sure. And even with that little bobble of the bike, she's still blazing.
Shoe on. This one, shoe on almost.
Oh, didn't quite get that shoe on.
Yeah, the heel was tried to be on.
It's like, we'll fix that up later. Let's just get out.
Look at her tear through here.
I was thinking at first someone needs to tell her it's a longer than a 100-meter run here. But, yeah, obviously her plan was clear and it paid off. So good on her.
This sums up the day right here.
Yes.
This really does.
Look at all of the fluid she's trying to put in her body. And
this is what we see in long course races.
This is Hawaii right here.
When you see them doing the marathon in a full distance race, oh my gosh, every woman we're looking at now is walking through transition. Honestly, this blows my mind. It blows my mind. I'm used to seeing this in a marathon, in the latter stages of a marathon, perhaps. Certainly not in a race that's not
4 or 5 miles into this run,
not even 7-kilometer run, and we're not even there yet. We're lap 4 of 7.
This is Summer Deal. And her and her husband, both triathletes, competing today.
Her husband, Benjamin Deal. I wonder if he's watching his wife right now and thinking, oh my gosh, we've still got hours till we're going off. This is not going to be pretty.
Looking forward to the men's race, the one thing they really can do is take this as a precautionary tale of pacing through the day. Mm-hmm. It's a short, and everybody wants to hammer a short race, but when you're in conditions like this, you still have to be really smart.
And that's what we've seen out of athletes, that they look at this distance and they think, okay, it's from the sound of the gun, it's go full on. But ultimately, the conditions are playing such a huge role in this race that you have to think about that.
You do.
As far as your pace.
And you can just see now, it looks like Chelsea Sodaro has got a grip, has come back a little bit now. She's looking a little better than before. Right on screen now, Pamella Oliveira still looking fantastic out in second place. But Chelsea's definitely, you can see from her cadence, she's come back.
She's got a little more pop in that step.
Yep. That's right. So fantastic to see. And you do see that in races. Normally you see it more in the longer distance races where you'll see athletes go through really nasty bad periods. They regroup, they get themselves together and they come back. Just not used to seeing it over a distance like this.
And so this is Ash Gentle up front. Greg?
Guys, I don't know if you're just watching this, but it's like we're watching a multiple Olympic athlete literally run circles around this field. It's absolutely magnificent to watch. She's running sub-6s, which in metrics is about 330 to 345k pace in these conditions. She has not let up at all. I've seen nearly every other athlete she's gone by walking for periods, but for her, it just hasn't even looked like that's crossed her mind. I just saw her grab a cup of water and fling it over the top of her head into the bin, almost like a basketball shot. She's almost having fun with it. It's next level. It really is. And for me, it's what are we going to see in the men's race? When we see
the short course guys, like they're in Royle and a lake. It'll be interesting to see what happens there.
And this is, as quickly as we mentioned, Sodaro looking stronger. She has come to a stop.
Stop again. So she definitely did look like she'd picked it up. She definitely looked like she had it back on track, but this is what it does to you. So, yeah, she's not in a good place. This is very, very similar to what we've just seen with Emma Pallant-Brown.
Chest heaving, trying to get the breath in for Sodaro, as now she's come to a walk, and this is third right now in the race.
Watch your back.
And again, this is exactly what I was talking about at the beginning when I said the first season race, early season race. You don't know how your form's going, and there's such a big difference between putting in some great training and getting out there on the racetrack. It's almost like chalk and cheese, and for a lot of people, this first race of the season, it's hit and miss. And right now for Chelsea, what's going through her mind, I mean, honestly, she's happy to be back there on the racetrack. This is her first race since the Collins Cup last August, but this is not the way that she wanted her first race to go down. So she'd be struggling right now, and it's constantly playing games. Do I continue? Do I just, look, honestly, I haven't raced for so long. Do I just get through this any way I can, or do I call it quits?
And reviewing and questioning everything you've done, all the decisions you've made throughout the day, and trying to figure out what put you in the place you're at right now.
And she would have seen Emma go down. And I'm sure it's at the back of the mind, okay, I'm not feeling so great here. I'm starting to feel like I'm losing control, and I don't want to end up like Emma on the ground.
And honestly, this is what happens when you race to win, right? I think both Emma and Chelsea went out to win today. And with Ashleigh's strength on the bike, they took the chance, and it didn't pay off.
Sometimes it pays off, other times it doesn't.
How big of a mental game right now is Ash Gentle going through? I mean, seeing these superior athletes, these are world-class athletes, one after another, not being able to finish this race. And I'm sure she's thinking to herself right now, okay, I'm doing everything right still, right? I still feel good, because you're going to start questioning yourself. Okay, all these people are having issues, but I'm not. It does become another mental game.
And she really is in a different postcode right now, not just with the gap she has over the rest of the field, but just her running pace alone. She is running so much faster than any other athlete out there.
I imagine she's staying in the moment right now.
And you know, she knows that she's got this one, so she's not going to do anything silly. As we see, Chelsea Sodaro has decided to call it quits. And like I said, first race of the season, this is exactly what happens. And that's why, why Clash Miami is so important. It gives these athletes a chance, a first opportunity to see exactly where they are with their training. And they'll go back now, they'll reassess, they'll tweak things, iron out anything that's gone wrong. But it's not the way. You do not want the first race of the season. You do not want a DNF against your name.
Yeah, and Tim, I mean, you told us the story that it's almost impossible to stop. I mean, to tell yourself, okay, I need to stop because my body's not ready. You completed a triathlon while having a heart attack. And so you're the kind of the poster child for not listening to your body.
When you get in that mindset of racing, you know that once you quit a race, it's easier in the future to drop out of other races. And that's what everybody's dealing with right now. And
Brittany Higgins here up against the wall.
Yep.
I mean, Emma drove herself to the point where she, lost consciousness almost, right? I mean,
and you want to hope that athletes stop themselves before they get to that stage. And you can see now with Brittany Higgins on the side, she knows that it's getting to that point where you're starting to lose control. The same we saw with Chelsea Sodaro. And I think we're going to see this happen to more and more athletes out there on the track right now.
Well, you see 13th down, the DNFs.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Perez obviously was an athlete that went down on the bike, but the rest have been issues. Griesbauer was also part of the bike. Mechanical. But we're now seeing athletes that are struggling to continue.
That's 1/3 of the field, Rick.
Yeah.
Just saw Brittany Higgins decide to have another go, so she's still out on track. She just had a short stop on the side there. That's allowed as long as you enter back onto the track where you exited, onto the race course. So she's still in the race right now.
And Ashley looks amazing, but do not take that for granted. This is an effort right now that she's putting forward.
And as many times as we've been able to praise these athletes for what they've been able to do through either transitions or first laps, we're now going to praise the leader of this race, Ashleigh Gentle. She's the female winner of the $1,000 Clash Endurance Dash for Cash as the fastest first run lap for the female. So Ash Gentle collects an additional $1,000. And I don't want to say anything negatively or I guess jinx an athlete or competitor, but right now Ash Gentle has about a 4-minute lead over Pamella Oliveira. And as I mentioned earlier, Emma Pallant-Brown had a 5-minute lead on the field in her first 70.3 when she passed out. And it was just that running situation that she had and that don't give up mentality that she had a situation. And so I don't think that's going to happen with Ash Gentle, because she's very strong and she looks great. But at the same time, what we've seen today has been crazy.
You can't count on a win until you're across the finish line. That's for sure.
Maya Stage-Nielsen,
having a great race, has moved up through the field, now in 3rd place.
Alicia.
I just took a time gap here. Maya is 19 seconds back of Sam Kingsford and closing. Maya has been smiling. I think she's the only athlete on the course smiling right now. She feels good. She's looking at me, giving me the thumbs up. Maya has historically run very well in hot conditions. She was actually my kind of wild card pick. I thought she would have a good day today, but she bumbled her T1 and wasted probably 20 seconds pulling up her kit. So I was worried her day was kind of done, but race of attrition, Maya is the one to bet on. She's very disciplined, very patient, and we're seeing that pay off as she closes the gap here on Sam Kingsford.
And we can see on camera right now, Alicia, her run form looks fantastic and just so different to most of the other women out there on course right now.
Yeah, she looks very relaxed, and literally every time, look, here's that smile. She's having fun. She's feeling good. And that, to see that demeanor when we're seeing athletes hit the deck, I think she could run onto this podium. I'm just going to say it. I think she's going to run onto this podium today. And she can see Sam Kingsford. She's closing on her. And I think by the time we come around for by pit row, Maya will be within striking distance.
And Alicia, I can see that she's wearing a cooling system on around her head that a lot of our audience might not be aware of. And honestly, today, of all days, very, very wise move from Maya.
Yes, absolutely. It's one of those things that's an expensive investment, but they do work. There's been tons of studies on them. They're effective in hot weather races. That is a game changer. So Maya is using every single thing possible to stay cool out there, but she looks calm, confident, in control. She's staying positive. She's smiling. So my bet is that we're going to see her move into the podium, but Sam Kingsford's also looking good. She's ticking over. So I'm excited to see the battle for the podium continue to unfold here.
This is Laura Gruden. Gruden right now scored in 4th. About a little over 7 minutes.
Now, I believe, Rick, I believe Samantha Kingsford is still in 3rd.
Yep, that's what we've been told. Sorry, the timing might be a little bit out right now. We do know that Laura Gruden is up there, but we believe Samantha Kingsford is still in 3rd. But with Maya Stage-Nielsen closing in.
Up front, that's Ash Gentle, and she has put about 4.5 minutes between herself and 2nd place Pamella Oliveira. Still looking strong, coming up on 2 laps remaining. There's Pamella Oliveira. She's in 2nd.
Also still looking very, very strong. Again, not renowned for her run speed, but for today, where run speed really is not a factor.
Her strength takes over.
Her strength takes over. Learning how to run in these conditions. And coming from Brazil, she is definitely used to running.
And experience as well, right?
Exactly. And Pamela's been around for a long, long time. Very, very experienced in running in these sorts of conditions, and it's showing today.
Now that looks like Samantha back there in the blue top.
Yep.
And yeah, Maya's right behind her.
This is 3rd and 4th that are coming at us.
So it looks like it's only a matter of time now before Maya Stage-Nielsen does make that pass on Samantha Kingsford. But still a great first race. We've got to remember that for Samantha Kingsford, this is her very first time over this distance racing on a road course. Like, we know that she is an Xterra specialist, so fantastic on the mountain bike, but has only been on a time trial bike for a very, very short period of time.
And I don't believe Pamella is too much up the road.
Further up ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, there could be podiums still in play for both of them.
Samantha Kingsford right there on screen. Again, we watched her get off into the grass right out of T1 when she transitioned from the swim to the bike. And she was comfortable with it as she's an Xterra athlete. Speaking of comfort, what a race and what a run we have seen out of Ash Gentle today. She has been the class of the field against some of the best who have fallen out of this race.
And now really, Rick, the battle is just in her head, just keeping it all together. And when you get it, when you're in such a good position like that, you start to think, oh, the only thing I can do right now is screw it up.
Yep.
So that's really the thoughts that you have to keep out of your head at that point.
And Samantha Kingsford here got a great turnover. She's a little bit tight in the shoulders. You can see that when you see those shoulders start to go up towards the ears, she needs to relax that upper body a little bit more. Easy for me to say right here sitting in the air-conditioned booth, but breathing looks under control.
Maya Stage-Nielsen behind her.
But of course, this young woman, Ash Gentle from Australia, in the box seat right now.
Yeah, she'll be coming up on just 2 laps remaining. Homestead-Miami Speedway for Clash Endurance Miami.
Another important thing, we know that Ash Gentle's come straight from a very hot summer in Brisbane, Queensland, where she lives. Same with Samantha Kingsford from New Zealand. Now, New Zealand is not renowned for its heat, but in saying that, they have probably had one of the hottest summers on record. So she's come from really hot conditions, and it's the middle of summer also in New Zealand, and I feel funny saying that because normally in New Zealand, I go to New Zealand and it's always freezing cold.
Same here.
but I do know from all the pictures I've been getting from the athletes that are based there, they've had a fantastic summer, a way better summer than what we've had in Australia.
What a great rhythm continuing for Ash Gentle.
Well, just look at the difference there, Rick, between the 2 females we've got on screen right now. Just looking at the cadence alone and the speed in which both are running.
Now you hear people say it's not a good idea to wear a black race kit, especially in the heat.
Doesn't seem to be doing
No, Ashleigh does not care.
Now.
She's a honey badger right now.
Oh, it's incredible. It's going to be really interesting to talk to Ash post-race to see if she had any idea of the carnage that was taking place behind her from that very first accident with Sarah Perez-Sala on the bike to the women just dropping like flies out here on that run course. I would like to know if she was aware of it, if it played a part, or whether she was just able to block it out, put those blinkers on, block it out, and just concentrate on what she's doing.
She's been on her own really since leaving the water. I mean, she was following Sarah Perez-Sala until Sarah had her accident, and then she has been out in front. She put on a dominant performance on the bike. As a matter of fact, record-setting performance on the bike, going 1:33.04 for that 62.7 kilometer distance, 39 miles. And now she has pulled away from the competition to the point where they've been strewn on the sides of the road for her as she runs by. People falling to the temperatures, the conditions that they're having to run in here today in Homestead, Florida.
It's funny, I arrived here on Tuesday and I was quite shocked when I got off the plane in Miami International Airport just how hot. Not so much the heat, but the humidity. That was the thing that got me. And I've come straight from Queensland where we've had terrible humidity. But I remember it almost blew me back and I'm like, oh, this is full on. So it's going to be interesting to see. I want to talk to Ash after the race and see if she really felt that humidity as well, because I certainly did not expect it. And then I got a text from a friend who lives just out of Miami, and she said, today is supposed to be a record high. So
I was going to say, Belinda, it was not this hot last year when we were here racing.
way.
So this is an exceptional day.
Yep.
Greg.
Well, I'm right here, obviously, next to Ashleigh Gentle, who she just hasn't let up, guys. It's been phenomenal to watch. And BG, I heard you just talk about, the heat and humidity, and if Ashleigh had, noticed it when she got off the plane, well, it doesn't look like it's really affecting her now. But being in this bowl, being in this track, I had to stop for a second and get myself an aid station, a drink and a Coke, because I'm out here just sweating like you wouldn't believe on the bike, and just watching, this woman perform the way she is. It's just absolutely outstanding. I know you guys are watching from the camera as well, to be able to watch her form, her breathing. There hasn't been one step where she's looked out of place. And I think she's just found a nice comfort. I think I had her on the podcast not a while ago, and I said to her, when are you going to go long? And she was very unsure about the distances and going longer than normal. But I think she's going to come away from this race feeling fairly confident she's made the right decision. Over to you, Alicia.
Pamella Oliveira continues to look strong in second place, as strong as you can look in conditions like this. I did just see her look back. She's been kind of grabbing her side a few times, maybe some cramping, and that grimace has come on a few times. So she's not comfortable. I don't think maybe Ashleigh Gentle is the only one today that is comfortable, but you can see Pamella right now grimacing, and she's hurting. So even though she's very comfortable in second place and has a big buffer of a lead, she's still cognizant, and you can just see they've added an aid station with ice for these pros. So they've made the edit. They know that these pros need more cooling, and Pamela's taking advantage of that. So even though she's in second, huge lead on third, she's still looking behind her. She's hurting. So this is going to be a very, very tough last few laps for these women.
Just a few things to point out. I noticed with Ashleigh when she ran through that last aid station, she took her cup of ice a little bit down her top, and then she held on to some ice in her hands too. So actually the palms of your hands are places where you can really cool your body and help bring down your temperature. So she is prepared for everything at this point.
I still remember doing that every time I raced in Kona. I would always run the entire marathon with ice in my hands, and it made such a difference.
So earlier we had shown you Samantha Kingsford and told you that she was in third. That was, and we thought we were having troubles with scoring, but it was not the case. The case was that Samantha Kingsford actually went an extra lap on the bike. So different from what you did, Tim, where you tried to stop early. She actually went another lap. And so she is scored in the 8th position, which is very unfortunate, but a situation where you just have to pay attention. And so that means that Maya Stage-Nielsen, who is right there behind her, is third currently in this race, and will try to be reeling in Oliveira, although the time and the distances are winding down here for those opportunities.
And what a shame, Rick, because just looking at Samantha Kingsford now, she is running really, really well, and she's done an extra lap on the bike. I'm gutted for her, because I would have loved to have seen, just looking at the way she's running right now compared to the other women, she would have been right up there.
Yeah, she was in a great spot before that extra lap.
Unfortunate, but once again, the mind, you've got to be focused on everything, and we saw it, a little bit of loss of focus by Sarah Perez. Sala put her into the cones and over the handlebars, and then maybe not anticipating what was going to be the conditions for today. We saw Emma Pallant-Brown. She goes down And just athlete after athlete has struggled with this day.
And the great thing about Samantha Kingsford, she's currently in 8th place, and we know that they pay top 8. So, you know, she knows she needs to keep pushing all the way to the line to make sure that she's in that prize money.
Maya looks great right now, but I just don't think she's going to have the distance left to close that gap to second.
She'll run out of real estate.
It's going to be almost 30 seconds a mile to try to catch Pamela, and Pamela looks great, looks strong right now.
We need something to go wrong with Pamela.
Almost 90 seconds separating those two. And so with, just over a lap remaining for these athletes, it would be very difficult.
And Pamela really having a smart race so far today. I mean, she was smart on the bike. You know, obviously blazed some transitions. But she stayed within herself, and I think that's experience again, as we mentioned earlier.
Well, particularly, you know, when she had opportunities to go round Emma Brown and Chelsea Sodaro, but chose to sit back and say, no, you girls caught me, so I'm just going to sit back here and pace off of you. And it's put her into the box seat now. Coming onto the run, she knows that the run, even though it might not be her strength, the conditions have played to her favor.
And she may not have been too worried about Ashleigh either, you know.
No.
You know, it's going for the win, and there's, hey, I'm gonna put together my best race today
and see where that can get me. And second place.
And it's going to get her second place, it looks like.
It's the next best thing.
Yep. All right, you guys, we cannot praise this woman enough. She is on the same stretch as third Maya Stage-Nielsen. So Maya Stage-Nielsen, who's currently third, is just entering turn 1, and we're seeing Ash Gentle just coming off of turn 4 here at the racetrack at Homestead-Miami Speedway. What an incredible performance we're seeing out of Ash Gentle today.
No, it really is incredible. And of course, Ash is going to stay over here a little bit longer now. She's heading to Tucson. She was talking about lining up at Oceanside 70.3 in a couple of weeks' time. I really, really hope that she does, because I can't wait to see. Traditionally, that race gets a very, very strong field. So it'll be a true indication for Ash to see how she's going as we go past the Clash Endurance finish line.
So she knows where the finish line is.
Yep.
She is on the track, and this will be the last time she takes steps on the track where she's going now. This is her final lap. What a day.
I know the women's field for Oceanside in a couple weeks they're watching right now, and they're very concerned.
No.
I would be too. How quickly can you recover from this event to be able to be competitive in the next?
That's a great question, Rick, because normally this sort of distance, it wouldn't take so long at all. But factoring in the conditions, and oh my gosh, it could take a lot longer. So it's going to be really important for Ash once she finishes to hydrate, to get electrolytes back in, to get good nutrition in, to be very, very careful with the training that she does out the other side of this race and continues to do, because we're talking 2 weeks. That's not a long period of time to get yourself back up to where you need to be. So she's going to have to be really, really careful. You know, she'll be in close discussions with her coach on what she needs to do. That few days out will be very, very easy, and just to make sure that she replenishes her system as best she can.
But because she is acclimatized to these conditions, that should play in her favor when she looks for the recovery aspect after the race.
Particularly compared to some of our other athletes out here who haven't had that time in the heat and humidity.
The last time around for Ash Gentle, as she'll come up on one of the aid stations through 1 and 2. Let's take a look at the highlights. This is transition 2, and it was Ash Gentle who was out front and put on a blistering performance on the bike. As a matter of fact, record-setting performance. Quick through transition, then second, third, and fourth right there all together. Pamela Oliveira really quick through this transition, got out in front of this group. The fastest through T2 was Lisa Becharas. She was able to get the WAHOO $1,000 bonus for this transition as she sprinted out of T2. And then amazingly, Emma Brown, who looked so strong, ventured off course, went down. We heard from Alicia that she was disorganized and wasn't sure of what was happening to her. So the conditions got to her. Pamella Oliveira was able to go by Chelsea Sodaro and take second away. And then it wasn't long after that Sodaro also had problems. She came off the racetrack. The conditions also getting to her. Samantha Kingsford was so strong once she got off the bike. The problem was she went an extra lap on the bike, and so that relegated her back to the 8th position and has continued to fight. But it has been all Ashleigh Gentle today at Homestead-Miami Speedway. She was also the winner of the bonus for the fastest first lap run.
And honestly, Rick, looking back at that, I can't believe how much has happened in a race that such a short distance. I mean, this is the sort of thing you see over a long distance race where there's so much more opportunity for things to go wrong. I'm sitting here talking to Tim then and looking at that rerun and thinking, how is this possible? How has this happened in such a short race? But it just shows you the conditions are brutal out there.
And she has been able to fight through the conditions and the competition. What a day it's been for Ash Gentle. She comes over here known as a short course specialist, knowing that she's ready to transition from that Olympic distance, the short distance courses, and make her way up into the half distances. And she thought this would be the perfect distance for her at this time, and she was right. She has done everything well today. Here's Pamella Oliveira, and just to give you perspective, she's coming out of turn 4 right now. So she hasn't even started her final lap, and we just saw that Ash Gentle was on the backstretch of this 1.5 mile racetrack here at Homestead-Miami Speedway.
But Pamela still looking strong, still looking in control. Great to see her holding second place.
Yeah, we mentioned the 90-second gap between Pamela and Maya Stage-Nielsen. You can't even see Maya in the background. So that's how far out in second she is from third place Maya Stage-Nielsen. And a very strong run. I know that when off the bike, we thought Pamela would be one that would fall back against the competition because they're so strong of runners in this field. But it was actually Pamela who has been the strongest of the athletes that she was competing against when they came into T2.
No matter what your background, you're only as good as the race you're in, and it's about execution, and she's showing us right now how to execute a race. Very well done.
And here now entering turn 3 for the final time. She has just these 2 turns to go and get back on the front stretch before Ash Gentle will be able to claim the Clash Endurance Miami title.
And it's not like she had an easy go of it when she first arrived here in the US. Of course, came over to the US about 10 days ago, and maybe hereabouts, and with her fiance Josh Amberger, they were both supposed to be racing in the couples race. Unfortunately, Josh had issues entering the country with a cancelled visa. Ash was waiting for him in baggage area for 7 hours with not knowing what was going on. It was quite a disturbing time for Ash. Once she found out that Josh had been put back on a plane to go home, she was here in the US on her own. She questioned whether she should do the same, whether she should just turn around, get back on a plane and go home. I'm so glad, and I'm sure she's so glad, that she decided not to do that and has come here to Miami and is really proving to the world that this next chapter in her triathlon career, of course, Ash Gentle's been doing triathlon since she was 14 years of age. So it's not like she's new to the sport of triathlon. She's been around for a very, very long time. Specializing in short course, having gone to the Olympics last year in Tokyo, decided at the end of last year that she would start the next chapter in her triathlon career in long course racing, and it looks like it's getting off to the absolute fairy tale start.
She's zipping up the top. She's thinking about that finish line. Yep.
Love it.
And that's a great feeling.
Yep.
An athlete knows she's got the strength, she's got the gap between her and second. She's put together one of the best races of her life here at this distance, knowing that the transition is going perfectly for her.
I mean, she could potentially have another record on her hands. Course record is 3:01:03 set by Jody Stimson last year, and looks like Ash has about 2.5 minutes to get that finish line.
She's closing in. You saw her come to the inside of the cones. That's because she's going to come onto what is pit road here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. That's the finish line, the red carpet that she'll be coming onto. That's pit wall. That's just off to her left as she runs now through the pit stalls here at the Speedway. Again, the uniqueness of what Clash Endurance is doing, taking triathlons and taking them to NASCAR racetracks. An all-inclusive venue. The glasses go up on the head, and still a great kick.
Unbelievable. Hits the red carpet.
She's done it. Ashleigh Gentle is the 2022 Clash Endurance Miami champion. Big smiles on her face as she crosses the finish line.
Love the little fist pump in the air. She knows she's done it. Great race, Ashleigh Gentle. What a race.
First female to break 3 hours on this course. What a day.
Yeah, record-setting performance on the bike, record-setting performance in the run.
And record-setting performance overall time as well.
Yes. She was second out of the water just to Sarah Perez Sala and only a little over a minute behind her. So very close to Sarah as well. And as you mentioned, she led that pack. There was a second pack, and it was her that was doing all the work through the water. What a day it's been for Ash.
Ashley took control of the day. She made it her day. And
she did. And great to see CEO of Clash Endurance, Bill Christie, down on the finish line. He's always down on that finish line. He'll be there until the last professional male crosses the finish line later today. Down there congratulating our winner.
He's a triathlete. He understands. He loves the sport. It's in his heart. He knows what these athletes go through. Has such great appreciation for them. We see Greg has made it down to the finish line, is sitting now with Ash Gentle. Let's hear from the winner.
Yeah, here I am with Ashleigh Gentle. My goodness, take me through that race. That was quite something. There's a lot of people melting down out there. You kept it strong.
Yeah, I think it was just trying to survive at the end. It was, super hot. And I kind of was leading the swim because Sarah was so far in front. So I'm not used to that, but got out of the water, and at first I guess I was looking back a bit, just not sure of myself, and then I was like, just focus on yourself. That was the race plan. Just focus on yourself, staying aero through the corners, do what you can, and then same on the run, but that was mainly about survival. It's pretty brutal conditions.
I mean, you really did the whole race on your own. Like you said, Sarah got away. You led the entire swim of that chase group. You then went on the bike and you did all that bike on your own. Did you realize you set actually the fastest bike split? You beat Lucy Charles-Barclay's times of last year. Did you feel really good and comfortable on the time trial bike?
Yeah, I felt really comfortable. It's a new bike. It's a new Scott, and I love it. I feel really comfortable on it. So it's kind of made the transition probably a bit easier. But I didn't really know. I had no idea. I heard one split trying to get yelled at me, didn't hear it. And then for the rest of the race, I had literally no idea. So that was kind of hard mentally. But I just tried to, focus on myself and ride with good technique and hope I could hold them off.
I mean, how tough were the conditions? We're seeing athletes walking and just feeling the sun on us right now. Did you really think it was some of the hardest conditions you've been in, or?
Yeah, that was definitely some of the hardest conditions. I don't know, what time is it, 1 or something. So we started the run at midday, and the sun is so brutal. So, it was nice seeing some other girls out in the run, though. I tried to encourage them, and they did the same to me. So that was super nice, and it kind of kept the morale up.
So you didn't get much information. Do you know what happened to the rest of the field? I mean, did you know that Sarah Perez had a crash, and Emma Plant-Brown and Chelsea Sodaro all fell out? Didi Griesbauer had a puncture. It's been a bit of carnage.
Jeez, how did I get this? I guess I've been a bit unlucky lately, so I feel maybe it's, I don't know, Lady Luck was on my side today. But no, I hope those girls are all right. I did see a couple on the ground, but you know, I kind of didn't really recognise them or didn't know what happened. So, yeah, well, I hope they're okay.
They're all doing okay, I think, for now. And your performance today was just absolutely outstanding. We couldn't be more proud of you, especially I know you very well, and it's been great to see you transition over to this form of racing. So congrats again.
Thanks so much. It was brutal, but it was fun. And, like, honestly, the Clash team have been so amazing. Everyone's been super welcoming. I feel like I'm a bit of the new girl on the block, but I honestly couldn't have chosen a better race to start this, like, non-draft career.
Well, congrats again. Back up to you guys.
Well, she mentioned Lady Luck, but there was nothing lucky about the performance we saw out of her today. It was skill, preparation, and determination, as we see Pamella Oliveira second right now, still finishing this event. But what a day. I mean, you cannot say enough great things about what we saw out of Ash Gentle.
No, and honestly, as I said earlier, fairy tale start to the next chapter in her triathlon career. And she'll go away from this and take so much from this this experience, particularly with as she said it herself, that was some of the hardest conditions she's ever had to race in.
Pamella Oliveira, we mentioned how blistering pace that we saw out of Ash Gentle. Well, Pamella Oliveira now in the second position, and she has about 90 seconds over third place. It was Maya Stage Nielsen as she glances over her shoulder to see,
just to make sure,
where that competition is.
This is interesting. Even though you've got 90 seconds and you know how far that is, and you know you don't have far to run, your mind plays tricks on you, and you just don't trust it. It's the worst. This is the worst feeling, because you're so close to home. You know you can almost taste that second place, but you just don't trust it. And as you said, you're looking here. I think we can just see Maya in the background there, and it's a long way behind, but she'll keep looking all the way to that finish line until she's confident. There you can see her right now. And of course, that 90 seconds, it's been 90 seconds for quite some time now, so there is no chance that Maya is going to catch Pamella. But again, it's the mind plays tricks.
And it is hard too with the multi-lap to know if, there could be an athlete that's a lap behind, a little closer to you.
And all you see is an athlete, and you're thinking, is that in third place? Are they going to get me?
And when you're at this state of mind right now, you question everything.
Everything.
An Olympian from Brazil back in 2012 as well as 2016. Pamella Oliveira, a 34-year-old, still continuing to pour water, try to keep that core temp cooler. She also has made her way onto the front stretch here.
So you can see down at top, Pamella has got a squeezy bottle down at top. And while she just took in some hydration there, in that squeezy would be her liquid calories.
She missed the turn. She's supposed to be on pit road right now.
No,
and
does she think she have another lap?
She thinks she has another lap. She's about ready to cross where the start-finish line is. She's gone too far.
I was wondering why she was taking water on right before the finish chute.
Oh, I wish someone was down there to let her know. If I scream loud enough, do you think she'll hear me?
She's about to cross the finish line, but the problem is she's not going to cross the finish line. Wow.
I can hear people scream.
Look at her. She's put her hands up now.
Pop the barrier.
Did you hear that? So what she needs to do, she's going to have to run back on herself now. She realizes, thank gosh, I could hear someone in the crowd screaming out to her, Pamela, come on, what are you doing?
Can she hop over the wall?
No. She can't hop over the wall. She needs to go. You cannot. You need to go back on the race course.
You need to enter the course where you exited the course.
Exactly. So she's going to have to run all the way back now. This is going to be close. So we know that Pamela. Oh, this is going to be interesting to see what happens here.
So she jumped the wall. She's now going into the chute.
She should be okay because she's jumped it right where she would have turned off anyway. So that's right. She's in.
And just in front of Maya Stage Nielsen. Look at this.
Well, maybe we did get that running race we wanted. That's crazy.
Oh, just another example of what today has been out there. Just tough, pushing everyone to their limits.
Oh my gosh, I would never have dreamt that happening. Look at her, she's probably thinking, what did I just do? How did that just happen? And you can see she's on her limit. And Rick, we were talking about that before. This is what happens when you lose control and when you're not quite there. And you can see in her face that she's at that right on her limit. Whereas Maya Stage Nelson, she's over the moon with third, as she should be, but still completely in control.
And look at this, Ash Gentle is there pouring water over their heads, trying to make sure that they stay cool.
Seriously, though, this race has thrown just about everything it possibly could have.
Just when we thought we were in the clear.
Oh, that was just incredible. And so she should be okay because she did, even though she jumped the fence, she jumped it right back at where she would have entered the finishing chute, the red carpet, so she should be fine there.
She ran further.
She's run further. But again, you know, that was just a lapse in concentration right at the end of the race when she should have been focused.
I do believe the officials will review everything.
Of course they have to. They have to. Yep. We have got USAT down there on ground, and they will need to review it to make sure that what she's done is legal. As we see,
she's shaking her head. She can't believe
Samantha Kingsford also across that finish line. What a fantastic race from Samantha Kingsford.
Now the question is, was Samantha Kingsford supposed to come onto the finish line yet?
This is true. Has she come in a lap early? So we've got Pamella Oliveira, who almost went for an 8th lap, and we've got Samantha Kingsford.
She went
Has she come in
a
early?
lap too far on the bike, but that meant she was a lap behind everyone, and so she probably went a lap short on the run. And again, the officials are going to let us know scoring-wise.
I wonder if we maybe just had some misinformation on that. Maybe she was on the right lap.
We're going to have to wait to hear from scoring on that one to see which laps she did correctly. Yeah, because that'll be very unfortunate.
How long was each?
What's interesting is
one lap on the.
What our scoring shows is Gaetano and Becharas still on track, and they are ahead of Kingsford because Kingsford was supposed to be completing another lap.
If that's correct, we need to.
Can you trade laps?
Can you trade a, yes,
can you trade a run for a bike lap?
I'm guessing no on that one. And that's not an official statement. Here's Laura Gruden. So Laura Gruden continuing to work her way around. Laura Gruden, Sam Long, who will be out on the course in just a little bit. They are dating. And let's hear from third place Maya Stage Nielsen, who's with Alicia.
Maya, what a performance. That was so amazing. I mean, you were one of my personal favorites for the day, with knowing how the conditions were going to be so tough. How was it out there?
Yeah, not exactly Viking weather, but I guess a few cooling strategies from Kona played in well. Yeah, and I'm just so happy that I kept my head in the game and kept going. Yeah, so pleased and so happy to be back racing and to be here, and yeah.
So you've had a few years of injury, some not consistent racing, so how does it feel to be back and to be back on the podium?
I can't describe it, like my arms are up here. Yeah, I kind of timed it pretty bad with COVID and being injured, and then finally there was the Daytona race and I couldn't race, and yeah, but now I'm back on track. And yeah, just so happy.
That's so wonderful to hear. So for our viewers at home that are not feeling how tough these conditions were, can you give them an idea of what it felt like to race here today?
A scale from 1 to 10? 12? I think it's like, at least for European and humid and everything, yeah, just hot. But cool as well.
How was your first time experience racing with Clash?
Nice. Very surprised. Oh, I had big expectations as well. Like, I love the way that this race is being set up, and you feel so welcome, and yeah, I'm just very thankful.
Congratulations, Maya. Back to you, Rick.
Congratulations to Maya. There's Sonia Gaetano. And as these athletes continue to come in, obviously it's been crazy since they got out of the water. It has been amazing what we've seen out of what these athletes have been able to endure. But also, mind's playing their tricks on them, as we're still waiting to find out if Samantha Kingsford did complete an extra lap on the bike. And if that's the case, then when she came to the finish line, she's not actually finished with the race. Sonia Catano finishing up a strong performance here for her today.
Been a roller coaster of a morning, Rick.
Yes, and into the afternoon. Sonia Catano, 70.3 distances. People call that the half. And Sonia, 4 events already through 2021 at that half distance. A best finish of 7th, so looking to improve. Just off the podium for Sonia Catano as she makes the left turn, which I think that's where Pamella Oliveira right here was thinking she was supposed to stay outside those cones, but at this point in time she was supposed to come to pit road. That's what Sonia is doing now.
Zips up the top, getting ready for that finish line.
And what a close. What a day it has been. And these athletes, incredible performance, covering the just over 50 miles, a little over 81 kilometers of this distance.
And Sonia looks happy to see this finish shoot, that's for sure. Well done.
The smile and the high fives now as she brings it home down the tunnel here.
Very strong race for Sonia here today.
And Sonia across the finish line in Clash Endurance Miami.
Thank you.
Welcome and congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much.
That was a hell of a race.
That was hot. Very hot.
It was hot. It's usually not this hot.
So a lot of things have taken place, and we want to make sure that the officials in Clash will clear that up. And we want you to stay with us, obviously, because a lot of things about to happen, as well as the men's race will be coming up here very shortly at 1:45, just about 30 minutes from now. We'd love for you to enjoy some Clash content.
Clash is mind over body. Every minute of, I've only got 2 minutes left. I know I can last 2 more minutes. Whether you're training, whether you're racing, saying I'm pushing everything I've got a quarter mile left. I can do this. NASCAR's got a phrase that I love, and that is, if they get you to a race, they got you as a fan. We believe if we can get you to put a shoe on, we can get you to be healthy.
Triathlon is great for the body because it's not too much wear pattern in any one part of your body. So, the swimming is great, the biking is great, the running is great. It really balances out the body in such a healthy way that if you're somebody that's inclined to try, it's a sport that can be done at any stage. Health and healthy means something different to every single person, and there's no one size fits all.
I've had these words put on my alarm clock or on where I brush my teeth every night since I was a little girl, and it says, remember what you feel like after. And those are really important words to me. I remember what I feel like, even though I wake up, oh man, I don't feel like moving that much today or whatever it is. But as soon as you do it, you're like, man, I'm so glad I did that. I feel so much better. I'm happier. I have more adrenaline. I have more pep in my step. And for me, I've been like that since I was a little girl, and I feel grateful that I'm able to do it.
Obviously, to push our bodies as hard as we do, we need to eat healthy and take care of our bodies from, a physical therapy and massage standpoint and things like that. So I think we're really healthy people, but I think the great thing about triathlon is any age group athlete or anyone from any sport background can have the goal of completing a triathlon with whatever your lifestyle is and however you can fit the training into your daily life. Whether you're a parent or you work a lot, it is a very fun and approachable sport.
Clash Endurance is a family experience, a race experience. There's something for everybody. I want them to have a memory
of them pushing for their personal best or doing their first. I want you to walk away feeling like that was a great experience and your entire family that was there had something to do and they were just as excited.
I think that's cool about races like Daytona. There's tons of people who are doing it for the first time and having their first race ever, and at the same time, lots of people that are, have a lot of experience.
The Clash team and Bill Christie have truly started a revolution. I hope that I'm still racing many years to come just to be able to experience it, just to be able to put races on and execute them so well in speedways across the country. It hits the pros, it hits the amateurs, it hits their families. It's riveting.
Triathlon is such a test of yourself. For me, it's how can I put the best version of myself forward, and it's a constantly evolving process.
Tim is a tough guy. There's not many men who are as tough as him. He's very good at racing on the biggest level.
My greatest accomplishment was my runner-up finish at the 2019 Ironman World Championship. The first American to break 8 hours in Kona.
It's 2021, the kickoff of the new season.
Early morning before the race, I just had this sinking feeling in my gut that something wasn't right.
2009 long distance world champion, Mr. Tim T.O. O'Donnell.
Gun goes off and you get into that race mode.
Tim O'Donnell in the pink cap out in front.
Had an amazing swim, so I was super excited. I'm in the front of the race, one of the first guys getting on the bike.
T.O. in fourth, what a great swim.
I remember the exact moment when things started to go south. I was tucked in an aero position, and I just had a shooting, kind of spreading pain across my chest, and then a shooting pain down my left arm, and my jaw started to lock up.
I do think Tim's in a bit of a rough patch right now.
I actually thought in my own head, am I having a heart attack right now? And then I looked down at my Garmin and saw my power was, 320 watts or whatever it was. And I thought, there's no way I'm having a heart attack and I'm riding this strong. So I said, I'll just back off a little bit and then I'll see how I feel. I started having trouble focusing. I actually dismounted the bike and got off early because I didn't really know where I was.
It was Timothy O'Donnell thinking that he was done. Hopefully he doesn't let it upset him too much and he can get refocused again.
Got back on my bike, finished the lap, and hit the run. Once you start dropping out of races, it gets in your head, and it makes it a lot easier to drop out in the future. So I just couldn't let that negativity get into my racing career, and I had to shut the door on it.
In 11th place, Tim O'Donnell.
50.5 miles.
Amazing. What a race.
After the race, I just continually felt worse and worse.
He actually just sent me a text and said, I'm really struggling. And for me, that was strange. He doesn't complain,
She told me to call our primary care doc, and he said, you need to take aspirin right now and go to the hospital. They brought in the big defib machine, and I think they were, ready for me to just flatline at some point. So that's the only point in the whole process where I honestly thought to myself, are you going to die? But put that thought out of my head, and I said, that's not going to happen, and we moved on.
It was early hours of the morning before he called me after the procedure and let me know that he did, in fact, have a heart attack, and there was a blockage of his LAD artery, which is commonly known as the widowmaker. That specific heart attack is very small survival rate, 11%.
Because of all the training I've done over the years, I've actually developed these little vessels that sprout off your arteries and help move blood around. The sport may have actually helped save my life in the long run.
I cannot wait to give Rini and the kids hugs. It's going to change my perspective on life, that's for sure. It's a gift.
When I got home, I just wanted to stop. Just be with the family. But I've definitely taken a step back and been more engaged with everybody around me because it's more valuable to me now. I have met with so many doctors, trying to get as much information as I can as to whether or not I could continue my career.
If your family and friends and your headspace are right for it, go for it.
Okay.
Go for it with confidence.
Trying to get back to racing with the question in my head, is this going to kill me? That is probably the hardest part of the journey back. And it honestly takes time. For months, I didn't want to do anything by myself in case, something happened and I wanted somebody there.
I think there's always going to be a little fear in the back of my mind because all of his tests were 100% A-OK, then I'm okay with him continuing.
Honestly, I just don't know what my racing is going to be now. I'm a different person. I could be a different athlete. I'm just going to put myself out there and be happy with the journey.
Hi, I'm Ryan Corson.
And I'm Lindsay Corson.
I grew up my whole life playing baseball and went on to play college baseball at Jacksonville University. And then once baseball was done, we had gotten married. I had put on some weight, and I just needed to get back in shape like I was in college. And we just started running, and then it kind of snowballed from there. Doing my first triathlon on my birthday, I'll never forget. I had very little to no swim training. Ended up doggy paddling a lot of the swim, and it felt like it was, a full triathlon, 2.4 mile swim, but it was only 400 yards. But then finished it, and it was like I was completely exhausted. And coming from a baseball background, always being, competitive, I was like, gosh, there's a lot more I can do now that I got a taste of triathlon. And it kind of just grew from there. While our kids started entering kid races, we just consistently started training together as a family.
And it's really fun to do it as a family. They've kind of grown up in the sport now, and they're really good. Whereas, we're totally fine being age groupers, having a blast, setting goals and being competitive, but it's really fun to keep training with the kids and doing it as a family. I feel like it's kept us very close-knit as a family, and the traveling is really fun. We kind of find fun destinations to do for family vacations that involve, cycling up a mountain, swimming in fun lakes, or something like that to just make it a training opportunity but also a fun experience. But the kids, they look forward to, when's the next race, where are we going, and we look around the race, what else is there to do. And Clash has been wonderful because all 5 of us can race. Even the dog's allowed to come. So the kids can do the kids race. Our oldest can do the sprint race. I can still get a half distance in, and he kind of jumps in and either does the duathlon, the sprint, whatever it is. We can compete against each other as a family. We can do relays together as a family, do the 5K race. So it's just always been great for the family to really get involved and enjoy the whole weekend. And because it's spread out over 3 days, we can get some rest in between and do more than one thing.
With having kids, it's also, we feel it's more of a safe environment because it is kept inside of the Speedway. And I think that's real attractive to parents with kids.
And it's also become just very much a part of our life, being active. And then over the years, I have found that I feel better as I age. So that has been really nice. And I'm probably running stronger than I ever have. Maybe not faster than I ever have, but I feel good. And I think that's what matters most, is as I age, I want to be able to keep up with the kids and feel good and still enjoy it as I get older.
It's not going to be next to each other. It's a little bit, so that white buoy is going to be a little bit further out, not that much, so you guys probably aren't all going to get on the line.
There's no way that we can make it longer.
What I would say is, if you're not in that top 10, be in the front of the group to get in the water and get all that out there. Oh, for this one bonus? Yeah, this is the bottom. This is the back. It's like the ITU. That's the back of the ball. There's no stress about picking where I'm going, though. Yeah, we're going to keep you guys top 10 out one by one. Got that one by So you guys will be right here when we call if you are one of the top 10 athletes, as you go down, they'll tell you, once you come around this corner, there's going to be a camera. Have your goggles up, do a quick smile, and then go down to the water. You got the cannon loaded? Ready? Yeah. And do we have to make corner?
So I'll be doing our intros for the top 10 men, and then I'll invite the rest of the field down to the swim starts. We'll be getting those intros started at 1:41, so about 10 minutes, just under 10 minutes from now.
As long as you're not on the receiving end of it.
Hey guys, I didn't see on the women's race. Quick update on bonus. If you exit transition, you'll trip the first wire. 300 meters up.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be boring, small. Yeah. You're the best light. No, really, I can barely feel it. Flat course, I figured a couple extra pounds would hurt.
Water for their 1,700-meter swim, they'll do 2 loops here. So come on up halfway through the swim.
Thank you. Where do you want to set up?
Clash Endurance Miami continues as the men are about to take on this unbelievable course and day. As you take a look at the top 10 men, Sam Long coming in as the highest ranked competitor from the United States. Ben Kanute also very strong. Jackson Laundrie, a name that I'm sure we're going to be talking about a lot today. Magnus Ditlev, Andy Dreitz, Chris Lieferman, Starkey, Andrew Starkowitz, Jason West, Justin Metzler, and Thomas Davis. Such a strong men's field once again as we get ready to get underway with the men's triathlon here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Right at the start area, we have, once again, Greg Bennett and Alicia Kay. Let's start with you, Greg.
Well, guys, I'm down here at the start, and the guys are trying to stay cool more than anything. Normally, we see them warming up and jumping around, but you can even see to my right here, we got Justin Metzler has an ice pack on. The wind has picked up, and it is cooling a little bit, maybe a bit more cloud cover than what the women have, but it's still really hot down here. I'll pass it over to Alicia.
I really hope the men paid close attention to what just happened in our women's race. We really showed that it was a race of attrition out there. There are definitely a few things that they can be doing. I hope they're carrying more water. I hope they're carrying more electrolytes. I hope they're thinking about adjusting their pacing to be able to handle the conditions today. These are not the type of conditions where you can blindly go all out. They need to be disciplined out there, and I hope the women's race really showed them that. But we've got a lot of young bucks in this field that discipline might might not be a strength for them. So it's going to be a very interesting men's race.
Definitely interesting. Belinda and Tim, we saw, I think interesting would be about the simplest word we could use for what we just saw with the women's race that just concluded. And so now the men will take on the conditions and the course.
Well, I got to go out there for a little bit then, and it definitely, when the cloud cover comes over, it is so much cooler. When that cloud cover is gone and that sun is beating down on their heads, it is like being on fire. It's crazy.
The men right now are wishing those clouds stay above them for the remainder of the day because it's nasty without them.
Athletes have been in the water. They are getting ready to once again get ready for an incredible event here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. And to get things underway, we want to introduce you to the top 10 men athletes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Clash Miami. Let's introduce our pro men's field. Wearing race number 41 from the United States, a silver medalist at the 70.3 World Championships last year, two-time Ironman champion, four-time 70.3 champion, Sam Long.
You got to put it on your ankle.
Race number 42, also from the United States, a 2016 Olympian, silver medalist at the 2017 70.3 World Championships, four-time winner of the Escape from Alcatraz try, Ben Kanute. From Canada, wearing race number 43, fifth at the 70.3 Worlds last year, a three-time 70.3 champion, Jackson Laundry. Wearing race number 45 from Denmark, he was second at Clash Daytona, had the fastest bike split here last year, first at 70.3 Portugal last year, Magnus Ditlev.
If you lose that one chip in the switch, you're going to have to.
Wearing race number 46 from Germany, he was the champion at Challenge Roth in 2019, an 11-time half-distance champion at races around the world, Andreas Dietrich. Wearing race number 47 from the United States, a four-time Ironman champion, two-time 70.3 champ, Chris Lefferman. Wearing race number 48 from the United States, a race disruptor, the superstar on the bike, Andrew Starkovitz. And he's won a few races as well. Wearing race number 49 from the United States, a former short course athlete moving up to the long distance, first at 70.3 Memphis last year, Jason West. Wearing race number 50 from the United States, a three-time Challenge Family winner, second at Ironman Coeur d'Alene last year, Justin Metzler. And wearing race number 51 from Great Britain, another one of our up-and-coming athletes. Best result, seventh at Clash Daytona last year, Thomas Davis. And let's send down the rest of our pro men's field.
Rest of the athletes getting ready to get in the water behind that yellow line. Smiles on their faces now, but we know what they're in for here at Clash Endurance Miami.
We've got 48 professional men starting here today.
Very big field, experienced. But once again, as you mentioned, Belinda, with the women, a large variety of short course to intermediate to full course, a bunch of different athletes getting ready to start their season.
Yeah, that's right. We've got quite a few short course specialists who have done a couple of longer distance races, but it certainly isn't their forte. They definitely concentrate on the World Triathlon Series and Super League. We've got our long course specialist. We've got Xterra Sam Osborne, one of the best Xterra athletes in the world. So it really is a huge mix.
Here we go. Gun is off. Aaron Royle chose the same start position as Sara Perez.
Yeah. Smart man.
And he's gone.
He has that blue, the light blue swim cap on, and Aaron Royle would be an athlete that we would expect to do very well. He's a Olympian. Actually just competed a week ago in a couples event where he and his wife, who also, or excuse me, fiance, wife to be, Nun Stanford, they won the couples competition 1 week ago. So he's come right back and he's going to compete.
The best part about that win? $100,000.
$100,000.
And I believe Non turned to him not too long after that finish and said, now they're getting married in November. And she's like, you can't complain about anything. I get to do it exactly what I want to do for that wedding, and I don't blame her. And you can see that great shot of our professional men. That is Aaron Royle in that baby blue cap out in front.
They will make 2 laps around the buoys here with the Aussie exit, where they'll jump out of the water and right back in.
And just so our viewers have an understanding, Sam Long is in a bright pink cap. Of course he is. He loves the colour pink. Jackson Laundry from Canada in a white cap, and Magnus Ditleff of Denmark in a green cap. So they are our caps today. I've already spoken about Aaron Royle in the baby blue.
Out front, leading this pack, and actually drafting behind him taking place. We mentioned that he and his fiancée, there's Nun Stanford. And again, this was just a week ago here in Florida. That's how you relax.
I think that's exactly when she turned to Aaron and said, you know what, we're having the wedding of my dreams right now.
Love it. You have to have a really big bank to cash a really big check like that.
What a way to kick off their season, right?
Definitely. As they make the right-hand turn. They're from one end of the lake to the other.
And we know that we have some quite a few swim specialists in this group today. We know Ben Kanute. We expect him to be out front and probably leading the swim along with Aaron Royle. We know Thomas Davis is also a strong swimmer. Jonas Schomburg. This is looking more like a World Triathlon Series, a WTS race, than it is a long course race right now. Tim's, you remember those days?
I'm having flashbacks to my World Triathlon days.
This is craziness. Look at these guys climbing on top of each other.
Remember I said the argy-bargy?
Yeah.
This is the argy-bargy right here. That is.
Look at that chaos.
Oh, my gosh. This is exactly like short course racing. So all of our Olympic distance athletes that are racing now, this is nothing for them. They would not be phased. But for our longer distance races, they would be going, what is going on here?
And that's when it pays to be out front early. You can avoid all the carnage in the back.
Like Aaron Royle there in the
beautiful out front. We also know that Matt Sharp from Canada, so Matthew Sharp is another one of our very strong swimmers. Simon Shee, who you did an interview with earlier this week, we know he swam for Virginia. He's also a very good swimmer. It's his first pro race. So he is very excited to be lining up today against such a quality international field. But we expect him to be up there as well.
And it looks like Ben Kanute's in third place right now.
Ben Kanute, obviously very strong racer. We've seen him have great success.
But you can see they are trying to sort themselves out and get into some sort of civilized formation, but very, very difficult when you've got such a big pro field and a small amount of space. And you can see back in that main pack, it's still a lot of argy-bargy, a lot of pushing and shoving, and it's not a nice position to be in.
Is it wrong that I actually just love that part of the sport?
Yeah, because it doesn't surprise me. You would, yeah.
Jonas Schomburg is comfortable in second there on Aaron Royle. We knew it to be those two with Ben Kanute. Ben Kanute kind of missed the start. He was on the left-hand side where he was sort of knee-deep, and then he had to swim across and get onto their feet. But there's even a tiny gap between Jonas and Ben. But if you go way back, if you put your camera back, the guy that actually got beaten pretty hard in this swim was Sam Long. If you scan the camera back,
yeah, we can see him in that bright pink cap.
Yeah, so he actually took a bit of clobbering down, not only at the turn, but off the start as well. So I think he's going to have have a bit of a comeback from here. But you see, hey, look how strung out that is.
Yeah.
That's amazing. The pace is on.
And again, this is just about a third of the first lap. A little over a third. These athletes out front, we mentioned. In the blue cap is Aaron Royle.
Right behind him on his feet, Jonas Schomburg from Germany.
We mentioned he might be a long shot here. Can we keep him in the long shot category?
No, I don't even know if he's a long shot. I think he could do very, very well. The thing with Jonas, he is definitely a short course specialist. He's a Super League superstar, and he's 28 years of age. He has actually done a full 70.3, so he has done a half distance race before, back in 2016 in Turkey. And I asked him, what on earth were you thinking doing that? He was over there doing a short course race, so doing an Olympic distance race, and he said, well, it was on the next weekend, so I decided to give it a go. He hasn't done another one since, so he's only done the one half distance race way back in 2016, but he is very, very keen to see how he goes over this slightly longer distance.
And before the race got underway, we were able to chat with Aaron Royle.
I honestly didn't realize how young you are, because you've been in the sport for so long and you have such a long history in short course racing. You've already got 2 Olympic Games under your belt. Where are you at with triathlon?
Well, firstly, thanks for saying I'm younger. I sometimes don't feel it. The body does definitely feel the many, many years of what we do day in, day out. So yeah, I'm 32 now. I just went to my second Olympics in Tokyo last year. And so I've been a fan of the non-drafting races for a long time and sat on the sidelines watching them. Go, man, I really want to be part of them. And so I thought now's the time to sort of make that step across. I definitely haven't finished my short course career in terms of completely done with that. But for sure, the focus this year and next year will be more towards the middle distance racing. And then I'll make a decision whether I still then try and go to Paris for my third Olympics or fall in on long course. And just want to see how good I can be at it. That's the beauty of it. I don't really know. I've spent so long in short course racing. You hit these times in training, you do these sort of stuff, do these workouts, and you kind of can get a gauge of how you're going to go when you get to a race. But now it's really unknown. This is a bit of new training, and then finding out how that translates across to race day is a little bit still unknown to me, and that's what I get really excited about it. To be honest, I'm already really excited for this Miami race to just see how it goes. It's obviously, I think for almost everyone apart from a few, it's the first race of the year, and there's only so much you can learn from in training. And so, just excited to start, I guess, the journey of my longer course or middle distance racing.
Aaron Royle is absolutely turning the screws on this swim. Him and Jonas Schomburg, and Ben is just dangling off that in third place, but we have a proper gap now between third and fourth place, and then another gap back to fifth place. This swim is absolutely strung out. The rest of our colored caps are at least 30 seconds back from Aaron Royle right now. So Sam Long, Magnus Ditlev are going to have work to do when they come out of this swim. Aaron is really setting the pace here.
And that's what he has to do. A guy that is in his position, he's got to maximize every opportunity he can to separate himself from the guys who are a little bit better on the bike or maybe a little bit better runners. And
look, we know that Aaron's a quality swimmer. We know he's a quality runner. I would say if I had to pick a weakness here for Aaron today, it is his bike. We know it is blowing a gale out there. We were out there a little bit earlier, Tim, and it is definitely very, very windy. So that will definitely fall into the favour of the stronger bikers today. But definitely not writing off Aaron. I know he's one of the, if not the strongest runner right now. But
saying that, Belinda, last weekend in the couples championship, he had the second fastest bike time. So I think he knows his weaknesses, and he's been addressing his weaknesses, and I really like him. I think he's going to have a fantastic race.
Oh, he's definitely still my favourite here today. There's no doubt. I picked it early. I said we were going to do an Aussie double. I'm not wavering on that.
Well, you were right on the first one. But at the same time, I think we were surprised by what happened in the first race. So we should expect some surprises here in the men's race also.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm still shaking my head at what we just witnessed in that women's race. I did not expect it at all.
We're about to see Aaron Royle come out of the water for the first time. Again, the Aussie exit where he'll get out, run up the ramp, around, and then dive back into the water.
And Ben Kanute just a smidge off these two guys up front. He needs this exit to try to bridge that gap. And they need him on the bike, quite honestly. He's a great ally on the bike. He's so strong.
There you see him taking a look at Jonas Schomburg. Oh, and
Jonas going straight
Jonas
around.
said, I'll take it. I'll take the lead. So now Jonas does a little bit of the work. Again, drafting coming into play and swimming. There's Ben Kanute getting back in now.
And see, this is this is really smart racing from these two up front, because they could see that elastic band was starting to break. You saw Jonas take a little look over his shoulder and so put the pressure down, and now they've created that gap.
Now, is he going for the AquaSphere swim bonus, or are they working together?
Guys, I actually think Aaron Royle went for the preem then, or the bonus, but I almost wonder if he's planned something with Jonas, and it was like, okay, we'll go together, we'll split the bonus point, but you're going to take the second lap. It was a real communication as they ran around the top there. Fascinating to see. I just saw Matt Sharp come out. Interesting, Matt Sharp was able to keep up with Aaron Royle last week at the Couples Championship, but now he's dropped back about 20-30 seconds.
Athletes still going back into the water.
And Greg, talking about that, that's a really interesting point you brought up. As we see Magnus Ditleff, our Uber biker, so we know that Magnus will move through the field once he hits dry land. But Greg, talk us through about the gameplay, about them talking strategy, because that's something that happens all the time in World Triathlon, but it doesn't happen so much in long-distance triathlon.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to pace themselves, right? At the end of the day, if you're leading the swim, you're pushing the water, and on that second lap, if you've been able to sit in on the first lap, you're going to be a little bit fresher. And wouldn't be surprised, those two know each other very well from the Olympics and the World Triathlon Series, so I wouldn't be surprised if they said, look, let's sprint, let's get the preem between us, and then let's take turns and open as much gap as we can. And you know, they have opened that small gap over Ben Kanute, which is a big surprise to me. I really thought Ben would be able to sit with them.
So we expected Magnus Ditleff, not renowned for his swimming in the green cap, to be anywhere near the front of the field. He has been working on his swim, and he's in a pretty good position right now.
There's Jackson Laundry getting back into the water.
But it will be interesting to see where that neon pink cap is of Sam Long. He seemed to have a pretty good start for Sam. We know, again, he's been working on his swimming, but it's not his strength. He knows it. He's talked about it quite often.
And he did make a statement that it was the focus almost of the beginning of his year, that he did not want to be a duathlete anymore. He wanted, to be a triathlete and be able to swim. Yeah.
Known as a triathlete, that's right.
We saw Jackson Laundry get back into the water there, and just recently, as of January, he was in a bike crash, and he's had a couple bike crashes where he's had to come back from some pretty severe injuries, and broken bones once again has kept his training down from what he's wanted it to be, but obviously he's rebounded back enough that he's going to be competitive here today.
Just some swim splits through the first laps. Andrew Starkowitz and, of course, Magnus Ditleff about 1:10 back off the lead. And Sam Long is a minute 26 back after lap 1.
And Sam had talked about trying to get the swim better, so he wasn't in such a deficit when he got out of the water and had to work as hard as he has to. Sam Long, an exceptional runner, but also very strong on the bike. But once again, you don't want to start off in such a hole that you've got to work so diligently to get back up just to be in competition. Here again is Aaron Royle out front, but he gets passed by Jonas Schomburg right here. Look at this.
Oh, yeah, he almost looked like he was doing a tag team.
Yeah, I think they tagged.
It looked like a tag team.
There was a little high five there, a sneaky high five.
This has definitely been planned. I think these two have talked before the race, and this is definitely what they plan to do. I'll take the first lap, you take the second lap. Let's try and get rid of everyone else, so it's just you and I. We get into T1 cleanly, out on the bike.
And honestly, they're trying to isolate Ben, I'd say. Yep. And it was, I think Aaron looked back and said, all right, we got our gap. It's you and me. High five.
High five.
We're doing what we were meant to do.
Yep. Oh, good on them. And you can see it's working. Ben Kanute is stuck out there in no man's land with no one around him. So he's going to have to do this entire swim on his own. And what this is doing, what this is telling me, is these boys up front are trying to, they want him to be tired. They know that he's a threat on the bike and the run.
And it's the same approach you saw with Ashleigh earlier, just being aggressive from the start.
The only thing I worry about with Jonas, and I was talking to Aaron Royle about it earlier this week, was he only has one pace, and that is at 100%. And just watching that women's race and seeing what the lack of pacing or pacing too hard, what it's going to do to them overall, and I just don't want to see that happen to Jonas.
And once again, the preems or bonuses given out to the men as well for the male winner of the $1,000 bonus for the fastest first swim lap presented by AquaSphere goes to Aaron Royle. So first out of the water, he tripped the line first, and then of course the little changeover went between he and Schomburg. But Aaron Royle, congratulations on that $1,000 presented by AquaSphere.
And of course, Royle, no stranger to longer distances, even though we do know of him as an Olympic distance athlete. He's raced 2 half-distance races. He was first in the Sunny Coast 70.3, and more recently, last year, he was second to Magnus Ditlev in Portugal. He's also won the infamous Noosa Triathlon twice now, so very similar to Ash. Not quite as many times as Ash has won it, but he has won that race twice, non-drafting Olympic distance event.
If that's a precursor to how well you do at Miami, then we know Aaron Royle is going to do well.
We do. And, you know, Aaron Royle trains with a great squad in Girona under Joel Filiol. He trains with the greats, Jelly Jeans, Vincent Louis. We know that he's been training for this. He's been doing spending a lot of time on the time trial bike. So it's not like he's coming into this race underprepared.
And they really are opening that gap.
Yeah, the two have separated themselves from Ben Kanute.
And look at poor Ben. That is, honestly, Tim, tell us, that is one of the worst positions you can be in. You can see the boys up front. There's no one behind you. What do you do? Do you just say, well, I just have to come to the conclusion this is where I've got to stay and I've just got to keep pushing?
Yeah, I think you keep your composure, obviously, and just keep a steady pace. Now, in the back of his mind, I'm sure he's thinking, hey, I may have a little gap. I may be behind going into the bike, but Ditlev's coming up.
Yep.
You know, the train's coming behind me, so just be ready to use him to get back up to the guys up front.
And that's what you're continually thinking about all day. You know, you've obviously got plan A, B, C, D, and depending on how the day unfolds, you go to each plan as it comes along. And I mean, obviously plan A would have been, and let's admit, I thought he was going to be on the feet of these two out front right now.
Athletes getting introduced, and it's Sam Long into the water first. Ben Kanute, we know he's going to be strong into the first portion of this race. And sure enough, after the gun goes off, craziness ensuing on the first turn. But it's Aaron Royle who's out front. Look at this, climbing over the top of each other, kicking each other. And right in the middle of it, that pink swim cap of Sam Long. The AquaSphere winner, Aaron Royle, comes out of the water first for the fastest first lap. Jonas Schomburg goes by. It looks like they almost transfer the baton. And the two pulling away from Ben Kanute, working together. And now they're getting ready to come out of the water. Jonas Schomburg as well as Aaron Royle in the front two-man pack. Ben Kanute about 15 yards behind.
Rick, I was just saying to Belinda, I had the pink cap last year. Hopefully it treats Sam Long a little bit better than it treated me.
Ooh, yeah.
The pink cap for you was by choice, though, I thought, right? We didn't designate that to you.
My daughter Izzy picked it for me,
yeah.
I think.
Because we all know how much Sam Long loves the colour pink.
Yep.
So, suitable colour for him today. And Jonas Schomburg from Germany, I'll be honest, I didn't know a great deal about him before we came into this race. 28 years of age, from Germany. He is a short course athlete racing in the in the World Triathlon Series circuit as well as Super League. I think he's a little bit of made a bit of a name of himself in Super League, a bit of a superstar. Really cool story about Jonas. Apparently he actually travelled to Jersey with his father and begged Chris for a start. He didn't have a start, but he begged, "Can I start?" Chris McCormack then gave him a bit of advice. Said, "If you turn up to a qualifying event, you win that, you're in." And that's exactly what he did as he exits the water now in first place with Aaron Royle right on his feet. And so once
you see the guys looking back to see, okay, did we do our job?
Did we do it properly? And they have indeed.
Jonas Schomburg
struggling a little bit to take that speed suit off.
Yeah, different than a wetsuit. Speed suit for these guys, it was, the water's warm enough, it was almost 80 degrees, the temperature of the water. So now in T1, and again, there's a bonus for this. Right now, Jonas Schomburg trying to get the helmet on.
And Rick's struggling with this style of helmet because Jonas would not be used to wearing a time trial helmet. He'd be not used to wearing just a normal road helmet, which is what they usually wear.
And there's Ben Kanute.
Ben Kanute also with his speed
looking
suit
much
coming
quicker
off
through transition.
Yep, so far as the two, Schomburg and Royle, get the shoes strapped on. There's Ben Kanute coming out of T1.
Now Ben did this race last year, and I have to say this is a cycling course where experience is going to pay off. You know, knowing the turns, knowing the pacing, I'd say it's an advantage for Ben.
On screen right now, Jens Roth, also from Germany.
There are a lot of bonuses up for grabs. Not only the transition, well, we saw the first lap already, the transition here, as well as the first lap on the bike. And so I saw Ben Kanute, before he even worried about his shoes, he started pedaling as hard as he could, probably trying to get the best first lap he can possibly get, because there's $1,000 on the line for that. And now the chaos taking place here in T1 as the men come out of the water and get ready for the bike.
You can see Yuri Kulin right there. If you look closely at Yuri Kulin's helmet, you can see the peace sign for Ukraine. Yuri Kulin's coach is actually from Ukraine, so he is racing today for his coach, for his coach's family, and for the country of Ukraine. Andy Dreitz there on screen.
Another powerhouse on the bike.
Another one of the very strong German athletes, renowned for their bike riding.
Another pack coming out of the water now. In the middle of that, you see the green of Magnus Ditlev.
And right behind him, so we've got Magnus Ditlev with the green. And we're just waiting to see. Here he is, Sam Long in the pink cap, so out in that same group. Sam needs to concentrate now on having a really nice, clean transition.
Jackson Laundrie was also a part of that. And I heard one of the officials, when he was getting ready to jump in the water, when he was getting introduced, they said you've got to put that on your ankle, which is the scoring monitors that they have on their ankles, and he's going to have to put one on before he gets started on the bike.
I did hear them say that, Rick. They said you'll have to put it on in transition if you don't put it on now.
So he only entered the water with the one timing chip on.
Yes.
They were explicitly told.
And a bike accident over on the right side coming out of T1.
We can see them down on the ground now.
A couple guys down.
And it really is just chaos with bikes flying around and guys coming in into transition.
It's Andy Dreitz. He's got a bugger. That's why he did it. So that's Andy Dreitz there on the side. What a shame. So obviously flat tire. He didn't know about it. Obviously happened in transition before the swim. He's gone to jump on his bike with a flat tire, and you know what happens when you try and do that. So he's gone off into the grass.
And that's a latex tube, so it's a much thinner tube. Much faster, but also much prone
more
to puncture.
Punches, that's right.
Yeah, guys, he went to jump on his bike and almost fell off right away when he realized he had a front wheel puncture. But fortunately, the guy standing right next to him, it couldn't have been any more fortunate. If you're going to have a puncture, the guy was right next to him with an inner tube and a pump. I've never seen, I mean, if you call that luck, unluck, I don't know. But he almost crashed because you guys know when you have that front wheel puncture, so whoa, when you jump on your bike.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, it was interesting to see, Sam Long getting in a little bit of trouble for not having that anklet around his other ankle. He was wearing one, but he wasn't wearing the other, and that one might have fired him up a little bit to see what he can do on the bike. Now, back to you guys.
Now, Greg, interesting. Why didn't he? They were explicitly told in the pro briefing that they must wear both timing chips.
BG, he was being a little bit cheeky.
Oh, cheeky. Okay.
I think they tried to grab him as he was heading down to the water, and he was kind of like waved them off. So I think there was a little bit of cheekiness there, and I was always that cheeky athlete, so I don't mind that kind of behaviour a little bit. But I think he got caught out, and he was made to take his time and
put it back on in transition,
yeah.
which is a shame because he got out of the water right behind Magnus Ditlev. It was a perfect position for him to be in, but he would have lost a little bit of time.
It was interesting. Do you guys remember in the press conference, I asked him, what would be a good time gap to the lead swimmers? And he said 90 seconds. I think he was a fair bit over 90 seconds. So I wonder if that's going to play in his mind a bit, or if he'll, embrace the task of seeing what he can do.
There's, once again, the issues for Andy Dreitz with that front tire was down. So falling behind very quickly.
So the rules are that you are responsible for your own equipment. So it is Andy's responsibility to pump that tire up. He has got a little bit of help here, which is definitely going to make the process a little bit quicker than what it could. And yeah, if you're going to get a flat tire, this is the spot to get it, because if it happens out on course, then you're all on your own. That was a very, very quick tire change, I have to say.
And right away, thank you. You're welcome. One of the nicest guys also. Andy Dreitz, so amazing to talk to. But, if you're going to have luck, you want it to be good luck, and it starts off bad luck for Andy Dreitz.
He's very, very well known and loved in Bavaria, where he's from.
That first turn, you're probably a little bit nervous.
Yep.
On that,
just to make sure
tire.
that you've done it right.
Together, right?
Let's make sure everything went on right. And there's still athletes that are coming out of the water. So Andy Dreitz not only gets out of the water, swims the 2 laps, gets out of the water, transitions, and then has a flat tire he has to change. But he's on course and on track now. Aaron Royle, Jonas Schomburg, and once again we'll reiterate 20-meter rule. There's no drafting in this event, so you won't see packs working together.
They have 45 seconds. Once that front wheel goes in front, they have 45 seconds. Once they go inside the 20-meter draft rule, they've got that amount of time to get past. Otherwise, they will be penalized.
This is Aaron up front. A short course specialist.
He looks great, comfortable, relaxed.
Now here is the situation. They will have 17 laps once they get back to the start-finish line.
And we know that the bike course here today on the Miami Homestead track is a combination of the road course and the oval course. So it is definitely a lot more technical than the course we have in Daytona.
What they just passed right there, what we saw Aaron Royle pass, is where they come off of what's called the apron here on the track and back up onto the actual oval track. There's a little bit of banking. Actually, where they're at is on the apron still, down on the inside of this track. But they will come off onto the front stretch, then go back onto the road course portion of the track here at Homestead-Miami Speedway.
We know conditions out there. We were out there earlier and it is very, very windy out on course. And on this particular course, there is absolutely nowhere to hide.
Yeah.
And it is hot and humid.
So right now on pit road, there you see the wall between the track and pit road. They will run out on the actual track. That's why they try to keep the bike and the run separate, because there will be bikers on the track when some of the athletes are starting to run.
It looks like Ditlev and Long are actually riding with each other right now, so that could be a really dangerous combination here shortly. I'm sure they're taking a second to regroup before they make an attack.
Well, just like we spoke about Schomburg and Royle having a little chat before the race and working things out for the swim, I wonder if Ditlev and Long have had an opportunity sometime during this week to say, you know what, if we are together out of the swim or within cooey of each other, should we work together?
I don't know if that's Sam Long's style.
I know.
I think he's just like, you know what?
I don't think it's Ditlev's
Let's hammer
style
each other and see who survives.
And that might be the situation where he sees Ditlev in front of him. He's a competitive guy. Sam Long is a competitive, tough gentleman that will get out there and do whatever it takes. And I wonder if he sees Ditlev and says, okay, this guy's the best in the world on a bike. I'm going to stay with him.
Absolutely. You know, we talk a lot about Ditlev and his riding ability, but Sam Long is one of the strongest riders in the sport. So I'm sure that's going to be in the back of his mind, Rick.
But looking up at the list of athletes, we have got an incredible field. As we said, a combination of some of the best long distance athletes in the world, along with some of the best short course athletes in the world. Athletes that have been around for a long time. Reinaldo Colucci from Brazil. Ty Butterfield, 40 years of age. Ty Butterfield been around for a long, long time. Brent McMahon, the oldest in the field, from Canada at 41 years of age. And right down to our youngest, who I believe is Yuri Kulin at only 23 years of age. So we go from 23 all the way up to 41.
We mentioned the conditions being very difficult for the women earlier today, and obviously for the men. But we're also noticing a little bit of cloud cover. So every now and then you see these athletes will go through a point where it's not quite the sun beating directly down on them. And that's going to help considerably for these athletes just to get a little bit of a break from the sun beating down. A little bit of respite.
And you know, when I was out there before, the difference from when that cloud cover comes over and when it disappears is day and night. It is unbelievable how hot it is when that sun comes out. As I said, I'm used to this sort of weather, but it's too much for me. I would not like to be out there racing right now.
You'd much rather be with us.
Right in here in the air-conditioned booth. And can we let Greg Bennett know about that a little bit more often? Because
let him know the exact temperature in here.
He's been complaining.
Listening, BG, I can hear everything you're saying.
He knows.
Cheeky devil.
GV, I love you, GV. Don't worry.
And we see our leaders already lapping some of the field right now. 2 laps in, and they're already a lap ahead, so they're on fire already. And
these time trial bikes, the TT bikes, you're seeing them down in the aero position, but also right there he reaches down. He's like, I'm going to grab this other handlebar here for just a second as I go through the turn.
And a really good point you've brought up, Rick, and that just shows you Aaron's done a fair bit of time on the aero bars and on a time trial bike, but it's not his forte. He's the majority of the time, particularly in the last couple of years while he was training for Tokyo, he's been on a road bike with just aero bar extensions. So, you know, going around corners like that, he doesn't want to end up crashing. So to have one arm on the aero bar, the other one on the handlebar, just to be sure, especially early on. As I said, these men have only had a couple of practice laps around here this week, so they don't know the course. They certainly don't know to do it at this speed.
Right.
So he's just taking precautions, which I think is quite smart.
The other thing, the reminder, the rules are you have to pass to the right. The athletes are told to ride on the left. If someone's going to overtake you, it has to be to the right. We're seeing once again Aaron Royle getting by some of these slower bikes as they're going a lap down. Royle, Schomburg, Ben Kanute, Roth, West, Sharp, Davis, Kulin, all in the top 8. Top 8 collecting a check at the end of the day, as well as the bonuses.
And look already at Magnus Ditlev, already moved he got out of the water in about 19th or 20th place, and he's already moved himself up into 13th place, and we know that movement forward is just going to continue.
And the separation between Ditlev and Sam Long. Sam Long probably wanted to follow Ditlev through the field, but Ditlev is just so strong. And what surprised me, Belinda, when we got here, I found out that Ditlev just got a bike sponsorship.
Oh, can you believe it?
And we have seen for years
last year,
how strong of a cyclist Magnus Ditlev is, and this is the first time he's been sponsored by a bike.
Now, unfortunately, he is not on that new bike quite yet, even though he has signed a bike sponsor. He is still on his original bike. I think it's 4 years old now, and as in his words, starting to fall apart. There he is.
There's Magnus. Looked like he tried to grab a little water there.
But it blew me away. You know, we've seen him perform time after time, particularly on the bike, and to be an athlete of that caliber, a bike rider of that caliber, and not have a bike sponsor was just mind-boggling. So fantastic news to hear that he has now signed.
like to think that I had a little play in that, BG. If you remember Daytona.
Here we go.
There you go, Magnus. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
No, it was actually very surprising. I'd just spoken to the guys at Scott literally only about a week before, and then we were talking about it in Daytona, that this amazing bike rider, this probably the best we've ever seen, doesn't have a bike sponsor. And so during the actual race, I got a text from Scott saying, is that true? Is that true? And so it's great to hear that we actually made it happen, BG. You and me, we made it happen.
I'll take it. I don't know how much I had to do with it, but I'll take it.
There's dimples on the side of his helmet. Are those like a golf ball? Make him travel further?
No. Well, not quite there, right? But it.
Take a look at this. Magnus Ditlev was trying to get water once. Nope. Twice. Nope. And a third time. Nope.
Well, when you're going through at 50 kilometers an hour, that tends to happen, unfortunately.
But he's got 2 bottles on the bike. He was just trying not to go to those.
He's just trying to be smart early. It creeps up on you late in the race.
Well, you don't want to get into a situation where you've used everything you've got on board and relying 100% on the aid stations, because then this happens, like what we've just seen, and then you're in big trouble.
Is there a proper way to hand a bottle off to a guy going 50 kilometers per hour?
There is. You hope they actually can move a little bit with you to keep a little forward momentum. Yeah. Yep. And they have to sometimes they have a kung fu grip on it when they try to hand it to you. And they got to be able to relax.
But in saying that, at the end of the day, it is the athlete's responsibility to slow down to a point where they are able to take the bottle cleanly.
And it looks like Ben Kanute has rolled around and into the lead right now. Ben knows the power of the guys coming behind him, and he does not want to see them anytime soon.
No.
Ben Kanute out front. Aaron Royle still holding on to second. Schomburg is third. As we see Aaron Royle get out of the seat, start pumping the pedals there. That is Mario de Alice, number 94 of Argentina.
Now it looks like
lap down, I believe.
Ditlev's putting about 8 seconds a lap in right now. So if he keeps that up, he'll be up front soon.
There's Ben.
I'm with here watching Ben Kanute, Aaron Royle. I'm actually got to applaud the lapped athletes. They're looking back. They're giving priority to these guys that are leading the pointy end of the race. Ben is riding very aggressively. Rarely do we see Ben Kanute look angry on the race course. He looks angry on the bike. I think he's taking a page from Starkowitz. But he looks motivated. Aaron's riding fairly behind him, so I'll be curious to see if Aaron can stick on to Ben here and how quickly we're going to see the Ditlev chain closing the gap.
And of course, Ben Kanute was third here last year in 2021. Magnus sixth. We still remember Magnus getting off that bike in the lead, fading to sixth place, while Ben Kanute was able to hold on to third. Of course, our winner that year was Jan Frodeno. Lionel Sanders in second. So we know both Ben and Magnus know this course well.
Look at the speeds. Also, we saw Sam Long, 30 miles an hour, clicking off on the bike here. As we once again take a look at Ben Kanute.
And it's great to see.
There's Magnus.
Great to see Ben Kanute out there so early, taking charge of this race. As Magnus doing what Magnus only knows how to do, which is move through the field as quickly as possible.
It's interesting. We talk about athletes.
Oh, missed another bottle.
There you go.
There we go.
We talk about
okay.
athletes that have another gear, and you try to, put it into perspective. It just seems like Magnus Ditlev has another gear when he gets on the bike, that he is just so much faster than everyone else.
Yeah, he really is an incredible rider.
That becomes a little bit difficult. I know that littering on a closed course like this is not a penalty. It is on open courses. But where he just dropped his water bottle is where everybody's riding right now. Do you have to avoid those?
You do get a several hundred meters from the aid station to discard your trash, and I'm assuming he was inside of that window. Yeah.
Saw a lot of water bottles scattered around there as Ditlev puts the head down and continues to pump the bike. He's up to 9th already. and just a minute 47 back at the 7.9 minute marker, or 7.9 mile marker.
Now here's another athlete that's just like Emma Pallant-Brown, loves to race. I think last year alone he raced something like 11 or 12 international races. And then on top of that, a couple of home races, so races back home in Denmark. So he likes to race, and he likes to race a lot. I think by the time he got to Daytona, Clash Daytona last year, at the end of last year, he was pretty exhausted, and I was actually surprised to see what a fantastic race he had when he finished in second place to Christian Blumenfeld.
In talking to him after the race, you could tell it had been a long year.
A long year.
And
very
he held
long
on.
Year.
He held on really well, but I'm sure he's glad he took a break after that.
You mentioned Christian Blumenfeld, winner at Daytona last year, at the end of last year. What an incredible athlete. Looked invincible, but it wasn't that long ago where he actually stumbled a little bit and admitted it, that, you know, he just didn't do the right things in his race, which you can see an athlete in front of you when it transpires. You might not notice it, but things have happened in this race already that somebody's going to have to fight to get out of and maybe work harder than they would have expected they had to work. We saw it in the women's race earlier, where fatigue could play a role in this race, and the weather and the conditions. It's so humid here today.
Do you know, that's a really good point, Rick, because we often as athletes put other athletes up on a pedestal, and we put them in that category where we say, oh, they're unbeatable. And, you know, we've seen it with Jan Frodeno. Whenever Jan Frodeno turns up on a start line, it's an athlete's automatic mindset to say, oh, well, I'm racing for second today because Jan Frodeno's here and he's going to win it. And they started to do that with Christian Blumenfeld as well. And I don't blame them. It's the same with Gustav Iden. These are three phenomenal athletes that are at the top of their game. But as we saw last weekend in Dubai, sometimes it's just an off day. And even though Christian did suffer a flat tire there, he admitted, and this is what I love about Christian as an athlete, he didn't make any excuses. He admitted that he was out of the game from the get-go, from the gun. He didn't have a great swim, and he was going backwards from there. And I think that's really important. And you know this yourself, being a pro athlete right now, Tim, that you can never turn up to a race and write yourself off or say, okay, that person's got it won because they're Jan Frodeno and I can't beat them, because you just don't know, like we did see in the women's race.
Right.
I've been in the sport for 30 years and I did not expect to see what we just saw in the women's race. So I think you can never turn up on a start line and say, well, first place is a done deal.
Absolutely. You know, as we said earlier, it's about executing on the day, and, you know, even the greats don't execute every time.
Right now, Ben Kanute is executing a great bike ride here as he's out in front. He's just got about a 3-second advantage over Aaron Royle. Jonas Schomburg back about 6 seconds behind.
And looking at Ben Kanute now, he just looks so comfortable and he looks so strong. And I follow Ben on Instagram and I love his Instagram. It's amazing. And he's done a lot of strength work in this off period, so in this time where he's starting to build this building phase. And the interesting thing about Ben is obviously his coach, his longtime coach is Jim Vance, but he's also got a run specific coach, Bobby McGee, and a strength coach, Matt Pendola, and the three of those men work together. And they have done for months now. And I know that he's done a lot more strength training than what he probably has done in the past. And I think right now what we're looking at is showing that he looks strong, he looks comfortable, and he's starting to pull away from these men.
And the tone of his social lately, there was a confidence there.
That quiet
Absolutely.
Confidence. Yep. I think that's why I've really enjoyed following him.
And part of it is fueled by this guy right here, Sam
Long. Past it left. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Two Americans looking very strong on the bike right now, and that's something we don't see very often. Magnus Ditlev getting past on the bike. Greg?
Yeah, that was a power effort, and they had a few words there. I think Sam's like, come on! And Magnus sort of just gave him a look over the shoulders like, what? I haven't been passed on the bike before. What's this about?
This is not supposed to happen. But honestly, the best thing for these two now would be to work together, and as long as both athletes are feeling good, and looking at Sam Long right now, he's definitely feeling good. As long as Magnus is also feeling the same way, these two could be very, very dangerous on this bike course.
Yeah, we look at, Sam ranked number 5 in the world, and I think Ben Kanute is number 8 in the world. So two young Americans, both wanting to be number 1 in the world, and Here we have them together right here.
And just look at Long and Ditlev. They got out of the water in about 19th or 20th place. They're now all the way up to 6th and 7th, and they're not stopping there. They're not going to be satisfied till they are right up there in number 1 and 2.
And you could tell those first couple laps they were patient. They got their legs underneath them, and now they're really starting to just take big chunks of time out from the leaders.
And the great thing is they're doing it individually. You can't draft, so you can't work as a pack. You can't work together. These guys are just putting the effort in, the force, the energy to make sure that they're moving forward, where everyone else is just trying to maintain their spots. But you see just how fast these two guys are compared to the other cyclists out here on the track.
Yeah, it really is. It's a pleasure to watch these two ride a bike. And even though you do say you can't work together, you can still work together legally. So as long as that they're keeping that 20-meter gap, it's still an advantage for these two to work together legally than it is for them to be out there separately. And the same goes for Ben Kanute out in front. If Aaron Royle and Jonas Schomburg are able to keep that 20-meter distance, it is still an advantage for those three to work together legally than it is for them to be out there on their own. I'm pretty sure Ben Kanute doesn't want to work with Royle or Schomburg.
And we're seeing some aggression through some of these turns here, too.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, Tim. It's all about taking calculated risks. I mean, you know, we've got a long way to go. We've only just started this men's race here. They're only on lap 5 of 17 laps. But you don't want to play it completely safe, because then you're basically out of the game from the get-go. So you need to take risks, but it's all about taking calculated risks and knowing just to push it right to the edge, but not over.
The edge.
Oh. And to do that for 17 laps.
Yep. Well, how did Ben Kanute get up front? Let's take a look back at the pass for the lead. Very far back, you see these athletes. And again, you got to pass to the right. That athlete moved all the way out to the left for him, and Ben Kanute goes by.
I think it was Aaron on the front looking for a little help.
Aaron gave him a wave. Ben Kanute goes past, but they haven't lost track of each other. So Ben Kanute now just 6 seconds in front of Aaron Royle. Schomburg back there 10 seconds back behind.
Well, this is the thing. So we know that Ben Kanute is in control of this race. He's riding very, very well. What decision does Royle make? Does he decide, I'm going to stay this whole time, even though I know I might be redlining or going a little harder than what I would like or what I planned? When is the time, Tim, to say, you know what, I'm out because I need to be able to run well? I'm going to use my run as my weapon today. Or do you just say, just one more lap, just one more lap? I'll just stay for one more lap.
Well, I think if you want to win, you have to take risks. And Aaron may have a number in his head that he thinks he can come off the bike and outrun Ben. I'm not sure what he thinks that is, but he's going to do his best to stay within that time window.
And it's interesting. You can see Ben Kanute there. He's asking Alicia some questions. I don't know. I could see him asking the officials something as well. Hopefully, when we do eventually go down to Alicia, we can see what's going on there. But look at that lean. Look at that lean around the corner. He really is pushing the pace here today.
Alicia, what did you just talk to Ben about?
Ben was literally asking me if he was in first.
He didn't know?
Yeah, he didn't know. Like he just looked at me. He's like, "Am I in first?" I'm like, "You're in first."
Oh, that's amazing.
You know, I think all these laps, all these athletes, I just think you start doubting yourself, and he just was there a little bit. But he looks fantastic. He's riding super aggressively. The elastic has snapped to Aaron 100%. And we're seeing that gap continue to go out. So we'll see. I think Aaron and Jonas are in damage control, and Jonas is sticking with Aaron, so the two of them are riding together, but Ben is free and clear in the front of this race.
And you have to be careful what you wish for. You know, we saw earlier Aaron asking for them to come around. Well, he may have opened Pandora's box here with letting Ben go to the front.
Ben's pulling away. Speed on the bike. That is what we want to do, is give away money for the fastest lap. And you see on the screen there the male winner of the $1,000 bonus for the fastest first bike lap presented by Speed Hound is Reinaldo Colucci of Brazil. And so he gains an extra $1,000 for the fastest first lap of this bike portion.
And Reinaldo's been around for a very long time. I used to train with Reinaldo back in the day up in the mountains in Switzerland. He's been in the sport for a very, very long time. Very accomplished athlete, an Olympian, now into long course. He raced very, very well at the World Triathlon Long Distance Championships last year in Almere.
I do want to remind you that we are still going to give $1,000 away for the WAHOO Transition 1, but it was so close. We're talking tenths of a second that they're still making sure, almost like a photo finish of T1 before we determine who the winner of that Transition 1 was. Ben Kanute again setting the pace. Ben Kanute up front. We'd like to learn a little bit more about the leader of this race. We caught up to him before the event.
I've been in this sport now for more than half my life. Some of my earliest memories are watching my dad on Lower WAHOO Drive in Chicago do the Chicago Tri. And after watching my dad, watching some of it on TV, I just jumped at the opportunity. And that was when I was about 8 or 9 years old. And I think my dad is one of the ones who instilled hard work and a good work ethic and just, you know, really putting your head down and not cutting corners, and just found success pretty early on with something that I loved, and was able to qualify for my first Olympic team in 2016. And it's always an honor to put on the stars and stripes. To have that at the biggest stage in the sport of triathlon is, and really the sporting world is really special. Since then, I've done everything from super sprint triathlons up to half Ironman distance. The birth of my daughter is amazing, and it's amazing how much time that it can fill up too, just hanging out with her, being with her, making her smile. So those are some of my favorite things. Being a dad, it's almost like you get a little bit of extra energy in that, and tap into a little bit of the dad strength that everybody talks about.
Ben Kanute.
What a finish for Ben Kanute as well.
And he looks fantastic.
What a kick. 10.5 miles, and this is what he's got at the end. It's Ben Kanute that will come home third.
I turned myself more into a runner and finishing races fast. And like in Clash Miami, and I was able to finish super strong at the end of that one to get a podium spot behind a couple of the greatest guys. That stuff is pretty exciting to me as well.
Ben said for his legacy in triathlon and in life, he says, well, I'd like people to know me as a good guy, a family man, tough as nails, and a fierce competitor. He said if I had to sum it up in some cliche phrases.
And of course his daughter Briella, born 2 days before Daytona in December 2020.
Such a great resume already. U.S. Olympian, 3-time national champion.
But interesting to hear from him. Obviously, you know, has competed in the Olympics. That's what he was concentrating on. But now that he's decided to fully commit to longer distance, he has said that his true strength definitely lies in the longer distance racing. That he really isn't a short course athlete.
And you can see that he's had great success with Escape from Alcatraz. I don't know how many times he's won it, but it's been a lot. And
he's like the Ash Gendel version in Noosa. He's the same in Alcatraz. Look at him making sure that he's trying to keep that temperature down for as long as possible. So not just taking in fluids, but also pouring them over himself to try and cool down. It's exceptionally warm out there on the track.
And when he won his silver medal at the 2017 70.3 World Championship, it was on the bike. He got that time on the bike, broke away from the field. Honestly, I think everybody underrated him at that point. And he showed him what he was worth. And now, like he said, he's working on his run, and he's a total package.
Yeah, trying to get better. You see him look back right there.
Just to see what that gap was.
Yep. His competition. Royle is the closest, 17 seconds back. Schomburg 25. He's got to start worrying a little bit about Sam Long and Magnus Ditlev. Those two guys have continued to chip away at the lead that Kanute is trying to form.
And Ben is definitely the sort of athlete that likes to lead from the front. We talk about athletes and their different strategies when it comes to race day. Some athletes like to stay in a group, a legal group, and then use their run as their weapon. But we know Ben Kanute, he thrives on being out front and controlling, dictating the race. So he's definitely where he wants to be, where he knows he deserves to be. And it will be interesting to see Long and Ditlev, because I'm assuming that they will catch Ben eventually, to see whether Ben then just sits off the back of them.
There's Brent McMahon. And we've seen great speed out of Brent McMahon when it comes to bonuses. Have we noticed that? Is there becoming a trend?
He is a transition specialist.
The male winner of the $1,000 bonus for the fastest first transition presented by WAHOO is Brent McMahon. So congratulations.
Now,
it was very close, though. I think it was, somebody told me that it was 0.3 of a second that separated the two. Take a look here. Coming out of the water, there's Brent.
Now, Rick, didn't he do the very same thing in a Clash Daytona at the end of last year?
He sure did. Look at how quick he is. And running. Yeah. And through.
Thank you very much.
And now it's like, okay, now I need to get on the bike. That's a good $1,000 that you just earned yourself.
Well earned.
Yep.
So that's $1,000 from Clash Daytona and now $1,000 from Clash Miami.
Yeah, I think it was Tyler Butterfield who was just behind him, like 0.3 of a second. So
and we ran into Tyler before the race started, and he said he was going for the transition bonus. So he'll be bummed he came close, but no cigar.
Oh, there is another one.
That's right. He's got another one.
He's got another one in T2.
As the athletes continue to work around again, 17 laps. They're on lap 7 now.
Now, I believe last year in Miami, Ditlev had already ridden through the field by this point in the bike. So, hats off to Ben to still have, a minute 15 lead on him and Long.
Over Magnus and also Long.
Again, the athletes continuing to utilize the aid stations here. They probably were paying attention to the women's race earlier. We had athletes falling out of that race, and not just athletes that we would be surprised at. It was the top athletes. As a matter of fact, the highest ranked athlete in Emma Pallant Brown was not able to finish the race. Dropped out in the run.
Great shot there of Sam Long on his very, very pink Trek.
That's a new bike partner for him as well. We mentioned that in the women's race, adjusting to new equipment, and it seems like Sam hasn't had a problem at all.
He's adjusted pretty well.
Yeah.
And look, I've known Sam now since 2018 when he made his his only trip over to Noosa, and I remember meeting him for the first time, and he was just discussing or talking about the possibility of turning pro. And I admit I had a little laugh under my breath because I thought there's no way this boy is going to be pro. He could barely swim. I think he swam in the lane behind me. One of the first rides we went on, he crashed into a gutter, and I'm thinking, oh Lord, this boy's got a lot to learn. But to see the success that he has had in such a short amount of time, and I know there's been a lot of work go into it, but it's truly remarkable. We're talking 2018 to 2022, and he's now one of the world's very best long-distance athletes. It's quite remarkable.
But I haven't seen him behind the scenes years and years of insane work to get to that point.
You mentioned hard work. Sam Long, such an incredible athlete. Let's learn a little bit more about the young Sam Long.
Share with us how you got into the sport, because I think what's so crazy about you is you did an Ironman at such a young age, and you've been doing that full distance ever since.
Yeah, so basically I started triathlon actually to rehab a torn MCL. Basically, I was a senior in high school, and I had an affinity for liking danger, and I really liked to be a ski racer. I was kind of a ski racer, a big mountain skier, and on spring break I jumped off a cliff and I tore my MCL. My dad, which I guess is the type of family I come from, said, why don't you do Ironman Boulder as your rehab from your torn MCL? I just said, great, that sounds like a great idea. I'll do an Ironman as my rehab, and I won my age group by 50 minutes and got a Kona spot. And from that moment onwards, I said I want to be the top professional on the planet, and I've committed to it ever since.
How did you know that you were a high volume athlete? Can you share like how many hours a week on average you train?
I pretty much train 35 hours a week for a non-week, and I do 3 weeks on, 1 week off. Even my off week is still between 20 and 25 hours, so it's still pretty substantial. And as far as distances, it's about like 300 to 350 miles on the bike most weeks. It's about 30,000 yards swimming, which is like 17 miles. And then it's running. I'm always right at about 55 to 60 miles, which is just short of 100K a week running. If I don't train a lot, I am just the most pedestrian slouch person in the universe, basically.
I want to talk about like the type of persona that you are known for in social media, race day. Like you take the time to talk to your fans, you give people high fives while you're racing. Like athletes just don't do that. Why is that so important to you that you kind of make all of us feel a part of what you're doing?
I think it just starts with being fun for me. I was kind of raised in a way where if you don't love what you're doing and you're not having fun doing it, then basically find something else to do. So I've found what I love to do, and my dream and the reality of being one of the top professionals in the world just started for me. It's so new that like every race and every day, it's such an exciting day, and I'm just showing the fun I'm having.
One of the biggest smiles when you see him running and he sees the crowd and he feeds off of the crowd. That's the other thing that Sam Long has been able to do, is he really takes the energy of the crowd, uses it, and we see now Magnus Ditlev has said, I'm going to go by. So we saw Sam Long go by Ditlev, and there was communication. Well, now we have just seen Ditlev go back by Sam Long. The two of them running 4th and 5th right now. It's Ditlev that's just in front of Long.
So they're doing exactly what they should be doing. They know that they need to catch those men up front, and they are working legally together to do it. Great to see. I'm very happy about this situation because I was a little unsure whether they would work well together, but they are definitely working very well together. And let's just talking about Sam Long, we know that he's a triplet. So there's the 3 boys in the family. We know that he has only just recently moved out of the basement of his parents' home and moved to Tucson, Arizona about 4 months ago with his girlfriend. So incredible to see. But he's not the only triplet in this field. We know Yuri Kulin is also a triplet. So what are the chances of getting 2 sets of triplets racing under the one race?
Now, just looking at the time gaps, Ditlev and Long were about 2:22 behind Ben coming out of T1, and now they're 1:10. So if these numbers stay the same, they're going to be coming into transition together. It's going to be a race.
Impressive. Upper right of your screen, you see that's Sam Long, and that was Daytona.
That was such
about 2 years ago. And what a race! Look at him. He loves the interaction with the fans. He'll go by, he'll high five them during the race. Just really feeds off of that energy.
He truly is a character, and to be honest, it's what our sport needs. We need these characters. It's what makes the sport exciting. He started with his yo-yo-yo caption, and he's just gone from there. He has his own merch now that people buy. Yep. So you've got hats off to Sam Long. He really he's really made himself not only into a world-class athlete, but the full package.
Well, we heard in that piece, it was his dad really that got him going in triathlon because of the injury, but he said that his family is still very close to him, and they come out, for all the big events to support him. I remember meeting his family back in Daytona a little over about 2 years ago. Just fascinating, the support that he gets from everybody in the family, as well as the crowds that come out.
I believe he actually lived with his parents until this year.
Yes.
And then he's now since bought a house down in Tucson. But, his family's in Boulder. He's grown up training in Boulder. Years ago, I've trained with him. He was under Coach Siri Lindley when Rennie was with him, and he was a fun guy to train with. Definitely pushed my limits.
Well, yeah, I mean, can you keep up with that kind of training? I mean, the miles and the hours that he put in training. You mentioned over 40 hours a week in training, which is amazing that his body is able to respond to that.
It is interesting. He's definitely big volume, much like Magnus Ditlev, who does big volume training as well. So these two athletes are fairly similar Whereas someone like Ben Kanute has admitted he can't handle that sort of volume. So his training schedule is a lot different to the two men behind.
Great grab by Ben Kanute there as far as getting the water.
Yeah, he's definitely a pro at that. And it just gives you the indication of how hot it is actually out there on track, because they're not just drinking this water, they are actually pouring majority of it over themselves.
This is coming off of the little apron area, and right there is a spot where earlier Sara Perez Sala got a little discombobulated, wasn't on the right line, hit a cone, then hit a scoring box and up and over the handlebars when she was in the lead. So obviously these athletes have got to stay sharp, pay attention, as this is lap 9, just over halfway of the bike portion of this Clash Endurance Miami Triathlon.
I suspect Ditlev and Long are going to be coming up here on Aaron Royle within the next lap or two. So we'll see them move into the top 3, I think, fairly soon.
And great for Ditlev on one point that he's up into potentially the top 3. But the fact that he's got Sam Long so close behind him, not as good, because Ditlev definitely not as good a runner as Sam Long is, and not as good a runner as, say, Ben Kanute, guys that are still in front of him. So Ditlev really has to take advantage of this portion of the triathlon where he's got to get up there, challenge, maybe put a little gap between him, because he knows that he's not the strongest runner in the field.
Absolutely, Rick. If he wants to win, he might have to make a move in the last third of the bike.
And we did see him have a much better run, and a run that we know he's capable of in Daytona at the end of last year. We do know, he said it is something he has definitely been working on. It is a work in progress. And I know it was actually getting a little frustrating for him, because he was doing some great times in training, and he just wasn't producing them in races. And I think finally last year in Daytona he was able to show, and he actually had some great races during the year as well.
And that's just it. You'll see those improvements in training before you see them in racing. You just have to have that self-confidence, knowing that it will come
eventually.
It will come. And you know, Ditlev, on paper he's not the fastest runner, but we saw with Pamella earlier today, it doesn't matter. On a day like today, it doesn't matter who's strong and who's prepared the best.
It's really who's taken care of themselves on the bike, have the legs off the bike to run well, that have looked after themselves, hydrated, got enough calories in.
And these guys are just under 30 miles an hour, 29 miles an hour right now, halfway through the bike. It's a fast
bike. It's fast, and we know it's windy out there as well, so it's not like it is perfect conditions out there by any stretch.
And staying in those aero bars as much as you can through the turns is such an important part of keeping your speed up.
Alicia.
I've been following Jonas Schomburg, and I'm just so impressed. For an athlete that comes from short course racing with minimal long course experience, he is looking like a veteran. His time trial position is flawless. He's eating, he's drinking. Aaron Royle, to be honest, is just dangling off the back of Jonas. Sometimes it looks like he's about to get dropped, and then he'll claw his way back. But Jonas, I'm really impressed with his riding right now. I hope that he can hold on with this pace, especially when Ditlev and Long catch up.
And as I mentioned earlier, Jonas Schomburg has actually raced over the half distance before. It was way back in 2016. Hasn't done a long distance race since then, obviously concentrating on the World Triathlon Series and Super League. But like Alicia said, showing us he is a pro over this distance as well.
Ben Kanute, Jonas Schomburg, Aaron Royle, and now coming into the picture, Magnus Ditlev and Sam Long. They are in the top 5, and they are within vision of the race leaders.
And that's always a very good feeling. They would know, they would see, even though there's a lot of traffic on the course right now.
It might be harder.
Might be a little harder, but they definitely would be. They would know what suits their racing in, and they would be looking out for them.
Well, I'm sure they did notice some motorcycles that are up
there
by
up
the guys.
front, and they would know that they are right there.
There's Magnus Ditlev, white helmet, black biker shorts, trying to pass on the right side.
And that definitely is a difficult thing. You know, this is not a huge track. It's not as big a track as Daytona. We have 48 professional men out there on the track right now, and it does become very, very congested. And especially later on, when you start to lose concentration just a bit, that's when mistakes happen. They're at lap 10 of 17. You know, in the next few laps, this is when they really need to make sure that they are paying attention, that they are concentrating on the job at hand, and not making silly mistakes that are going to potentially cost them a podium.
Passing on the wrong side, or even getting frustrated with the congestion. You know, if that starts to happen,
Waste
you know,
energy.
that you're starting to get into that bad mental space.
There's Sam Long once again. He's going to try to go by Magnus.
Having a little chat, talking about, yep, there are the boys up front. So I would be imagining that these boys would be saying, look, they're just there.
Yep.
Second and third place are just up the road. Well, particularly Aaron Royle's just up the road. Schomburg's only a little bit further. We keep doing what we're doing. We're going to catch them, and then we concentrate on catching Kanute.
Aaron Royle falling back now as they go by Aaron Royle. Here comes Ditlev, also going to try to complete the pass.
But what I love about this is they're not doing anything silly. They're not trying to catch these men straight away. They're taking their time. They're doing it within themselves. They're not going past at crazy speeds. They're sticking to the plan.
And Aaron Royle, he is, you know, may have a decision if he tries to go with these guys or not. Sometimes you just don't have it in your legs to go with them, but he might see it as a chance to maybe close the gap a little bit to Ben Kanute.
Look, I know back when I was racing, I would always take an opportunity when it presented itself. So I would always, even if I knew that my legs weren't there, I would at least try. You know pretty quickly whether it's going to work or whether it's a disaster.
Definitely.
And so you give it a go. If it's too much, then you back it off and you stick to the plan.
So you changed the plan in the middle of the
Yeah, absolutely.
Of the race?
You know what? I was always an opportunist when I raced. That's the way I would see it. And so, you know, and back when I was racing, because it was that long ago, it was when men and women used to go off together. So if I had a male come past me, I would always try and go with them, but you'd know fairly quickly whether it was a death sentence or whether it was the right thing to do.
And now, yeah, they're up into second and third. Passing Jonas.
Just past Jonas Schomburg. So now it's Ben Kanute, Sam Long, and Magnus Ditlev. And how far out is Ben Kanute? About 45 seconds, but that gap could close quickly.
They're closing quickly. I think they are going to be up to him before the end of the bike, that's for sure.
And I can guarantee you right now that the two men there in Ditlev and Long will not want to take Royle and Schomburg along for the ride up to Kanute. They will want to get rid of those two straight away. They know they are both incredible runners, and they will want to be getting rid of them right now and making their way up to Kanute.
They're trying to stay there, though. They were on the back of the screen. They were working to stay within vision of these two. Again, that's Sam Long right there. Right behind him is Ditlev. And then Schomburg and Royle are trying to stay. You guys talk about the rubber band. They're trying to keep that rubber band close. There's Schomburg.
And look,
Royle.
as I said, you take the opportunity when it presents itself. You go for it until it becomes a no-win situation, and then you have to make that decision. We talked about taking risks, calculated risks, to win the race. These two men are here. They want to win the race. But as Tim will tell you, you know, you've got to know when it's just a suicide mission.
You just look at their positions, you know, Long and Ditlev. Their shoulders are so narrow. They're tucked in. You know, that's how they go so fast. Obviously, they can generate a ton of power, but they've worked on those positions and being able to hold those positions for a long time.
Whereas, you know, we talk about Royle and Schomburg would not have as much time down in the bars. They wouldn't have done as much time trial work as these two that we're looking at right now. And the crazy thing to me, Tim, is these three, so Long, Ditlev and Schomburg, they are monsters. They're all three are way over 6 foot tall. I think Schomburg's 6'3". We know Sam Long is about the same, or maybe even a little bit taller, and Ditlev as well. So we are talking about really tall men here. To get down that low and be that aero, it's quite impressive.
Gonna grab a drink there. Sam Long drops a water bottle, grabs
nice
another.
Take. Nice take.
That is one of the interesting points of our sport, too. There's not one set body type for, that will lead to success.
Well, look at Christian Blumenfeld.
Yep.
I mean, look at Jan Frodeno. Compare him to Christian Blumenfeld.
Completely
and
different.
Then compare Christian Blumenfeld to Gustav Eden.
Right.
All three are completely different.
Or Patrick Longe to Jan, right?
There's Ben Kanute. He's out front. But for how long is the question? As Sam Long and Magnus Ditlev continue to reel in the leader.
And we know if the boys catch Ben, he's going to go with them. I think in his mind, it's just prolong that for as long
catch
as
as long as possible.
Yep.
Make them work as long as I need them to. And once they get there, and I'll be almost certain that we won't see Ben Kanute at the front again. Would you imagine once
on the bike?
He gets caught? Yeah.
No, definitely not. Yeah, Ben will be along for the ride if he can.
There's Magnus. Just behind Sam Long. Sam right here on screen. And now it's just 37 seconds. They're on lap 12, getting ready to start lap 13. Ben Kanute, Sam Long, Magnus Ditlev, the top three. You see Sam putting the head down there. Is that showing fatigue or just a comfort?
When you start seeing an athlete move around a lot on the bike, so that head down and up and down, not necessarily, but when you start seeing them move front and back of the saddle, up and out of the error bars, that's when you know that an athlete's starting to get agitated and starting to get a little tired. The movement of the head up and down, not so much. I mean, they're in fairly extreme positions here, and sometimes it's just a bit of a release. Not necessarily that they're tired. It's once you start seeing them really start to wiggle around on the bike that you know that they are starting to suffer.
I believe that's Simon Shee. I'm noticing the Rubik's Cube on his arm, which is a dead giveaway. Simon Shee, amazing young man. Software engineer for General Motors. Also a triathlete, but maybe more famous for him solving Rubik's Cubes as well as solving them underwater. I sat down and asked him, I said, what was the reasoning behind this? And he said, well, I'd seen someone that had a 17 square. That's the one he's working on right now in the water. A 17 square Rubik's Cube. He said, I solved it in just over 4 hours underwater. What a day. I had an opportunity to sit down with Simon and talk to him about what this route, this journey was for him. His first ever triathlon is taking place right now. And we're sitting here with Simon Shee. You're getting ready to start your very first professional triathlon, and you got your pro card in 1 year's time. Tell me about how that ambition took place to get to this point in this level.
I started triathlon in 2020, and I started racing in 2021. In May, that's when I did my first triathlon, and I wanted to do all the distance, sprint, Olympic, half, and Ironman, and wanted to pursue it the professional. So I got my pro card last year, and now this is my first pro race.
And now you're 24 years old, got your degree from Virginia Tech. You decided to be an engineer for General Motors. That has gone so well that you decided to become a professional triathlete. You've done that, and when we look at your gear, you have Rubik's Cubes all over both the arms, and you brought a prop. Explain to us Rubik's Cube and how this fits into your life.
I started doing Rubik's Cube when I was 12 years old, and I really wanted to solve one, so I looked up on YouTube, learned it, and not too long after that I got bigger cubes and different shapes and became obsessed with it, started posting YouTube videos.
I've actually seen you solve a 17 square Rubik's Cube underwater. What brings in the underwater part of solving Rubik's Cube?
It took me 4 hours. I was underwater just solving it, and I did it.
At Virginia Tech, you were a swimmer, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Was that the transition into triathlon? The fact that you were a swimmer and then you decided, I want to be a triathlete?
I actually had no clue about triathlon. March of 2020, my season cut short because of COVID, and I still wanted to compete, but I just didn't want to swim in a pool for 15, 20 hours a week. So I started doing research, and triathlon has swimming in it, and there's biking and running. So that's when I started running until I got a bike.
Okay, so what are your expectations for your first professional race?
I'm here to race and try to just hang on after hopefully being in the front pack of the swim.
All right, so you like competition then? You're very competitive?
Yes, I am.
All right, so you think you can solve a Rubik's Cube faster than I can?
Yeah.
Let's find out.
I'll mix this one up.
All right, I'm gonna put my glasses on. Did you mix it up enough?
It looks like it.
All right, so how long does it normally take you to solve a 3x3?
20 seconds with two hands.
20 seconds? Yeah. All right, are you ready?
Yes.
All right.
Count down.
On 3.
Yes.
1, 2, 3. I don't even know which side. Oh, look at this. Hold on. I'm close. I think I got it. No, I don't.
And I'm done.
Whoa! Was his done more than mine to start with? I don't even have a side done yet. That's amazing. Let me look at that. Simon, I know that your success here, your success as an engineer, are going to help you be very successful as a triathlete. Congratulations, my friend. It's good to meet you.
You too.
Fascinating young man, and literally, I remember the only way I could solve a Rubik's Cube was by taking the stickers off and putting them back on. That's the only way I could do it.
That's called cheating.
Yeah, but this is his first professional triathlon, and so very excited for Simon to be able to be out here and with the pros.
And you did just see Simon then, he stretched his back. So as we said, being down in that time trial position around the track, he needed to just give his back a little bit of relief there. Also, when you start to get a little dehydrated, you often start to cramp in areas, and you need to get out of the saddle and give them a good stretch.
Tim, you remember your first triathlon?
My first triathlon, it was a West Point triathlon.
How long?
When I was in high school, I was a senior in high school.
Wow.
What distance?
It was a sprint.
Sprint?
Yep. And I remember first out of the water, swimmer at the time.
Yep.
And I think the entire race passed me. And a couple of guys on the Naval Academy team with my brother passed me and said, "Don't worry, Timmy, we'll teach you how to ride a bike." I figured it out.
Oh, you've done it right. You've done it right for yourself.
Yes, you have. Ben Kanute out front, and he's got Sam Long now just 22 seconds back on the 13th lap of 17. Ditlev just a little bit further back from Sam Long. I did not think we would see a separation between those two. I thought they would continue to work together, but Ditlev not able to stay with the pace that Sam Long is playing now.
And interesting to see, once that elastic band burst, Schomburg and Royle now over a minute behind.
Alicia.
I'm watching Sam Long just continue to pull away from Magnus Ditlev. They both look like they're hurting. They are both riding very, very hard. Sam is actually resting his head on his aero bottle. He's literally resting his head on long straights where he can just put his head down and relax. They're going all out. This is going to be a very exciting run, and hopefully we can see everyone stay vertical, but they're doing everything they can to stay cool as well. But Sam and Magnus are riding, giving it everything they have.
So I'm squeeze everything out of that water bottle too, as Ben Kanute almost looks like he's riding scared now, knowing that the two are coming up behind him.
But in saying that, I'm really impressed with how long. I mean, we're in lap 13 now, and he's still managed to hold them off. So he still has that 16-second gap over Sam Long. That's impressive.
Yeah, I mean, we look at last year, Jan Frodeno, one of the greatest ever. He had already lost the lead well into the race by this point. And we're going to go down to Greg with the leader.
Yeah, Ben Kanute, he was just asking me. He really doesn't have a clue how far he's gotten. I tried to sort of flash 5 seconds and said, 5 to say 20 seconds, and he kind of verbalized 20 seconds. I think he was a bit surprised to only hear 20 seconds, but I know I shouldn't be giving people splits, but He was out here very confused, and I'm not even sure I gave him the right split, so I'm not sure if I hurt him or helped him. But he's definitely a bit worried. He knows they're coming.
And look, he's still, from what we're seeing here, he still looks in control, Greg, but he must know in his head that it's a done deal, that it's only a matter of time before both Long and Ditlev are on top of him.
I think so, maybe. I mean, he's riding very confidently, so I think when you hear maybe 20 seconds, 25 seconds, and you haven't had a split for maybe half an hour, I actually think he thought he had a bit more than that, and I was a bit surprised, because I think he came into this race very, very confident, and so to hear that your time has been eaten out of, it's... You know what it's like when you've had that big lead and you feel like you're the biker, and then other people suddenly take time out of you. It's like, man, that's a real bummer. But... You know, it'll be interesting to see if Sam gets him by the end, which I think he probably will. I can see them both. They're about 150 metres apart, 200 metres apart. So we're probably looking at this next lap and a half. Be interested to see if Ben can stay with him.
Well, Ben did have the Muhammad Ali shirt on. Let's see if he's got a little rope-a-dope ready for him on the run.
Exactly.
Can Ben, as far as we know, Sam's a very strong runner. Can Ben run with him? I mean, could it end up being a foot race for these guys over the 10.5 miles that they've got to run?
No, it definitely could.
Absolutely. I think Ben is ready to hold his own on the run with any of them. And while he may have wanted to have a lead on the guys, I'm sure he's, at this point, readjusted his plan and gotten in that mental state to have a throwdown on the run course.
The thing that impresses me most about Sam Long, though, is he just doesn't have an off button, and I've seen him take himself to the deepest depths of depths when it comes to the run, and we've seen him have some epic battles with Lionel Sanders in the past. So we know that Sam Long knows how to suffer and suffer with people beside him, whereas for a lot of other athletes, they crack. They can't handle being together for so long, and you often see them crack before they really, really should. But we know with Sam Long that just doesn't happen.
This is the 14th lap, and the top two. There's Ben Kanute just in front of Sam Long.
In my mind, I was thinking Ben, if he can get to 15 laps before the pass,
he could just hold it off.
So I don't know if he's going to quite make it, but he's still right in that ballpark.
It is interesting to see that Ditlev has dropped off just a little bit there.
Yeah, he's about 13 seconds behind Sam Long now. 19 behind race leader Ben Kanute. Sam's going to grab another quick drink. And now there's no bikes in between Sam Long and Ben Kanute. Get ready for the left-hander here.
I think that just shows the effort that Sam has put in to close this gap. If he's dropping Ditlev, you know that he's dropping a WAP bomb on him right now.
Out of the saddle, Ben Kanute.
And we spoke about that earlier, 17 times. We know that this road circuit, there are a lot of corners, and that's that acceleration that they need to do to get back up to speed, and that takes it out of your legs.
This is where the pass is going to happen, though. Right here, as we see Ben Kanute grab the water. Here comes Sam Long for the lead. Right on by.
And another cheeky move, making the pass through the aid station. Ben's speed slows down a little bit, trying to rehydrate, and Sam just kept the train moving on through.
And now can he break the rubber band? I mean, Ben's going to try to stay with him, but can he break that?
Well, I dare say that if we looked at the speed on Sam's computer right now, it would have gone up at least a couple of miles or a couple of kilometres per hour just to try and prevent Ben Kanute from staying there. But you can see he's back down in the air bus. He looks good.
Spacing right now.
Oh, and you see Sam Long looking back. He wanted to see if he was able to separate himself enough. At what point in time is there any chance you can save your legs here at the end of this bike ride? But now he's got Ben right there next to him.
No, all the chips are on the table right now. The boys are all in at this point.
4 laps to go, coming up on 3 laps remaining. Sam Long now in front. Ben Kanute running second. And Magnus Ditlev in third. Ditlev with about 50 seconds on Schomburg.
Guys, I just had looked at the moto here and look at the speed as we came around turn 3 and 4 at the bottom there. And we just hit 40 miles an hour, which is 64 kilometers an hour as they went around that bottom turn. Unbelievably flying.
That's crazy.
Greg,
I mean,
did you notice a surge with Sam? How noticeable was that speed change when he went around Ben?
You guys just nailed it. He saw Ben taking the drink. I think Ben was aware of where Sam was. He had looked at on that corner as they came out. And Sam said, okay, I'm going to go. But Ben was actually ready for it. So they're right together. But it was definitely a surge because I'm looking at Ditlev now, who's probably more like 400, 500 meters behind, whereas he was probably only about 200 or 300 meters behind.
And Greg, does that surprise you? I mean, it surprises me that Ditlev hasn't been able to stay with Sam Long. Does it surprise you at all? Or that's just Sam just riding that well?
BG, I think it's a good point. I think he's probably riding a fairly smart race. He's raced here before. He's raced Daytona before. He knows what these circuit races are like. And I think he wants to make sure he can deliver a good run. I'd be very surprised if he's cooked himself because the rubber band hasn't broken. It's just been slowly going. And to me, that means he's riding his own race and maybe just, saving for the run. I'm assuming that. I don't know, of course, but the way he looks on the bike, he doesn't look like he's hurt himself. Yep. So I think he's just maybe saving up for the run.
And I think he has had a few issues here in the past where he has gone a little too hard, like this race last year where he got off the bike in front and then faded to 6th because he had a few issues on the run with cramping. He's probably taken a look at the women's race today. He's seen that the conditions have played an enormous part in the results. And so, yeah, maybe he's just been that little bit more conservative, whereas our 2 men out front are just giving it everything.
Time will tell, BG. Time will tell. I mean, it's hot down here. It is really hot. Honestly, we can talk about the conditions a bit more in the run, but, we've just stopped on the moto here and the breezes. This run is going to be a cooker for these guys.
We saw both Sam Long and Ben Kanute get out of the saddle. They were pumping the bike, going after it. I saw Ben Kanute. That was that fighter. That was that Muhammad Ali right there. Absolutely. Where he does not want Sam Long to get away from him.
And the longer he stays with Sam, the more I think that can potentially, play with Sam's head. That why aren't
I getting rid of him? What's going on?
He's still here.
So the big fight up front between Sam Long and Ben Kanute, two very established, good runners. Magnus Ditlev about 24 seconds back.
And looking down that list, we've got obviously Schomburg and Royle still riding together. Anthony Costas, he's a very renowned bike rider, not such a renowned runner, so we expected to see him up the pointy end of the field. Chris Lieferman. But the big one for me in 8th now is Jason West. We know that Jason West is a very, very good runner. And so 2:35 down right now on our leader Long. So he's still within striking distance to at least get up in the top 5.
You mentioned Jason West. I talked earlier about the fact that we had Maya, who was a professional golfer that made the transition to triathlon. How about if you're a wrestler and you move on into triathlon?
It's pretty crazy.
Those two sports don't look like they would go together, but that's Jason West. He was a wrestler, came up, went to Penn State, became a part of the Penn State Triathlon Club. It was a club event at Penn State and has just continued to get better and better and better. He says he trains alone, but that's okay with him. That's what he likes to do. But right now, 8th in this competition.
Well, interestingly, when I was at the Naval Academy, the SEAL, when they recruited the SEALs, they loved wrestlers, swimmers, triathletes. So maybe it's a mindset thing. I know Matt Hansen, second in Challenge Daytona in 2020, was a wrestler as well.
Wow.
It's a mental sport, and you've got to be strong mentally as well. So interesting transition for West. Long, Kanute, Ditlev. 1, 2, 3. 25 seconds separating the 3. Schomburg, Aaron Royle, Costas, Leiferman, West, Coolin, and Butterfield, the top 10 right now.
Ty Butterfield, Rick, another really, really strong runner. I wouldn't count him out in the mix either with West and Leiferman.
Is 3 minutes too far, though? Is that too much of an uphill battle for Butterfield? That's the gap right now.
I think so, but, to move up to 4th, 5th, maybe?
4th or 5th, exactly.
Leiferman and West.
So
that's Anthony.
Guy in the white,
Lieferman.
Anthony
Right.
Costas. So that's Anthony Costas that just went through. And Chris Lieferman. Also in the same team as Chelsea Sodaro, running for Team BMC Pro.
That's 6th and 7th between Costas and Lieferman. Lieferman up out of the saddle. That aid station as these athletes get ready to grab a bottle of water.
Yep.
And we're going to see a pass here. Lieferman's going to try to get by him while Costas was grabbing a drink.
It's just interesting to see those athletes that decide not to take on any hydration through the aid stations and those that do. I know after watching the women's race, I would not be missing any aid stations out there today, even if it was just to pour water over my head. Chris Lieferman was 4th here last year in Clash Miami.
And Lieferman currently in 6th as he got by Costas.
Interesting note on Costas's bike, he does not have a base bar on his bike. They kind of fold out of his extensions, out of his aero bars. So very fast, but also not very safe.
But
yeah, you don't want to hit bumps.
No, but probably pretty good for this course here. Perfect bars for the Daytona course.
He has always been known for his aerodynamics, been on the cutting edge.
Saw a little hand signal there to the gentleman on the moto. Slow down a little bit so I can get out here on the right side.
And Ben Kanute doing a great job hanging.
Still there.
And
look, Sam looking behind again just to see. He's like, God damn that pest, I can't get rid of him.
You're staying with me.
Well, the team at Trek will have to be happy. They got their 2 guys off the front right now.
Up the front.
I'm a little biased as I ride them as well, but.
But you know, Sam's just got to stop looking behind, because it is what it is right now. We've got 2 laps to go. He needs to stop wasting energy on whether Ben is there or not and concentrate on his own race. And I know in the last few years he's had to really work on this. He used to have the attitude, you know, no longer trying to prove things to others. He was always trying to prove to others that he was worthwhile and should be where he should be. And now it's simply about working on proving to himself that he is one of the best in the world.
We saw Sam Long there go by the aid station. We also saw Ben Kanute just behind him, and he looked like he struggled. He was not able to grab water. They had it out there for him, but we've seen him before where he had a perfect grab. That time wasn't able to grab the water, so didn't get water that time by. Take a look. After they came out of the water, it was Schomburg and Royle that were the top 2. Going through the WAHOO transition. Royle, Schomburg, and then we saw this with Andy Dreitz. Front tire was flat right when he came out of T1. They had to do the new inner tube. How about Brent McMahon once again? So fast in T1. He was the one who won that $1,000 bonus from WAHOO. Quickly works his way on the outside. Colucci was the Speed Hound fastest first lap once they got on the bike. It was a matter of time. Ben Kanute knew once he got up front and was able to get by Royle that it would only be a matter of time until Ditlev and Sam Long worked their way through the pack. And they did it together. Even though there's a 20-meter non-draft rule, the 2 almost worked in synchronization as one would take the lead, go by the other. Ben Kanute grabbing a little water, and it was Sam Long who took over the top spot. And Sam Long up front as we're closing in and on the final lap now before they go to T2 and start the 10.5 mile run, 16.9 kilometers. Another drink for Sam Long, and there's the gap all the way back to Ben Kanute.
So it is starting to stretch out ever so slightly. We do know that Sam's on a projected split of about 1:20.10. We know last year Ditlev rode a 1:20.21 for the fastest split of the day. So it's going to be very, very close to see if Sam Long can better that time of Ditlev from last year.
You throw those numbers out like it's so simple, but that's an hour and 20 minutes he has been in this position. They've been pumping the legs for an hour and 20 minutes, and then he still has to come out and run another 10 miles, 10 and a half miles.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive stuff.
And the pace that he's going to run, they call him the big unit, he's a large man. The pace that he's going to run is so impressive.
No, it really is. I still think he defies gravity when he runs. He really is. He has not got the body of a fast runner, yet he runs so incredibly well.
Long strides, long powerful strides. And he doesn't have the grimace like we see out of like a Lionel Sanders. Every time he runs, I think he's about ready to just walk. He's about ready to step off the track, but then all of a sudden he gets faster somehow.
Yeah.
Sam trying to put a little more distance between himself and Ben Kanute as they go through the road course portion here at Homestead-Miami Speedway.
And Ben's still in a solid position here. He has to, be smart, be patient, not try to bridge up that 9 seconds, and just, have a quick transition and get himself back in the game on the run.
Taking on more water as he goes through another one of the aid stations. Gets rid of that, back down in the bars as quickly as possible.
And he'll be coming out on turn 3 here for the final time and getting ready for transition.
What will be interesting to see is just what sort of split Long has back to the likes of Schomburg and Royle, who we know are very, very quick runners.
So when NASCAR is here, they normally look for things on the wall, like, okay, I'm going to turn in here. When do you decide to get ready for this transition? When do you pull your feet out of the shoes? When do you unclip?
It depends on the road leading into transition, but usually within a couple hundred meters, you're starting to pull your feet out. And here we go.
Here, he reaches down as he's coming onto pit road, getting ready for that transition.
And it's not a bad idea if you have any sort of turn or anything leading to transition, kind of start doing some of your stuff before the turn. You're going to lose your speed out of the turn anyways.
So it really is all in the timing. You want to get as much out of it as you can, but then I've seen people leave it too late, and they literally only have time to get 1 foot out of the shoe before they come into transition. So it really is all about the timing, and that was done absolutely perfectly right then. Oh, brilliant transition by Sam Long.
Got a haircut.
I think
you see it right there.
Oh, yeah.
That's
a speed cut. That's a speed cut.
High and tight. I saw him yesterday, and I told him the Marine Corps was looking for him. He's supposed to be in boot camp right now.
He said as long as his girlfriend's okay with it, he's fine with it. He had a lot of hair, locks of hair.
But you see what he's doing there? He wanted to be out of sight, out of mind. So he purposely went through transition as quickly as possible. Now, we could say he was going for the bonus, but I think more likely he wanted to shut the door. He doesn't want this man to have even a sniff.
How quickly did Ben Kanute get through T2? What a transition.
Ben saying not quite yet.
This is incredible as we see Magnus Ditlev also now coming into T2.
A little more conservative with the dismount.
Racks the bike. Running shoes on.
Yeah, Ben was amazingly fast in that transition. We're hearing now potentially 5 seconds faster than what Sam Long went through transition.
You can understand why he did that. This is all a mental game right now. He does not want Sam to get away from him. So that was done on purpose. I loved seeing those two men then, because obviously Sam went through wanting to get out there as quickly as possible to not even let Ben Kanute have a sniff. But Ben's like, no way Not now.
It's a lot easier to make up 5 seconds in transition than if you try to close that on the last lap of the bike. So smart move by Ben.
Okay, so now if you're Ben, do you come up and run with Sam, or do you run up and pass Sam to mentally get in his head?
I think he's going to find his legs, and then if he's smart, if he can close the gap, you sit back for a little bit, recover just a smidge, and then try to make an attack.
Let's take a look at Ben's transition. What a move he made here.
$1,000 bonus for being fastest in the transition here, courtesy of our transition sponsor, WAHOO.
That's an incredible transition, and I have no doubt it'll be one of the fastest, if not the fastest of the day. Down to you, Greg.
Yeah, you guys, that was amazing. It was. I really think that was for the bonus, because the way he just he crossed the timing mat and almost took a breather. It was almost like he put his hands on his knees and said, "Okay, whew, now I'll do it. Now I'll go do my long run." But it was like that was a all-out sprint. But also Sam Long, he sprinted the same way to try and get across that line. But like you guys said, 5 seconds slower than what Ben Kanute did. That shows Ben's short course background.
And Greg, you know, last year Ditlev rode a 1:20.21. We've already got reports in. Sam 1:19.18. Magnus 1:20.22. So Magnus was 1 second slower than his time last year, and a 1:19.18 for Sam. So that was flying as Jonas Schomburg comes into transition.
Aaron Royle's right behind him. There's Lieferman back there as well in the red.
It looked like a bit of a grimace on Aaron's face when he hit T2.
Great transition.
Schomburg quick.
Oh, yeah, as we expect. I mean, he's a short course specialist.
There's Lieferman.
Aaron Royle making his way out now.
Lieferman also. There's Jason West.
Jason consistently runs under 110 for half marathons off the bike, so I expect to see him in the mix right now.
That's Anthony Costas of France right in front. He's heading out, not renowned for his running, definitely more renowned for his swim bike, as we see Tyler Butterfield.
Jason West in the red, just heading out.
And this is Yuri Kulin. You can see that love heart that he's got there in recognition of Ukraine right now. His coach and family, coach's family, they're all from Ukraine, so he is racing. He's told me earlier this week that he is racing for Ukraine.
You know, on that same note and sentiment, this being the Clash Endurance International Cup for the most countries represented for the Globe Award, we'd like to recognize Clash Endurance's support for Ukraine. Our hearts and prayers are with you.
So there he goes, Yuri Kulin from the Netherlands. Just made the big move from the Netherlands to Girona, where he's now based. He had a huge change in his career. He was just short course.
Thomas Davis, we just saw across the screen. He has a great story about his first ever full triathlon, thanks to you, actually, Belinda.
Accidentally on purpose.
He didn't know it was a full triathlon when he signed up for it, and he said just a couple weeks after he signed it, or before the event, he was like, wait a second, these times are a lot longer than what I was expecting.
It was a first-time event and challenge in China, and I honestly thought I told him it was a full distance, but I obviously didn't. As we see Reinaldo Colucci, Brent McMahon.
Let's see if Brent McMahon's going to try to get some more money. Transition, how quick can he get in and out?
I don't think he's going to have it on top of Ben.
The number's 18 seconds that we think is what Ben was able to do in transition.
He's out.
That's pretty close. We'll see what number comes up.
And Brent McMahon, our oldest male pro in the field at 41 years of age, been coached by the legendary Lance Watson for many, many years. In fact, I think they have the longest lasting coach-athlete relationship of any athlete I know, and it's you know, anyone that knows Lance Watson, he is a quality coach and a quality person. As we see Matt Sharp, he looked like he was suffering a little bit then.
And same with Andre Lopez. Looks like he has been cramping a little bit, grabbing his stomach.
There's also lots of food trucks.
More athletes coming in.
Yeah, Matt Sharp now coming in. Sorry, yep. Oh, drop of the bottle.
Transitioning from short course racing and
just going to take a little bit longer on that time trial frame, still getting used to it. And of course, he is another one of our really, really tall athletes at 6'4". First ever long distance race. Of course, raced in the Olympics last year. As we go down to Greg in transition. Oh my gosh, Greg, it is chaos in there right now.
It is chaos. It'll be interesting to see who does get that transition prem, because it was Jonas Schomburg and Ben Kanute were my two picks there, and they both absolutely nailed it. But guys, the big conversation we all have to have now is what is going to happen with this weather, and what is it going to do to their bodies now that they're out on the run. You know, it's one thing when you're on the bike and you're getting the fresh breeze in your face and it's a little bit cooling and you can keep water piling on you, but now they're heading out onto this run and it is beating down. It is really, really warm out here. And it is not, it doesn't feel like a, you know how we were saying it's not an Olympic distance or it's not a long course. It feels more like a long course race because of the conditions. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens, especially these early laps, to see who's really feeling it.
Well, Greg, when we were out there before, it was a huge difference when the cloud cover was over. What's it like down there now? We can't really see if the sun's shining. Is it sort of coming in and out?
Just as you said that, we've had our first cloud in about an hour, and it's like absolutely when it comes out, it drops, you know, from that sort of 30 degrees, 33 degrees Celsius down to, it feels like about 25. It feels pleasant. What's that in Fahrenheit? About 90 degrees Fahrenheit, and it drops down to sort of 80 Fahrenheit. So it's when that cloud comes over, and you can see. At the moment, I don't know if your camera's on Sam Long, but he's actually running with a cloud right on him. But right behind him, the cloud finishes and he's about to come out into the sun again. But he looks fantastic as he runs past transition.
Oh, there he goes. That's the Sam we know.
That's scary. He's waving to his girlfriend, who's Lara Gooden, who's on the wall. That's pretty sweet, actually.
And he's doing this running 5:15 pace, by the way.
Wow.
Oh, hello.
Oh, I love it.
Yes, this is after 1.7 kilometers in the water, 62.7 kilometers on the bike, and now about ready to start his second lap. And you have Sam Long waving and smiling,
and also opening a gap on the guys. He's now 41 seconds ahead of Ben. So good.
And there. In the middle, you've got Laura Gruden. Gruden in the middle, Silke Henry on the other side.
Laura was 14th earlier.
Great to see the women out supporting the men's race.
That was a little bit strange that he zipped up his top right there. I think I've never seen Sam Long zip up his top. It's normally he separates it and goes for a run, getting a little more air on his chest.
Like you can see our athletes here, Ben Kanute and Magnus Ditlev, and I have to give hats off to Magnus Ditlev because he is closing that gap on Ben Kanute.
There's the gaps, Toyota splits. We see Ben Kanute and Magnus Ditlev. Look at the paces here. Kanute 5:39, Ditlev a 5:17 pace.
And you know, I know that Magnus has really been working on his run, and as I said, it was really frustrating him last year that he wasn't able to show it in the racing that he was doing. Looks like he's come out, and you know, it looks like you were right before when you said maybe Magnus is just holding back, keeping to his race plan. He saw the women's race, saw the carnage out there that occurred,
Absolutely.
and thought I'm just going to take it easy. I'm going to ride within myself because I know that my run is at a place right now where I can really use it to my advantage.
And it just shows the growth he's had as an athlete and the confidence of becoming an all-around triathlete, not just a cyclist. And that's really important. If you want to break through, you have to be able to embrace your ability to do all three sports.
All three.
This is Ben Kanute and Magnus Ditlev. Ditlev closing the gap. Not normally known for his run, but he's definitely closing in on Ben Kanute, who's lost a little distance to Sam Long, who really is putting a blistering pace on this field.
So you can see Ben Kanute there with nutrition in both hands, and obviously sometimes you like to, I know when I used to like having it in both hands because it evened me out. I found if I just held it in one hand it would put me off kilter. So you can see that he has actually got both hands with nutrition in there, and that he'd be just sipping on that every now and again to make sure that he's getting enough calories in. Whereas you look at Magnus behind, doesn't have anything, but we know Magnus is probably carrying a couple of gels in the back of his pocket there.
And
how big of a surprise is this going to be when Magnus Ditlev, who Ben Kanute has raced a lot with, goes by him?
Ben definitely might have to regroup a little bit. It might take him off guard. But, he's got his visor up front. He normally has his hat on backwards. So it's, must be hot out there if Ben's trying to cool off a little bit.
Maybe that's a transition. Maybe when he decides that he's got to go, he'll turn the hat around and boom, take off.
He goes.
Put a little water underneath, a little ice underneath the hat.
But look at the difference in the stride between Ben Kanute and Magnus Ditlev. Sometimes you think Magnus is running slowly because he's got such long, slow, loping stride, whereas you look at Ben Kanute ticking it over nicely. But it's quite deceiving how quickly Magnus is actually running. He looks like he's running in slow motion right now.
This, as far as runners go, in my little bit of experience, that when you can get behind and run off of somebody and look at their shoulder blades, it almost makes it like you're not running. You're just kind of following along, going through their cadence. So he's almost using right now Ben Kanute as he gets ready to pass him.
Just sitting there for a little bit, regrouping, and then he'll make the pass. Very smart racing from Magnus Ditlev. And he's not doing anything silly. He's not going past too quickly. He knows that in these conditions, to do something like that could be the death of him. So he's just going past. He's starting to pick it up now as he's gone past, just to open it up a little bit more, just so Ben Kanute doesn't think about going with him. But this just shows the maturity. I mean, we're looking at a man, he's still 24 years of age. He's still a very, very young athlete. And the maturity that I've seen over the last year and a half, been quite amazing.
And to set your ego aside just for a second on the bike, just for a second.
Exactly. Actually, I didn't even think of it from that. He's so used to coming to these races and being the fastest bike rider, getting the fastest split. But he obviously knows, being the fastest bike rider is not going to win me a triathlon. And so he's really clever.
Are we seeing a change in Magnus Ditlev in the sense that we were surprised that Sam Long went by him? We were surprised that he didn't go up there and catch him. But now all of a sudden, we're also surprised seeing Magnus Ditlev pass Ben Kanute in the run.
Absolutely. You've nailed it, Rick. You've nailed it.
And the great Uber bikers that, like Sebastian Kienle, that turn into world champions,
Same thing.
They all go through this transformation.
Yep. Actually, that's a perfect example.
And as Ben has fallen back to third, it might be because he's got a little extra cash in his wallet, because the male winner of the $1,000 bonus for the fastest second transition presented by WAHOO is Ben Kanute. So his 18 seconds in that transition was blistering. Take a look at this.
$1 bonus for being fastest in the transition here, courtesy of our transition sponsor.
It is unbelievable. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the determination in his face. He is absolutely fanging it as hard as he can. I don't think I've seen a transition like that for quite some time.
You heard those brakes.
Oh, the brakes.
That's the speed that he took in transition. He came in hot.
Oh, he really did. But just, that close-up shot then of his face and that grit, that determination that he was going to get out of there as quickly as possible. Just loved it.
Well, just remember, I'll take a look at this. Is he trying to take away the fastest first lap, potentially?
I believe, yeah, he is going for that fastest run preem.
And why wouldn't you? $1,000 in your pocket.
I was going to say $1,000. That's a heck of a...
Yep, he knows that he's not going to feature in the overall prize purse. So why not? David Guete from Colombia.
He sure took Sam off guard.
Current pace, 4:44 minutes.
My
oh, my gosh. Per mile. That's 2:56 per kilometer. This is crazy.
So when you break it down per second, Ben Kanute didn't have to work as hard for his $1,000 because it took him 18 seconds. Right now, this guy is working. He's going 4:44 to try to get his $1,000.
The whole work smarter, not harder, not applicable in this scenario.
Yeah, but right now, what an opportunity. What a pace we're seeing right now.
Beautiful run form. And this is why I love that Clash Endurance have decided to bring the bonuses back. We used to see them quite a bit back in the day, but then they stopped. But I am so happy when we're talking to Bill Christie, said we're bringing bonuses back, we're bringing the preems back. I'm like, this is awesome, because this is what you get people going crazy and going for these $1,000 bonuses, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter where he finishes now. He's got $1,000 in his back pocket.
And that's what I'd love to see when this lap is over. see how
What
it
happens
looks.
to it? Yeah.
What pace will
There
we
might
see?
be a little timeout. Who knows? A little something on the side of the road. But I think we saw Matt Sharp do this earlier as well. I saw he was running about 4:49 pace on the first lap. So
it could be close. It'll be interesting to see who gets that fastest first lap.
Yeah.
Clash Endurance. What was it called again?
Dash for
Dash
cash.
for cash. Dash for cash. I love it. By Clash. That's right. Dash for cash by Clash. That's a tongue twister.
I'll let you say that over and over.
Oh.
What a pace we're seeing here. And you'd mentioned West. Jason West running a 4:46 pace.
Oh, this is crazy. Wow.
Knowing that there's 10.5 miles and the pace right now 4:51 for Guete and West at 4:46.
I mean, why not? He was 8 minutes down.
Give it a go.
Give it a go, right?
Thing is, seeing West up there, West is still right up in the pointy end of the field. He's currently in 5th place. To see him running the speeds that we just saw on the screen right then, he is definitely looking for a podium position here.
He could do it too. He's only just needs, a little over 2 minutes, so it's not out of the realm of possibility by any means.
Yeah, just over 2 minutes right now to Ben Kanute, who right now we're seeing Ben Kanute maybe the armor that we have always seen out of Ben Kanute might not be as strong.
He looks a little better than he did on the last lap.
He does. He's leaning forward. He's still got a great cadence. I think we've just looked at, David Guete, who's actually flying right now. So you often, when you go back to Kanute, he doesn't look like he's running so well, but he actually is still running well.
Now, strategically, I personally don't love his decision to go for the preem in transition. If you're in a position to win the race, that should be your focus.
I agree.
Now, maybe he knew how he felt, and he knew maybe he wasn't going to have the run that he's capable of running, and so he just thought maybe I'll get an extra grand. But we'll see as the next few laps pan out.
But Sammy Long still looking the goods out in front.
On his 3rd lap of 7. And once again, off and on with zipped up, zipped down, zipped up, zipped down.
It's almost like Morse code.
Yeah. And maybe he's sending signals. He'll be coming back up on the aid station as he gets onto the backstretch.
I'm very impressed with that haircut. That's
for speed.
For speed, for keeping cool.
Maybe a little bit of intimidation.
Yep, he means business.
Sam Long coming in as the top-ranked triathlete. We knew he was going to be a favorite for the event. We thought Aaron Royle was going to be someone that would be contending, but after the bike, Aaron not able to keep up the pace. So we see the 26-year-old and Sam Long now, once he put the ice in the suit, zipped it back up again. Sam told us that he's been swimming a lot. That was obviously his weakness. If you have a deficit, he got out of the water, wasn't up front, actually 31st out of the water for Sam Long, but the bike was amazing for him as we saw him pass Magnus Ditlev, work his way all the way up to the front.
Well, he did say he doesn't want to be renowned as being a duathlete anymore. He wants to be renowned as being one of the world's best triathletes. And he's certainly doing everything within his power to prove that to himself. We know that he's in pretty good form. He did a 5K running race not that long ago. It was a training race. He actually ran a 14:52, which is flying. So we know he's in good run form.
That was in training.
Oh, that was in. That's right. It was a training. Yeah, it was in training.
Fair enough.
It was a training race.
Oh,
it
was a race. Okay, right.
It was a race, but it was a training race. He hadn't tapered for it, so we know that he's in very, very good run form.
Yeah, looking extremely strong right now. Continuing to pull away from Magnus Ditlev. Ben Kanute a little over a minute behind. Jason West, who we've seen a sub 5-minute pace for his mile. He's 3 minutes back.
And we can confirm that Guete definitely did have that fastest run lap, 7:55. Jason West, 8:54. So that just shows you how fast these guys are running out there today. And we know it technically isn't fast conditions.
And when we're talking in those terms, that's a mile and a half. So that's not a mile, that's a mile and a half that he ran in 7:55 and 8:54.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. That was the laps that they were able to turn. Listen to the cadence out of Sam.
That's those carbon shoes for you. The slapping. But they definitely make you run faster. So they make a lot of noise, but they are... Carbon fiber soles. And everyone is wearing them right now.
A whole bunch of cushion, too.
Yep. Nike started the trend, and now so many shoe companies do shoes with the carbon sole, and they are definitely faster.
And we've seen it in the run times the last 2 years.
Coming down, exactly.
And running alone.
Sam's made it a goal this year to be the #1 PTO ranked athlete, so this is his start.
Yeah, it is. Currently ranked #4, but we do know that the athletes will get PTO points from this race, so it'll be very interesting to see what sort of points Sam ends up with at the end of the day as we look at Jason West, one of the best runners in the field, looking very, very comfortable. We know he's running very, very well.
Yeah, an amazing pace out of West.
And he also was at the Couples Championship last week, and he had a great run there as well, so no surprise.
Jason grew up near Philly, and he's actually going to be getting married in August. His fiancee, Jess Broderick. Trains in Boulder. Says he's happy with the middle distances. There's Sam. 44 seconds separating Ditlev from Long. Magnus Ditlev is almost holding the same pace right now.
I was just about to say, I was the same. Very impressive. And this is reminding me very much of Ditlev's race at Clash Daytona at the end of last year, in December last year.
You can see Ditlev in the back of this. The three gentlemen, he's in the white that's unzipped behind Sam Long. Guete going by.
Fastest lap so far that we know of.
Now, even if Ditlev doesn't catch Sam, this has got to give him a ton of confidence to be in this position right now. So this is a great step forward for him.
Especially this time of the year, too. I mean, first race of the season. First race of the season for both these men, both for Sam Long and for Magnus Ditlev. So they'll go back, you know, next week, and they'll go back to their coaches, and they'll give each other a high five, because obviously everything is on track and they're doing everything right. And off-season has been spent doing the right things. We spoke about that, you know, this is a really good opportunity for them to see if things are on track, if anything needs tweaking. But whatever these two men are doing, they're doing the right thing. As you can see, Magnus Ditlev, he's starting to get a little bit of a head tilt.
And you saw that there, another athlete saying, "Hey, bud, good job.
Good job.
Keep it up."
But we talk about the head tilt. Sometimes we think, well, that's a sign that, you know, things are starting to slow down. But Tim, you have the good old head. You get the head tilt, and you're not slowing down.
Well, he's leaning. there's banking on the track, so he's leaning.
That's what he's doing. That's
He's
what
leaning into
of
the
course.
turns, going so fast. On the 4th lap now.
And we mentioned how strong Ditlev was looking on the run. Over the first 4.3 miles, he was actually 16 seconds faster than Sam.
Sam, that's impressive. Ty Butterfield.
I actually thought that was Flora Duffy for a second. I mean, he's stolen her kit. That's the Olympic gold medalist, Flora Duffy, of course.
Of course, Ty Butterfield and Flora Duffy both racing for Bermuda. Ty's been in the sport for such a long time, 40 years of age, running. He's an exceptional runner.
Under 4-minute mile pace, 3:05 kilometer pace.
And Ty has had some great success running marathons as well. And some low 220s for a marathon, which is flying in as well.
Lives in Boulder, Colorado with his wife Nikki and their 3 children.
I think he's up to 4
It's
children
4 children,
now,
isn't it? Oh gosh,
so, yeah.
sorry. You know what?
Family.
I literally just second guessed myself when I said it. I thought 3. Actually, no, it's 4.
Well, they own a farm,
They
so
do
I
own
imagine they're just, creating more help.
4 kids. That's incredible. Hats off to Nikki. And of course, Nikki and Tyler have been around the sport for a long time. Nikki herself was a very, very accomplished triathlete, short course triathlete. Got into long course for a little while. But I love that Ty's still out there racing and racing well.
Really racing well, yeah.
A strong pace that Ty Butterfield has set. Again, mentioned sub 5-minute mile pace, but not quite as quick as the male winner of that $1,000 bonus that is out there for these athletes.
And Ty in Cozumel in 2019 had one of the fastest marathons ever.
Wow.
Right here is David Guete, and he's the male winner of the $1,000 Clash Endurance Dash for Cash. Yes, the fastest first lap running, and very impressive.
I wonder how he's feeling right about now, though.
It was 4:44 pace.
That's unreal.
Yeah, and he ran, this racetrack is 1.5 miles. So an incredible blistering pace that we saw him run. And he still has a lot of skip in the step here.
Yeah, he still looks fantastic. There's been quite a bit of movement in the men's field. I mean, we concentrate on Long and Ditlev out in front and Ben Kanute, but Jason West has moved himself up. Butterfield's up in 5th. Yuri Kulin, what a great race he is having. Right now he's overtaken Lieferman. And of course, Schomburg and Royle, our early leaders in the race, are slipping backwards. 9th and 10th for them. Dreitz, great to see him up in 11th place right now, especially after his flat tire.
Yeah,
That's
he had a flat
incredible.
tire out of T1, and he's already back up to 11th. And Sam Long, remember we watched David Guete go by him because he was a lap down initially. Well, Sam has already caught back up to David Guete.
Speaking of Yuri Kulin, here he is on screen right now. Looks fantastic. As I said, massive changes for this young man this year. He's a triplet as well, just like Sam Long. He's a triplet.
Sister brother
For him. Unlike Sam Long, which is the 3 boys, but he's moved. Got a new coach. He got Javier Gomez, old coach. That's who coaches him now. He's moved to Girona. He's here in America with one of his best friends, a former pro cyclist, Kai. I think he's a former or might still be a pro cyclist, Kai. And they've moved to Girona. Big move for him.
Girona very much a hot spot.
Becoming
for
the
triathlon in
absolute
Europe.
hot spot. And we know that's where Jan Frodeno bases himself, along with a lot other of the top best athletes, both long and short course athletes.
And a lot of professional cyclists as well. Reside in Girona.
And now he's sticky. He's going to need another bottle of water to rinse that off. Putting a soda there and getting about probably 50% of it into his mouth.
He's our youngest athlete on the field at 23 years of age.
We saw Didi Griesbauer earlier, the 51-year-old in the women's competition, and now a 23-year-old.
23-year-old. That's crazy.
Saw him just go by Scott Haberle. Sam getting a little more nutrition.
And we can see lap 407, he knows that this is a crucial point in the run for Sam now. He needs to make sure that he's got enough nutrition in, that he's got the calories needed to get him through to the finish line. Needs to take in as much water and hydration as he can. Because even though he's in the box seat right now and it's looking likely that he's going to bring it home, he still needs to concentrate, stay focused on the job at hand, make sure that he continues to fuel himself. Because as you said earlier today, it ain't over till it's over.
Absolutely. And, he's thinking ahead for the rest of the season, particularly in May with World Championships early this year. You want to be able to recover well, and the better he can treat his body right now in the race, the better off he'll be.
Well, he's actually backing up and racing at one of an inaugural race in Puerto Vares, Challenge Puerto Vares next weekend. And maybe even then going on to 70.3 Oceanside the weekend after. So he might be going for the triple threat. So he really does need to look after himself, because it's going to be a very, very tight turnaround between the next two races for Sam Long.
Especially in Oceanside, where I believe he'll meet the likes of Jan Frodeno and Lionel Sanders.
And Alistair Brownlee, I heard.
Alistair Brownlee, yep.
Formidable opponents. Yeah, as you admit.
Oh, look, little heart signal to his girlfriend, Lara Gruden.
We think it was Lara.
Well, we hope it's Lara. I hope it was.
Still Magnus.
Better be.
Magnus is still in the picture.
This is amazing. I am so impressed with Magnus Ditlev's race right now. And that's why I said it's really important. This is a make or break time for Sam Long. It's crucial that he continues to look after himself, because this is not a done deal by any stretch of the imagination. We've got Ditlev, who, he's still 43 seconds down, so obviously Sam still has this in control. But if he slips up at all, Magnus is going to be behind. So Magnus definitely still within striking distance if Sam Long should falter.
It's enough to keep the pressure on Sam, for
exactly.
Sure.
He keeps pushing as he goes by David Guete. One of the favorites coming in and so strong on the swim is Aaron Royle. Greg.
Yeah, guys, it looks like he's suffering a little bit, but honestly, it's pretty hard to push yourself after you've won 100 grand 5 days ago.
Motivation's not quite there.
He's probably looking at it going, you know what, I've already done my piece but no, in all kidding aside, it's been a tough day. He had a phenomenal swim, as we saw. He biked very well, I think, for the first sort of 5 to 8 laps. But I think that endurance, that strength that you need to just finish off these longer races, it'll come.
It's just
but
not
I don't
there
think
yet.
he's quite got it there yet. But he's holding on here in the run. I think, definitely not comfortable though, but he's getting through the race.
You say getting through, and he's currently 10th. That's impressive.
It is.
The field of 40 plus of the best in the world.
And Greg, we've been talking about in the studio, we're really impressed with West, Butterfield and Coolin, who have moved their way up into 4th, 5th and 6th position. So great to see those men moving their way through the field.
Andrew Starkowitz, we call him Starkey. Another fighter, probably has a pretty high pain threshold for Starkey.
And we did hear earlier on in the bike that he got on the bike and he admitted he was feeling a little bit flat. He certainly wasn't feeling himself. Great shot there of Andy Dreitz. We know that he got a flat out of transition.
I would have loved to have seen his bike split.
Yeah.
Without that, because I think he was a 124 with the change.
Alicia, down to you.
I'm so impressed with Dreitz's race right now. I felt like he was fixing that flat for days. He lost an entire lap to our leaders. I know that. So to see him continue to rally and now putting together a fantastic run, I'm a new Andy Dreitz fan. It's not that I wasn't already, but even more so because this is just showing so much strength. Just really impressed with his racing today and his ability to overcome adversity.
So impressive what he was able to do. He knew right away, right there, the front tire was flat. Stops, kind of not knowing what to do. And right there was a gentleman that was able to help him. They changed the inner tube. Dreitz pumps it back up, and surprisingly, he is 11th right now in this field.
Honestly, it's as frustrating as it is, and obviously right then and there he would probably be thinking, oh, my race is done. Why is this happening to me? This is so unfair. I haven't even got on my bike yet and I have a flat tire. But on the other hand, it almost, if you can turn your mind around, it gives you that extra bit, and we're seeing that now.
A little bit of freedom. There's no pressure
anymore. There's no pressure. I'm just going to do whatever I can do. I'm going to go out there and enjoy the moment. And look, he's having one of the greatest races that I've seen him have in a while. He's running well. He had a phenomenal bike ride, and he's moving himself up the field.
He was a lap down. He had to ride by the leaders to get back in this race.
Yeah, and what's interesting with especially this story with Dreitz is the finishing order is not going to tell the story of what he was able to put in to get whatever finish it ends up being. Right now, if it's 12th, if he's able to move up and get 11th or possibly even 10th, maybe a top 10 finish, people won't understand. They'll say, oh, you finished 10th at Clash Endurance Miami. Well, guess what? I had a flat tire that I changed in the middle of the race too.
Not a bad thing to go under the radar in some respects for some of the big races coming up as well.
There's Jason West. We see the pace that he's running, 5:22 now. Guete 5:21 pace. Sharp is 5:12.
Yeah, Matt Sharp absolutely flying. This is his first long-distance event, non-drafting long-distance event, also coached by Lance Watson. So Lance Watson coaching both Brent McMahon.
Toyota splits, giving us Magnus Ditlev and West. With just 3 laps to go, such a strong runner out of Jason West. Can he catch Magnus Ditlev? Sam keeping the cadence very strong. Athletes spread out now all around this 1.5 mile track. They run on that flatter apron right up next to the grass. Remember, Sam's day started when he was entering the water. When he was introduced, he only had 1 chip that was attached to his ankle. There's Magnus Ditlev, and definitely falling.
Look good.
Yeah, falling off the pace quickly for Magnus. And maybe this weather has got to him.
He was on the side of the course and he ran back onto the course. He was it would almost look like he wanted to pull out and walk off the course, and he's just run back on. Jason West just went blowing by him. So yes, he's in a world of hurt. So I don't know if he was questioning whether to stop the race and has come back out to continue. But, he's still got a reasonable gap if he can just hold it together. He's still in the money. But Jason West, who just went flying by him, we'll go up there in a moment and show you guys how fast he was going. But
GP, does this surprise you? The last image we had of Ditlev, he looked fantastic. He was right, looked like he had it in control. He had Sam Long just up the road, and he looked great. So we did mention that he had a slight tilt of the head, which was a little bit worrying, but he still looked fine. So, within half a lap, he's gone from running really, really well and looking in control and in second place to falling back like this.
It's amazing, isn't it, when it just hits you, it hits you. I mean, we've all been there.
Yeah.
You feel fine, and then you're like, oh, no, I'm not. No, you know, it's like, I'm sure he did feel pretty good for the first few laps. I mean, he's starting to actually look like he's having looks a bit better even now since we've just been sitting next to him, that he's not looking as bad. But we do need to keep an eye on these guys because it is so hot. Like we saw Emma Plant-Brown and Chelsea Sodaro. You know, they have the ability to take themselves beyond where the body wants to shut down. And so we do need to keep an eye on some of these guys that have pushed so hard.
There's the gap between Ben Kanute and Jason West. Here's West in the red. That's third.
It's flying. And a fun little bit of information from the guys in the tape room. It took about 3 minutes 15 for Guete to change that tire. So
that's how much time he lost.
He's 5:20 down right now. He'd be in the mix.
He'd be right up here now. Yep. But this is a great race from Jason West.
Well, this is impressive. And like we said, the women's event, a lot of amazing things, incredible things happened where athletes, you know, it just took a toll on them. Could it potentially take a toll on Sam Long? As we're seeing a really good kick right now out of Jason West. Ben Kanute is coming back strong.
Look, after watching that women's event, you know, I don't think we can predict who is going to take out this win till they actually get across the finish line.
Right now, it's Sam Long's race to win. Ben Kanute just under 2 minutes behind him. Jason West just over 2 minutes. But their pace picks up with 2 laps to go here at Homestead, Florida.
With only a gap of 17 seconds and 3 miles to go, West might be catching Kanute before that finish line.
But Kanute's starting to look stronger.
He does.
He will fight. We saw that. We saw that in Daytona last year.
There's the two, Kanute and Jason West in the red. So the gap closing between second and third. We just see Jason West slap himself in the side of the face. That's that internal talk that's going on. It's like, all right, here we go. Step it up. You only have 2 laps to go.
I remember Jason West back in 2019 in Daytona. Came home in 3rd place. He came home with a storming run, and that was when we had that great battle between Lionel Sanders and Pablo DePina. And Jason West literally came from nowhere to take 3rd, so doing a very similar thing today, but like you said, looking likely to go one better to 2nd place.
Jason West, we mentioned background, probably not typical of what you would see an athlete coming into the triathlon world, as he was a wrestler. But maybe this is the 3rd period. Maybe he's down a couple points in the 3rd period as a wrestler, and that mentality kicks in. He's got to do something. And right now we're seeing it. He's closing the gap on Ben Kanute.
He is absolutely flying.
We're also seeing Sam Long keep his pace in stride with these two in 2nd and 3rd right now. There's Sam Long, race leader, looking down at his watch.
He's been doing that continuously, which is great. So he's obviously set himself a pace, and he's trying to hold it as best he can. He's not worried about what's going on behind him, just concentrating on what's going on up front. And that's him trying to get to that finish line as soon as he can, and just checking his pace every now and again to make sure he's on target.
And Jason West making his move, or it looks like right now.
The fight for 2nd. Jason West will pass Ben Kanute and take 2nd away.
And it must be really hard for Ben Kanute because, you know, obviously he got passed by Ditlev. He was able to repass Ditlev. He's like, yes, I'm back in 2nd. This is where I want to be. And now all of a sudden you've got Jason West take it away from him yet again. It's tough. It's hard to deal with.
But there's still time left, right? There's still miles to go, and anything can happen between now and the finish line. So Ben just needs to stay calm and keep focused.
Under 3 miles remaining here in Clash Endurance Miami. Down the backstretch goes Sam Long.
And I have to say, he looks fantastic. He doesn't look like he's got a worry in the world right now. Nice and relaxed. You can see his shoulders. They're not up around his ears. He's just ticking it over.
He's already gone past the aid station. It was right at the beginning of the backstretch here.
He might be contemplating what sign to give next when he goes through transition.
If he is now, he's thinking about it for a long time. But again, your mind wanders, and you've got to stay focused on the task at hand. But a brilliant event already for Sam Long, as we see Jason West there with the headband just in front of Ben Kanute. Both now under 10 or 2 minutes separating Sam Long from second and third. You hear in the background the public address announce. These athletes hear that as well. That's being projected all throughout this, and so Sam Long knows that gap. Sam Long knows he has a minute 53.
And I'd say he'd be very, very happy with that as well. But as you can see from that shot right there, what a great shot. You can see just how long it is round the track. And you can see there is absolutely no shade from the elements.
Coming up on the bell lap for Sam Long. Now maybe showing a little bit more of the wear and tear as we see him trying to take that oxygen in.
Now in his mind, he's going into his last lap, but this first half, that lap's going to be the headwind. So I'm sure he's breaking it down into smaller pieces. Let's just get through the headwind, and then we can.
And then we bring it home with whatever I've got left. But you can see the difference in speed there as he overtakes one of the lapped athletes. Just to show you how well Sam Long is still running.
Yeah, we saw just a second ago. I think he was still running 5:20 pace, which that's not slow by any means.
That is not slow. That's a solid pace. And he's doing all the right things. You see him go. You see him go through the transitions. He grabs the water, pours it all over himself, a little bit in the mouth. He's just doing everything right now.
What's our last sign going to be? What's the last
Tim. Oh, yeah, what is it going to be? Come on, Sam. Don't disappoint
Tim, I want
us.
you to predict it.
Yeah.
I'm a loss of words.
Is he going to give us a yo-yo-yo?
Can I get a cartwheel?
He's saving that for the finish, Tim. Come on.
I hope we don't see a cartwheel.
No, he's still got a lap to go. Got to keep it in control.
But you know he's going to acknowledge girlfriend fans over to his left.
Here they are on the sidelines.
Maybe blowing a kiss. We haven't seen that one yet.
One more time around for Sam Long. He's looking to his left.
Here you go. We can hear them cheering.
So far, it's only game face right now from Sam.
He's very serious.
He's all business. And that's Brent McMahon behind him. A lap down.
And he remains all business as he goes by.
Well, he knows he's got 1.5 miles left to run. 2.4 kilometers. And you see him give himself a little bit of a tap on the face then. So I think he's at a point in time now where he's not going to waste any energy. Any energy he's going to use, it's going to be to propel him forward to get him to that finish.
This is how we came out of transition 2. Ben Kanute, what a transition he had. Sam Long was first in. And Sam had put a little bit of distance on Ben, but Ben tried to make it up right here. The fastest transition, 18 19 seconds in transition 2 for Ben Kanute. You see him sprinting out of the transition area. The fastest lap, the first lap, was David Guete. He was running under 5-minute mile pace, right around 4:44 per mile pace. Sam Long, that was the first lap. All smiles, blowing kisses. Magnus Ditlev was able to get by Ben Kanute. And it looked as though Magnus was putting together one of the best runs he'd ever had, and then it faltered. It caught up to him. Jason West was able to make the pass on Ben Kanute, who had taken over second from Magnus, as Magnus had fallen back. But now it was West who moves up to the second position. And Sam Long continuing the pace, continuing the gap that he has put on the rest of the field. 1:48. Going by some of the other athletes.
You see that little fist pump. Great to see the camaraderie between these athletes. We've seen it in the women's race. We're now seeing it in the men's race. Little high fives, little fist pumps as they go past. These athletes know that they're racing against one of the best in the world.
And there's respect.
There is
because
absolutely
everybody
respect.
knows what Sam does to be as good as he is, and there's an incredible amount of respect. But Sam also knows that these guys are trying to put in that same amount of effort to be competitive at the same level.
And Sam's been there earlier in his career too, right?
He knows what it's like. He's been here. He's been like these other athletes and had to work really hard. I remember talking to him. You know, he was living off next to no money, had no sponsors, and it was really hard. And I think that's when you start to really second guess yourself. Have I made the right decision here? Have I got what it takes to be a professional athlete and to make it on the circuit? And hats off to him, because it was a really tough start for him, and he's put in the work. He's believed in himself, and now we're seeing one of the best long-distance athletes we've got.
And he's still very young.
Very young.
Very young at the fact that he's only 26 years old, and he's been able to accomplish what he's been able to accomplish at this point in his career, and he continues to look like he's getting better.
Well, you think about it, Tim. I mean, you don't really start to peak as an endurance athlete till you're in your mid-30s.
Yeah,
so
he's in late 30s.
Late 30s. So he's got at least a good 10, 15 years
Absolutely.
left if he wants it, if he looks after himself.
And the pace hasn't slowed at all for Sam Long. Came out all smiles, blowing kisses on lap 1. And he's going to be all smiles when he crosses the finish line here in about a half lap. That cadence hasn't changed.
No, it hasn't. It's been the same throughout. Jason West, of course, holding second now. He'll be very, very happy with where he's at. Hoping Ben Kanute can hold on to third. But what a race from Yuri Kulin, our youngest in the field, 4th place, and Ty Butterfield, one of our oldest. So Ty Butterfield 40 in 5th, and Yuri Kulin 23 coming 4th. So just that's crazy to think.
Going by Simon Shee.
Yeah. What an experience for him in his first outing as a professional. We know it's $50,000 prize purse. First place taking home $7,500 here today. Looking very, very likely that he's going to be this man, the big unit, Mr. Yo-Yo-Yo, that is going to be taking home $7,500.
And Sam mentioned all the training hours he's doing right now, and it reflects right now in his run and his form. He still looks super put together, very strong. Hips look great. Hats off to Sam.
Yeah, and remember, he said he's working on swimming, putting a lot of effort into swimming, because if you have a deficit, if you're Sam Long, it's in the water right now. He came out of the water 31st of the over 40 that are competing here, so wasn't even in the top half, but an incredible bike, a really powerful bike, put him up front. And then we knew that he was strong mentally, and his run is extremely strong, and he's showing it right here as he's coming through turns 3 and 4 here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. About ready to see that pit road and the finish line.
And I'm pretty sure it's going to be a big relief for Sam once he gets round, especially once you see that red carpet. When you can see that red carpet, that finish straight, it's the best feeling in the world.
This is where he needs to make a little bit of a left-hand turn. We saw Pamella Oliveira.
I held my breath then, I did. I held my
earlier.
breath. Oh, it's like, don't do that,
Maybe
please.
to have somebody out there now.
Don't do it to us.
He's working his way now onto pit road.
And I dare say, he looks like he's even picked it up.
I feel
I think he's picked it up.
He's got a little more pep.
And we saw him all business when he went by the last time. Is it going to be all business coming to the finish line here for Sam Long?
I'm pretty sure we're going to see some celebrations.
Kit is zipped up, ready to break the tape.
Here we go, here we go.
Tongue out, all smiles. He gets to the red carpet. The 2020 Clash Endurance Miami champion, the 26-year-old Sam Long, is going to fly all the way to the finish line. Sam Long wins Clash Endurance Miami.
What a race from Sam Long.
Really a great performance.
Excellent race. And you know the most incredible thing? I admit I came in thinking that this was going to be a short course athletes race. I thought because we had so many great short course athletes they were going to dominate, and boy was I wrong. I was wrong.
I think the heat, humidity, the conditions today really played in favor of the long course
distance athlete. Yep.
I know it wasn't easy, but Sam made it look pretty easy today.
He really did. Big hug there for CEO of Clash Endurance, Bill Christie.
He said, we've got a chair here for you if you'd like to sit down.
He's like, no, I'm all right.
Sam's going to walk around and talk to the fans.
Well, let's be honest, this is a short race for Sam Long. He'd probably be ready to go again.
Here's Jason West. He also makes that slight left-hand turn to get onto pit road.
And West will be very, very happy with his performance here today.
Great run. A phenomenal run for Jason West.
And he put himself in a great position on the swim and bike to use that weapon, which is, always important.
Hand in the air, acknowledging the fans.
I love that last little turnaround to make sure he's safe, just in case.
Didn't know if Ben was going to try to do some type of kick here at the end, but it's going to be Jason West.
You got it, Jason. Don't worry.
Yeah, third look behind.
But you always do that because you really want to lap up this finish shoot. You want to lap up the crowd, the hard day's work, and you don't want to make it into a position where you have to sprint that last 100 meters.
What a great run. Jason West, second here at Clash Endurance Miami, as Sam congratulates him.
I love it.
This is a great showing by our young Americans here, sweeping the podium. That's what I love to see.
Ben Kanute.
And you're right there, Tio. We've got a clean sweep, USA.
Ben also is going to take a look over his shoulder. And a strong finish for
and I tell you,
Ben Kanute.
Look at Yuri Kulin coming home. What a finish from him. 23 years of age. Racing here today for his Ukrainian coach.
Ben Kanute third, as you mentioned. Yuri Kulin looking back. He's going to give a few high fives here as
Trying
he comes.
hard to get the jersey done up. Can't quite manage.
Well, I'm sure we'll get a few more partners on there soon.
Tyler Butterfield with a strong finish.
Fantastic race from Ty. 40 years of age, still got what it takes.
Yep. And the amazing thing, after 50 miles of racing, the top 5 really all finished almost within 3 minutes of each other. Great finish here.
Impressive racing.
We know Magnus Ditlev was up there. He was second at the time when he slowed on the racetrack. We're hearing now from some officials he may have stepped off the track.
What a run! Yeah, surprised me too.
I love it when the cameras go down here. You get to hear all the nitty-gritty of it. I love it. And you can see Yuri Cullen so happy with his race. He's a lovely, lovely young man from the Netherlands.
What an awesome top 5.
You know, here we have Sam Long at 26, Yuri Cullen at 23. These are the future of our sport right here.
The youth of the sport. Greg?
Who wants the water? Who needs it? Mate, Sam Long. That was absolutely just, you got to be happy with starting the year that way.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm thrilled with the start of the year. Couldn't have gone too much better. I don't know what my swim split was actually. Maybe you can tell me.
I'll have it radioed in. I don't know if it was under the 90-second. You talked about you wanted to be within 90 seconds. I think it might have been a fraction over, but I was just counting with my fingers, so I have no idea.
Yeah, I figured so. I mean, I came out with a great group, and obviously the front guys worked that swim. And I mean, I just want to say I couldn't be more happy with this top 5. All great, stellar guys, all friends, all people I love to race, and it's just been so great to see them at the start of the season and say what's up and race together. And oh yeah, I mean, I had to keep running because they were closing in fast and hard.
Mate, it's Tio was in the booth saying it's an American sweep for the podium. That's, you know, there's almost a changing of the guard that we've seen in the sport over the last sort of 20, 30 years. It was Americans dominated in the early 90s. Australians, we had our little turn. We've seen the Brits, but now look at this resurgence of you guys.
Yeah, I think the American team, you know, America is hungry. We want to perform. We want to step up, and hopefully an American sweep can happen at the Collins Cup.
Mate, the rest of your off-season's been pretty huge then. What's next for you from this race?
I'm racing next weekend at Challenge Puerto Varas down in South America. Really looking forward to connect with the fans and do another challenge race. I know this is a clash race, and yeah, building to St. George, the world champ. So that's the plan.
Mate, it's always impressive to watch you race. It's always fun. You put on a great show for us, and we truly congratulate you from all of us in the booth, mate. Fantastic race.
Thank you so much. Yo, 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 everyone. Thanks for the love. Thanks for the support. And thanks for you guys for putting on the great race here, and Bill Christie and everyone here. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys. All right, guys, back up to you in the booth.
Oh, I just love Sam's attitude. He's such a genuine, down-to-earth, little crazy character, but that's what we want. We need this sort of personality in our sport. And just acknowledging all the other, as he said, the top 5, he couldn't be happy with the top 5 finishes, all great men. And I have to agree with him. All 5 are just genuinely good people.
Colucci coming into the finish now.
We look at Sam, and he has his on-air personality, the yo-yo-yo, but he's a great kid, too.
He really is. Renato Colucci across the finish line. Jonas Schomburg coming across too from Germany, and it looks like Chris Lieferman right behind Jonas. So great racing from these 3 men as well.
A little more gingerly coming across the line here.
And so that's our top 9 professional men across the finish line.
Alicia.
I'm here with Jason West, second place today. I'm going to call that a breakthrough performance. How would you describe it?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely was a little off the mark in the swim. Those guys were flying. I think it was just executing a little bit. I got pushed wide around the first buoy and kind of lost them. So I think I can do better there. And the biggest thing for me was probably the best ride I've ever had in that kind of fashion. Trying to ride a more aggressive bike position, and there's growing pains with that. I came off, my hamstrings were a little locked up, so we're getting it worked out and just making little improvements. But I think some big mental hurdles and obstacles with that to know that I can ride at that level. Usually it's kind of a bunch of guys blowing by me, and now it was me blowing by a bunch of guys. So that felt really, really good. And then, just staying patient on the run. I told myself get through 5 laps and without worrying about racing. And when you get to 2 to go race. Got in sight of Ben, and I was like, man, I'm moving into second. This is wild. So this year I just want to put myself in the conversation with those top 10 guys, and how I beat a couple guys that I have so much respect for in the sport, close to Sam. So hopefully, by the end of the year, I can be racing shoulder to shoulder with those best guys and being in the top 10, and that's it's where I want to see myself.
It looked like you managed the heat really, really well today. Did you have a strategy going in, or did you edit that strategy after that women's race? How did you cope so well with the conditions?
Yeah, we were all sitting in the lounge watching the women's race, and we were just like blown away. It was just like explosions all over, you know, people crashing. You could tell it was just so hot that they were just, sometimes just getting mental clarity through it all is difficult. So yeah, like I said, I mean, I was just trying to dump water on myself on the bike, drink as much as possible, and yeah, not start racing until about 3 miles to go on the run, and just staying within myself. And yeah, awesome start to the year. That was, I'm thrilled with that.
Congratulations, Jason. Back to you, Rick.
Jason puts together 7th, 10th, and 1st as far as the 3 disciplines, swim, bike, and run. And take a look at this. Here comes Matthew Sharp.
Tallest man in the field. Great run from Matt Sharp. You know, he was not where we thought he would be on the bike, but to come home with that sort of run, and you can see the hamstrings are hurting.
Yeah, a little tight. How about Andy Dreitz coming here? This is Andy Dreitz after having a flat tire out of T1.
Unbelievable.
What a finish.
And he knows it. I mean, you know, obviously it's not where he wanted to finish, but if, as you said, Tim, you factor in that time. How much time did you say he lost?
It was 3:15 he lost.
Wow.
Minimum here. So.
Let's go back to Greg, who's with Ben Kanute.
All right, Ben, mate. Another third place. Third here last year, third here this year. Take us through the race.
I mean, it's very early in the season for me. I had 4 or 5 weeks of really good training, so just kind of see where I am, where I'm at against everybody else. And, you know, Aaron and Schomburg, they were just killing the swim. They went for that swim preem and left me in the dust. So from there, it was just kind of managing my race. I got out onto the bike and just settled into a pretty strong pace, but knew it was going to be a long, hot day. And those aero helmets get hot, and so I just kind of stuck to it and was actually surprised to find myself in first place after passing Aaron and Schomburg, because Dreitz was just killing it, and I figured he was somewhat close to just take the lead. And then surprisingly, I held on until like 4 laps to go. Sam came by and he put in a surge. And I was like, nah, I'm not going to let him go right now, and hung on for a while, tested the bike legs. Last lap just kind of spun, got myself prepared for kind of a war of attrition on the run. And, you know, the run fitness is coming along, but in the heat, without doing any heat training and anything, I just really wanted to make sure I was consistent the whole time, and really was. I was just slow and steady, kind of got me to the line, and credit to the guys up front. Sam was flying today. He was very strong on the bike in the run, and then Jason was flying on that run. So I was happy to hang on to third. It's always good when you can get on the podium, but I got some work to do.
Were you actually conscious of that T2 bonus? Was that something you really wanted?
Yeah, I saw Sam kind of sprint through T2, and I'm like, no way am I letting some guy who started off in long course get this. Like, I got my T2s down pretty good after doing Super League and Super Sprints, so I'm like, I'll give myself a good go at this, and slipped on the shoes and gave a little run. I'm like, I think I got it, but I hope. And I found out afterwards, you guys said I got it, so that's nice to walk away for like a quick 30 seconds, an extra 1K. That's pretty fun.
Well, mate, it was actually 18 seconds worth of work that you got that. So well done. You did get it, and you did beat Sam Long by 5 seconds in transition. So there's the
free speed, and that's a pretty good hourly rate right there. I'll take that.
Yeah. Well, mate, huge congrats again. You know, I'm a huge fan of yours and the way you race. You're always attacking it so hard. So great job out there again, mate.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it's good to be back out on the course, and it's going to be a good year.
It's going to be a great year. Over to you, Alicia.
I'm here with Yuri. Wow, what a performance. We were so surprised. Were you?
Well, I was running laps and I couldn't hear my name from the commentary, so I knew that they were not thinking about me. Am I surprised? No. Yes and no. I know I can run, and I know I can run fast because I did the same in Mallorca in October. But getting in the mix with those guys, yeah, I'm speechless. I'm speechless.
It was such a beautiful and inspired performance. Do you want to share with us about why today was so special in your performance today?
In October, I made a change in my life with the people around me. I switched from the federation back to go and make like a team by myself. I wanted to do it well, not half work. So I have the best coaches around me, the best sponsor, media team, marketing team around me, and I have my best friend here, which is his birthday. But there's an extra thing. The last couple of weeks, we know all what happened in the world. There's a crazy guy in Russia who thinks he can rule the world and attacks people in Ukraine. My coach is from the Ukraine. He escaped Ukraine 35 years ago, but his family couldn't. And that's why I have a heart on my helmet and on my racing whip. And 2 weeks ago, one of his athletes became world champion speed skating, and that was like he was so emotional. And I was calling with him, and I heard his sadness in his voice, but as well his strength and his power. And I wanted to do this for him, because I have the ability to do what I want and to be an athlete, but those people in Ukraine not. They are fighting for themselves to survive, and I'm fighting here out against the best guys in the world. And that's then second priority, because all our priority is in Ukraine and get those people better again.
Thank you so much for sharing your story with us, and just an unbelievable performance. Congratulations. Over to you, Greg.
All right, I'm here with 5th place, Tyler Butterfield, doing it for the old men. Mate, congrats. That was a solid race. Take us through it.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of a surprise. The training in has been a bit rough. Had COVID the first week of January, then had a few little hiccups, so I didn't get to do my test sessions that I normally did. Like last year, I knew it was a great field like this year, and I got to do those, so I was really surprised. And I mean, last night in bed, rolling around thinking, I'm too old for this. The ITU guys are going to smash me, all the young kids. But as you know, as you get older, the training's not there, but you have that gear in race mode. But I mean, I was watching the women's race, and Tio even said it. It's like, mentally, can you push? And like last night and this morning, I'm like, can I? And I think I was able to, and I'm super happy with FIS. I want to say thanks to Bermuda for the I2 suit. Bill Christie threw in the bonuses. I don't know if that was you suggesting it from the I2 days or the St. George series. But I really went for the T1 one, and I think I might have missed it, but I tried.
That was 0.3 of a second, apparently, or something like that. Was that?
Do you know who won it?
Brent McMahon. So the oldest guy in the field beat the second oldest guy for that T1 transition.
But we both come from the ITU. I'm surprised because he wore a swim skin. I skipped the swim skin. And then me and Colucci jumped on the bike, and I went for the first lap of the bike one, and I guess he won that.
He did.
And I was literally might have been half a second behind him on that because I knew he was going. Both of us put our shoes on. But to be honest, I'm really happy because I sort of suppressed some of the doubts. But at the same time, if we race again next weekend, the results can all be flipped, and that's just how competitive triathlon's got. Congrats to all the top 3 guys. I mean, it's great to see Sam. He's a good friend, training buddy. And yeah, thanks Bermuda for the suit. I used it today. It was supposed to be for the I2 Team Relay. Whole reason I'm racing this year is to try and do Team Relay and Com Games. And thanks Flora for picking the colors. I don't look as good as Flora, but always fast.
We were getting confused if it was Flora Duffy we were watching or Tyler Butterfield. But mate, I've always been impressed with your career that you're able to do these sort of super sprint mixed relay type things and then race an Ironman like you do, a couple of weeks later. You're all over the place, but you've been able to do that throughout your whole career. I've always been really impressed with that.
Thanks, Greg. I mean, I'm supposed to do Ironman Texas and then maybe St. George. But we'll see if I can actually do it. I am. My wife does agree. I'm all over the place.
Mate, huge effort. Super proud of you, mate. Good job, mate.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah, right. Back to you guys.
He's such a character. He is such a character. But yeah, here we go. Yuri Kulin with his best friend, Kai, a professional cyclist.
Birthday today.
It's birthday today, that's right. And he was also brought in as part of the team. He's actually Yuri's his mental coach, so he keeps him on track. Because you've got to remember, Yuri is 23 years of age. He's left home. He's moved to a different country. This is a huge move for him. He was in the Federation in the Netherlands, decided that it wasn't where he wanted to be. And, yeah, this is. I don't think we can understand just how huge this is for him. And to have Kai here, his best friend and his mentor, truly a special experience.
Powerful moment of strength right there, too.
Let's take a look at the day for the men. Started off the top 10 athletes introduced to the field, and Sam Long, the highest ranked triathlete here, Ben Kanute. We knew they would be battling it out here at the end.
And what a crazy start it was. I haven't seen a washing machine like that in quite some time. Argy-bargy times 10.
But the alliance comes through right here with Royle and Schomburg doing the tag off.
I like the little tag off. I like that. It was, if you blinked, you missed it.
Those two pull away. Ben Kanute said, I knew they were doing something up front.
Of course, Schomburg first out with Royle right on his heels. Having a little quick look back to see where the rest are, to see where Ben Kanute is.
And Ben Kanute nowhere, no man's land a little bit, but didn't stop him from getting up to the front of the bike pretty quickly.
Problem for Andy Dreitz. Right out of T1, he realized his front tire was flat. He changed the inner tube. It took a little over 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 15 seconds for him to do that. And surprisingly, Andy Dreitz ends up 11th in this race. Take a look, though, at Brent McMahon in T1.
The oldest man in the course, Brent McMahon, but the fastest through T1. He's still got a few tricks up his sleeve.
It was incredible, and of course he did the same in Daytona, so amazing seeing him.
And also getting a bonus on the men's side, Colucci, the Speed Hound, fastest first lap on the bike. The battle up front, Ben Kanute reeling in Aaron Royle.
And Jonas Schomburg going straight to the front and not looking back.
And then it turned into the Sam Long show.
The yo, Sam Long show. That's exactly right.
He and Magnus Ditlev almost looked as though they were working together, but Sam takes the lead and surprised, I think, Magnus as he went by. And then a quick T2 for Sam Long. Not quite as fast, though, as Ben Kanute. Ben Kanute said, hey, he's a long course racer. I can't let him be faster in transition than I am. So quickly throws the shoes on and sprinting out of T2.
Look at the face. I mean, the look on Ben's face. And of course, David Guete with the speed.
Absolutely.
The race for speed,
lap.
the blistering race, the Clash Endurance.
Dash for
cash by Clash. There you go, I did it again.
But it was Sam Long that was in control of the race up front all day.
All smiles on lap one. It was Magnus Ditlev who really impressed everyone with his run. He went by Ben Kanute. He was keeping pace with Sam Long, but then things began to falter. Jason West with a great kick, taking second away from Ben Kanute. And Sam would go on to break tape, the 2022 Clash Endurance Miami champion. Take a look at the results.
Got Sam Long taking the win here today. Jason West, what a blistering run for him to take second place. Ben Kanute holding tough for third. But for me personally, Yuri Kulin, the young kid from the Netherlands, storming home in fourth with a very emotional finish.
And how about Ty Butterfield, fifth place, 4 years old, still rocking in one of the fastest runs of the day. Sixth place, Jackson Landreau. He was quietly there all day. You know, he's a great all-around racer, great runner. Seventh place, Reinaldo Colucci, hanging in there at 6:34 back.
And Jonas Schomburg from Germany taking home 8th. Chris Lieferman from the USA in 9th. And rounding out our top 10 is Matt Sharp from Canada in his very first long-distance race. Of course, that's our top 10.
And top of the list here, Andy Dreitz. What an incredible finish after that issue with the tire.
Aaron Royle coming off a huge win last weekend with $100,000 payday at the Couples Championship, finishing in 12th. Realizing there's a little bit more to non-drafting when the race gets a little bit longer.
Of course, in 13th place, Brent McMahon, our oldest in the field, taking home our T1 WAHOO bonus. 14th, Tom Davis, a young Great Britain athlete.
And one of my training partners in 15th, Justin Metzler out of Boulder, Colorado, 15th.
David Guete there. You see him in 19th. Again, he was the Clash Endurance Dash for Cash winner. The fastest first lap on foot. And again, unofficial results. There are actually still athletes on the track that are continuing to finish. We want to catch you up on what took place earlier in the day with the women's event. When it finished, there was a lot of confusion still as to who was going to end up in which place. We take a look at the unofficial results. Ash Gentle of Australia won convincingly, and Pamella Oliveira actually had gone onto the main part of the track on the front stretch. When she was coming to the finish line, she backed up all the way back until the entrance to the tunnel came across the wall and went in. So she will hold on to her position of second. Maya Stage Nielsen rounding out the podium there for the women. We knew Sam Kingsford, there was a question if she had gone too far on the bike and then not enough on the run. After that scoring was cleared up, she did come home in the 4th position.
And great to see Sonia Catano home in 5th. Lisa Becharas, great race from Lisa in 6th. Britta Mann in 7th. Lara Gruden, the other half of Sammy Long in 8th. Summer Deal taking home 9th. And rounding out our top 10, Rebecca Maru from the USA. So great racing from all these women. But look at that.
Lisa Becharas danced her way into 6th place.
She did dance away. In fact, I hope we get a little bit of dancing later tonight. But just what I want to look at that gap between 1st and 2nd. 8 minutes that Ash Gentle won this race. She really did.
Just the class of the field. Just perfection in execution today.
Let's look back on how all these athletes ended up in the position that they did. Emma Palin-Brown, Sarah coming across, and not as violent for the women. It was Sarah Perez-Sala who was out front and convincing in the run.
But Ashleigh Gentle, not known for her swimming, still having an awesome performance in the water leading out that chase pack.
And of course, as she said, not a position she's used to being in. She's used to being at the back of the pack or in the pack. So to be leading that chase pack, but set her up for a great swim. But of course, Sarah Perez-Sala, she dominated the swim just as we knew she would.
And we knew that she was a great cyclist as well. So getting on the bike in T1 with the lead, it looked good for Sarah. And that's what she needed. She needed a little bit of a gap. Pamela Oliveira had the fastest T1. We saw Ash also in T1 at the same time. Lisa Becharas was the fastest first lap on the bike. Ashleigh Gentle in 2nd behind Sarah Perez-Sala. But Sarah Perez-Sala right here looking down, gets off track, looks back up, realizes she's not in the proper position, and that violent crash happens.
Glad to see she is okay.
I spoke to her before, gave me the thumbs up. She said she's going to be a little bit sore tomorrow, but she's in great spirits.
And that left Ash in the front of the race.
In the box seat.
She never looked back.
Never looked back. In fact, she continued to increase her lead as we've got Chelsea Sodaro trying so hard to bridge across. Emma Palin-Brown also doing the same. Straight into 3rd position ahead of Pamella Oliveira. Of course, Ash Gentle, total control of the race here today.
And we knew she was a great runner, but we also knew that Emma Palin-Brown, a great runner as well, and she was close. So here through T2, we see Ash get off the bike, transition in. Here's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, all together, all very close.
And both Chelsea and
Lisa Becharas here.
Emma.
Lisa was also fastest in transition, picking up $2,000 in bonus from this race. Surprisingly, though, Emma Palin-Brown stopping on the racetrack and then going down, laying on her back. Later come to find out she had gotten discombobulated, had an issue overheating. So after we saw Sarah Perez-Sala, then Emma Palin-Brown going down.
We then have Chelsea Sodaro, the same fate happening, but getting herself off course a little earlier. She just knew that she needed to call it a day. She tried to come back, But of course, our winner, no doubt today, the winner of today's race, Ash Gentle. What a stunning win it was.
Yesterday, she said this is the perfect distance. Well, it was a perfect race for her. Getting ready for the podium ceremony here from Clash Endurance Miami. And we'll stop down for just a moment, but we'll be here for the presentation of the Podium Awards.
Talk to the people at the podium. I think it's going to be. They don't even know where the athletes are. Oh. Well, I can go get sick. It's just going to take it there. They're leaving me tally. This is tally right now. Don't watch it.
So for those trying to figure out the start of our 5K, it is out on pit row. I was right when I told you to go out to pit row. I just didn't tell you that it's not right in front of the finish line. It's down a ways. So you head on out to pit row, hang a left, and keep walking and walking and walking and walking and walking and walking and walking a little bit more. And then you'll see a big white arch. It's actually not that far. It's far for Alyssa, but not far for everyone else. So yeah, you got just a little bit of a walk down the pit row and you'll get to that 5K start.
Yeah, back here. QB's tally I've gotten all day. I just got a lock off too. Oh, did you? I would have gotten. Professional looking, but I think that's gonna.
After awards. Great, wait to be here tomorrow. Alright, I gotta start wrangling from Wrangling over here by the stairs. Yeah, they have no idea. Alright, love, here, take my hand. Are we in top 5? Top 5.
What is it?
Oh, man. The amazing Homestead-Miami Speedway. Once again, it has been an amazing day of racing. We have had some of the world's best professional athletes on hand to put on an amazing show. Just to start off an entire weekend of racing. So Clash is doing things differently, and in Clash Endurance, we're going to be putting on events at venues like this right across the country. And it all started with challenge events a few years ago, became the Clash Endurance brand in Daytona last December, and we are having all kinds of fun. And all of this only works when you got somebody kind of leading the group who is an avid and absolutely nutty triathlon fan. And I've got to welcome this guy and push him, literally push him into the Danube River over in Slovakia. I've had the pleasure of working with him at so many different events. His energy is boundless, and he is the guy behind all of this craziness and fun that we have at Clash Endurance. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you now to the man behind Clash Endurance, Bill Christie.
Kevin, you're gracious as always. You guys, thank you for being here. Our job is to provide a race experience that you guys have never seen or witnessed before. So if you walk away saying, wow, then we did it right. There are a couple people I want to thank. Andre, Philip, Brittany's here. Who else do we have here? Nick's here. On and on. Never would have happened without you guys. So it's not me, it's them. I want you to know one thing and one thing only. It's about you. So with that, I'm going to give it back to Kevin and let him do what he does best.
All right, let's get our top 5 women up here. And what a race it was. Sorry, we're going with our men first. He was joking that I was giving everybody a history lesson throughout the day. He is an ageless competitor. I won't tell you how old he is, but he's been in this sport for a long time. Went to the Olympics way back when, representing Bermuda. His time today, 2:43.19. Let's hear it for 5th place, Tyler Butterfield. in fourth place. He's from the Netherlands. He went 2:42.51. You'll be excused if you're not too familiar with his name in the long distance front. He is a short course athlete who is showing that he has some long distance chops. An amazing fourth place here today. Let's hear it for Yuri Kulin. 2:42.51. And let's get our top three, the podium right here. In third place, he was third out of the water, led for so much of the bike today. What an incredibly gutsy performance. He's from the United States, 2016 Olympian. He went 2:42.32. Let's hear for Ben Kanute. And what a run today for this gentleman. Continuing our All-USA podium. He went 2:41.47. Another one of these short course athletes who's proven that long distance stuff is right up his alley. Let's hear it for Jason West.
Great job, Jason.
And your champion came in here with a big target on his back after a runner-up finish at the World Championships last fall. Boy, did he ever live up to expectations. He's 27 years young and certainly a bright future in long-distance racing. His time, 2:39.55, also from the United States, your champion, Sam Long.
You got a big help.
All right. Gentlemen, I'll get you to raise your trophy, please. Raise your trophy, please, gentlemen.
We're going to Mars, everyone. Just joking.
All right. Down some trophies here, or check in.
Years like me. Better. Maybe years like me. Roll them up.
Yeah, there we go. All right, and it's champagne time.
Don't fall, don't fall.
Your champions here today. Congratulations, Sam Long, Jason West, Ben Kanute, Yuri Kulin, and Tyler.
Oh, no, the checks are all covered with champagne. Nice.
Really? That's cool.
All right, so yeah, for all of our top 5, please don't get out until you sign the banner and the helmet. All right, let's get our top 5 women up here now. In 5th place today from the United States, she went 3:16.17. Another one of our short course athletes moving up in style, Sonia Catano. So a truly international podium up here today. From New Zealand in 4th place, she went 3:09.08, Samantha Kingsford. In 3rd place, from Denmark, she went 3:08.08. I actually can remember when she was a golf pro, not a triathlon pro. Maya Saj Nielsen. All right. Your runner-up today from Brazil, our top 2, both Olympians at some point in their careers. She went 3:07.50. Let's hear for Pamella Oliveira. And your champion is also a 2-time Olympian. She has won the prestigious Noosa Triathlon in Australia 8 times. We're so thrilled to see her moving up to long distance racing. She's looking at me going, yeah, I'm not so crazy about that. But boy, what a race in style today. Her time, 2:59.41. Ashleigh Gentle. All right, yeah, if I could get you to hold those trophies up. All right, let's hand out those checks and get the champagne going so we can get our 5K off and rolling. Once again, for our 5K out on pit row. Down underneath the white inflatable down at the end of pit row. But first things first, we gotta get the photo with all the checks and then run for cover as these guys spray champagne all over the place. First things first, let's get the photo with the checks. Okay, champagne time. Oh, yeah. I think they've done this a few times before. All right, well, thank you, everyone, for being out here today. What an amazing day of racing here at Clash Miami. We are now